Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Normally 5 p.m. Pacific. I'll get into that in a sec. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization because of the adult subject matter. Most of the videos get limited monetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we have pulled up right here, instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a rather brutal 30% cut. And if I can do some quick maths for y'all, so if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever, and we have the info pulled up here if you guys need to see it. Last thing, yeah, the link is in the description. Donations and soup chats, $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and soup chats, $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. Guys, we're like 200 members away from 5,000 members. I thought we were there last week, but there was it's sometimes a delay in the YouTube reporting. We can unlock maximum emotes, so if you've been watching the show, enjoy the content, and you're not a member, please consider becoming a member. It's just $5 a month. You can cancel it next month if you want. We just want to hit that threshold, and then we're going to probably deprioritize memberships. Guys, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry, I skipped. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And let me just see if we got anybody. We got Ace, thank you for the Prime, and Genocide, thank you for the Prime, appreciate it. Okay, we got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked, don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. My last post is from April. So it's like, these are some fucking old photos. So I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit photos of my brunch. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. You know, it's a pressing issue of our day, you know, so any women who are considering getting a labia placed, you shoot me a DM and I'll talk you out of it. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels, links in the description. Go subscribe. Before I have the guests introduce themselves, first off, I just want to apologize that we were running behind here. Normally we go live at 5 p.m. It's now about 6:10 p.m. My apologies, guys. We've done over 100 shows. Today was the most catastrophic day when it came to guests. Absolutely snafu, foobar, shit hit the fan situation. Luckily, Madison and Nick went down to the mean streets of Santa Barbara and were able to get 7 people just on the street within like an hour's notice to come be on the show. So those of you who are joining us kind of last minute, thank you very much, appreciate it. But yeah, we had 16 people flake. Now obviously 16 people, we never have 16 people on the show. When I say that, I mean we had some flakes. So I'll break it down. Within the 72-hour period before the show start, we had 4 girls flake. Within the 24-hour period, 2 girls flake. Within the 12-hour period, 4 girls flake. Within the 2-hour period, 3 girls flake. Within the 1-hour period, 3 girls flake. If I have this up to date. So, you know, we obviously will, if someone flakes 3 days ago, we try to fill. The people that we filled, they ended up flaking. So shout out to Bianca, Cara, Tiffany, Isabella, DeLuca, Claudia, Marina, Chloe, Josie, Samantha, Sarah, Cassette, Brianna, Roxy, Taylor, Wendy, Christina. I love you guys very much. Thank you guys for flaking. Appreciate it. Okay.
Wow. Really
what? Oh, I could have done worse.
Really
I could show the messages.
You did last time.
I'm salty. I'm very salty. Okay.
I was wondering what you were listing off.
I thought you were listing subscribers. Yeah.
I was like, there's no way that many women in a row subscribe. So I was like,
no, that's the people that that flaked. And so I could show you guys the messages. Maybe some of these flakes are valid. Mostly it's bullshit. But Ultimately, look, at the end of the day, I think that's what, as a guy, you're going to be dealing with in 2023 when it comes to dating. You're going to be dealing with, flaking. By the way, the panel's absolutely stacked against me. It's, what do we have, 11 people here? All right, I'll try to hold my own, but I'm outnumbered. But I will say, gentlemen, that's what you're dealing with in 2023. So, what's with the eye roll, Keeko? Yeah, you flaked a couple times. Am I going to throw you under the bus now? Remember that one time you no-showed? Or maybe the 2 times? You no-showed?
I definitely told you.
No. There was definitely at least one show where it was a no-show. But,
Maybe.
Maybe. He doesn't hold that against you or anything.
I secretly do. Do.
You've brought in this up multiple
inside
times.
of me.
He definitely holds grudges, 100%.
I hold grudges, yeah. So.
Well, here I am.
Yep, here you are. Well, we're the homies now, I guess. So
yeah. You texted me like 3 hours.
We'll see
2
how
hours
tonight
before.
goes, though. We'll see how tonight goes. Okay. So, without further ado, guys, sorry that we had the delay. 16 people flaked. Thank you to those of you who came in last minute. Appreciate it. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Keeko. I'm 23 and I'm a student.
Okay, welcome.
Oh, my name's Mandy. I am 21 years old and I'm a student at UCSB.
Really quick, what do you study, Keeko?
Criminology.
What are you studying at UCSB?
Oh, I'm a double major in classics and art history.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm 19 and a senior at UCSB, majoring in econ and accounting and communication.
Triple major?
Econ and accounting is one.
Oh, it's one thing.
And
okay,
then
okay.
communication,
So double major.
is a second. Yeah.
But you're a senior at 19, so did you get some college credits in high school, or just like
I did self-paced school and just went really fast during COVID. Worst time of my life, but worked out.
Well, yeah. Now I guess
early.
you're going to be graduating early. So
yeah.
So you were while you were in high school, you were enrolling in like college classes at the city college or something, or?
Yeah. During my 3rd year of high school, I did my junior year of high school, senior year of high school, and freshman year of college, and then I did my sophomore year of college instead of my senior year of high school. And then I transferred to UCSB, did my junior year, and now I'm a senior here.
Wow, okay.
A little hard to follow along. But
Okay. Got
Thank you.
Wait, is this your first year in person, or did you do last year in person?
Last year was in person.
And you were here at UCSB?
Yeah.
Got it. What about you?
I'm Jill. I'm 18, and I'm a student at UCSB, and I'm majoring in dance.
Dance major, okay.
Yeah.
Is there a specific type of dance, jazz dance, ballet? What are you doing?
I do all, so like jazz, ballet, hip hop, tap, contemporary. Yeah.
Tap dance?
Yeah.
You know how to tap dance?
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate something later?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. On the might break, but okay, very cool. How long have you been dancing?
14 years.
And what would you say is your primary format of dance? Ballet or just everything?
Everything, yeah.
Have you done ballet for 14 years?
I think ballet 12 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I hear it like fucks your feet pretty bad.
Yeah, my feet are disgusting.
I'm a dancer. My feet are always
Yeah.
bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Good
It's
times.
awful.
Wow.
Sweet. Awesome. Okay. What about you?
My name's Mira. I'm 18, and I'm also a student at UCSB, and my major is biopsych.
Okay. Biopsych. Got it. What about you?
I'm Summer. I'm also 18, and my major is pre-stats and data science, and I also go to UCSB.
Welcome.
I'm Hannah. I'm 20. I also go to UCSB, and I'm a psych and brain sciences major.
All right. UCSB represent. Okay. What about you?
I'm Katie. I'm 18. I'm also a student at UCSB, and I'm a history major.
So did you say 18 or not?
18.
18. Got it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Grace. I go by Juice. I'm 36, and I'm a server.
You go by Juice.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us the origin story of that nickname.
Well, my full name is Grace Justine. My mom doesn't like Grace, so I go by Justine, but it's so hard for me to say my name here, so I go by Juice just because it's a little bit easier.
I thought it was like a gang name or something.
No.
No?
No.
You didn't get that? Where are you from?
I'm from Costa Rica, but I've been living
Costa
here.
Rica, okay.
Yeah, but I've been living here for 8 years. Yeah.
So Juice, didn't originate from the mean streets of Costa Rica?
Yeah, no. Well, yes, but it doesn't
okay,
mean,
well,
it's not like
it's not like gang
Yeah.
affiliate. Okay, cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Priya. I'm 22 years old. I am a full-time student at ASU Online. I co-run a family business, and I am an equestrian.
How many horses do you have?
I have 3, Brian.
Good times. 3 horses. Red flag. Okay. All right, there you have it, folks. Wow. I actually might have some specific questions related to the students, but we're going to go around the table once more. So please, what is your current relationship status? So, are you single? Are you in the talking stage? Situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule? Are you part of a harem, sex cult? Who knows? It's 2023. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm in a relationship still, and my longest What is that for?
Keep going.
Okay. I'm in a relationship, and my longest relationship was like 2 years.
Is that your current one?
No, my current one's we're working on 9 months.
Okay. Cool.
So I am currently single. My last relationship was more of like a situationship, maybe like 2 months ago-ish.
Okay.
And my longest relationship was like 5 to 6 months.
Longest 5 to 6 months. So you said currently single.
Currently single, enjoying it.
And you were in a situationship 2 months ago.
Did I say 2 months? I probably like
just
around.
Ended.
It was more recent, but it was probably like 3 months ago.
And maybe you said it lasted only 2 months or something?
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
Okay, gotcha. Why did he dump you?
Oh, that bold of you to assume. That was.
It could be a she.
Yeah.
You could have done the dumping. Who knows?
Oh no, that was all me. I did. Well, it wasn't like a dump. It was more just like I slowly stopped responding as often, and then he kind of got the hint, which was a little awkward, but so be it.
Wait, you sort of stopped responding?
I would respond occasionally, but it would be a lot more like dry answers.
So like a ghost? Like you
Slowly
ghosted him?
It was like a slow ghost. Like I still had to see him occasionally, so it was like a gradual ghost.
Yeah. Dragged it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gradual growth.
And then eventually either he took he got what you were doing, or
it wasn't like a dumping per se. It wasn't like we had anything official, so it was just like a drifting, and we're on like good terms, so.
Oops. And you just lost interest, basically.
Yeah, I find that happens a lot with me.
It happens a lot?
Yeah, I'm usually the one to lose interest first.
Okay. And then does it sort of play out the same way where it slow ghost or?
Not necessarily a slow ghost, but a slow like petering off of my interest.
It just fades.
Exactly.
Fades out. It fizzles out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a good way to describe it.
Got it. I'm just curious about your earrings. Marlboro.
They're the little cigarette case
Interesting.
earrings.
Do you smoke cigarettes?
Not very often,
Okay.
but a girl was selling them on campus, and I thought they were super cute and went with my hair.
Okay. Yeah, it matches your hair. Okay, so ever since that situationship, nothing?
No, because I kind of find that I enjoy my alone time. I more like going out, having fun, but not really having to be forced to like respond all the time, because I like to kind of do things on my own time, so that isn't really compatible with like a serious relationship.
Sure.
So I'm kind of not in that place yet.
Okay. What about you?
I'm super single. I've been in one relationship. It was over a year long. That's actually the only guy I've ever talked to in my life, and that was a while ago. So nothing since.
So 1 year. How long have you been single?
Ooh.
3 years? 4 years?
Like, yeah, give or take.
Okay, so this was like a high school relationship
Yeah.
kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So super single.
Yes, like extremely, like don't even talk to anyone at all.
Nobody.
Nobody.
There hasn't even been like a crush or a fling or nothing. Come
no.
on.
Okay. Yep.
She doesn't even have any social media. Like
no Instagram.
Oh yeah, I had no social media right before. Actually, while I was waiting to come up to this studio, I made a Snapchat. So that's my first form of social media.
Oh, no. Who was the one who encouraged?
Well,
who's being a bad influence here?
Everyone just asks for social media, and I'm always like, sorry, don't have one. And people think like taking your number is so personal.
Right, that's true.
So I just made one.
You've never had social media ever?
I did like in elementary, and then
honestly, good for you.
Yeah, that's how you are a senior at 19.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So you said there was a little something though, right?
Slightly on accident. Yeah.
On accident.
On accident.
Yeah.
What's the accident?
I met a guy at school actually, and then he introduced me to his best friend / roommate, who I became friends with. He was setting us up, and then while trying to set us up, we got together a little bit. So I kind of did a slight swap, and then decided I should actually continue never speaking to boys ever again in my life.
So are you not interested in dating at all right now?
I am, but
it's not a priority.
I'm really not a fan of the way guys in our dating culture act, so I completely avoid it.
Sure.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
No, not a fan of
you're
how
your
guys
senses
act.
are up. Huh?
The wheels are turning.
He's writing that one down. He's writing that one
No,
down.
I just want to let everyone have an opportunity to answer the question, but we can definitely revisit that. So there was 2 guys, one, and there was a switcheroo kind of thing?
Friends / roommates. Don't recommend.
So you were interested in the first guy. The first guy
Yes.
introduced you to the next guy. Then
The next guy was
you did the
setting me up
switch.
with the first guy, and then during the setup, pulled a move. Yeah.
Oh.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very.
All right. What about you?
I'm single, and I've never been in a relationship before.
Single,
ever.
never been in a relationship.
Yeah.
What's the? Have you been on a date? Have you had maybe like not a boyfriend girlfriend thing, but maybe you were talking to a guy for like a month? Have you ever had that?
Yeah. This past summer, just like a cute little summer fling.
Summer fling.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was what, 2 or 3 months or something like that?
Yeah, like started early June, ended August.
Were you friends before, or?
No, he actually thought I hated him. Like, he
Nice.
swore I hated him all year. I didn't, but.
Wait, why did he think you hated him?
Okay, so last year at senior sunrise, he didn't know my name, and he like felt terrible about it. And I don't know, I think I might just have RBF, and we were in like one class together, and he just never wanted, like, he just thought I hated him because he didn't know my name one time. Yeah, it was really.
But why? Oh, you had a class together.
Yeah, just one class though.
And so he thought you hated him because he didn't know your name? Isn't that pretty fun? I mean, you guys didn't know each other though.
No,
so.
we had never met before, so I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah. Well,
It's because of the RBF.
I definitely, yeah.
He just assumed that you hated him, but
He assumed I hated him. I don't think I ever spoke another word to him. So
I have a question for the table really quick on this for all of the girls. Have you ever been like talking to a guy, maybe he's hitting on you, maybe he's flirting with you, excuse me. Flirting on you, I don't know what that means. And you're talking, and you at one point earlier on in the interaction, you had introduced yourself, you had given your name, and then later on in the conversation, maybe he asks for it again, or he forgets, maybe he's going for the number, and he's like, what's the name? Would you be, or have you ever been offended if a guy in that situation, you already gave the name once, but if he goes for it again, have you ever been upset that he didn't remember?
Never.
No.
I'm horrible with names.
I'm horrible with names.
Me
so
too.
It's
Okay.
valid.
It depends, yeah. Because like, I mean, like if he's really quick and I quickly said it at the beginning, like it's kind of plausible that he could forget it later on. But
Right.
if I said it like really calmly and really slowly, and I kept talking about myself, and then he forgets it again, and he's just quickly just trying to get my number, trying to get my socials, then that's just like,
Okay.
yeah.
Anybody over here had that?
I never actually care, but I do use it as a way to avoid talking to them. So I'll be like, oh, you don't remember my name. You must not care. That's my way out.
It's not that it's not so much that you're mad that he doesn't know the name. You're just using it as a pretext to be like, okay, I can use this to.
Yes.
Okay. Because I definitely feel like I when I was younger, I had an encounter where, probably a few encounters where the girl gets upset that I don't know her name if I'm like trying to get the number or whatever. And then sometimes she never even said the name to begin with. It's like, oh, you forgot my name. So anyways,
I think it's worse when they call you a different name. Because I've had that like just recently happen. Like I got a voice memo yesterday. I was like, what up, Skylar? And I was like, that is not my name. So
have you guys had that? A guy said another girl's name.
Yeah.
What about?
I just butcher my name.
What about this? Let's say you've been dating a guy for 3 months.
Oh, gosh.
3 months, right? And while you guys are hooking up, he says another girl's name. Is it a rap or
no?
You know,
Done forever.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
He's like, okay, you guys are making out, whatever, and then he's like, oh, Gertrude.
That's a crazy name to bring
That's
up.
a crazy name.
Especially making out. Who thinks of Gertrude?
Is that kind of? I mean, there's some Gertrudes who are babes.
How many have you met?
A handful.
Okay.
Never even met someone named Gertrude.
I'm hanging out at the bingo hall.
This Gertrude.
Bring her
must
on
be
next.
the
No, that's
best
actually
person
pretty on
ever.
brand for you, Brian. The bingo hall.
Yeah,
I can see
I hang
it.
out there. But have you ever hooked up with a guy and he said another girl's name?
Nope.
No, never?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, but it would be a dunzo. 3 months? 3 months in?
absolutely.
What if he
No,
apologized after he's like,
No.
oh, whoops,
I mean,
No.
my bad. Okay.
Especially Gertrude. Like, come on.
It's a rough name.
Gotcha. Okay, so single, never had a boyfriend.
Yeah.
You had a summer fling.
Yeah.
But I think I recall you were going to come actually next week with your friend Tiffany.
Yes.
And you had actually provided some pre-show information to us. And if I recall, you're not really looking for anything casual right now, though. Is that?
Yeah, no, I just think going into college, like the next big chapter of my life, I don't want to be looking for something if it's not something that's going to be taken seriously. Like, I don't want to do the casual dating. I want to look for something that's going to last.
Well, you're more so on, I don't want to call it extreme, but you're more so on the very, very opposite end of that, if I understand correctly. You're waiting until marriage, is that correct?
Yeah, I would say, for sure.
Okay. And so, but you haven't, like the summer fling, that wasn't...
No, I think it was definitely more
was that a
personal.
hookup or?
No.
Okay, so you're legit, like, waiting until marriage.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else here just waiting until marriage, or?
Maybe.
It's okay if you're not.
It's a possibility.
Possibility?
With the way things are going now, yeah.
What?
Honestly, same. Things aren't going well.
Oh wow. Okay, we got to get into that. Things not going well. Let me write that down. Not going. Okay. Not going well. And is it for? Are you religious?
Yes.
Do you consider
Yeah.
yourself more conservative? Or?
For sure.
Gotcha. And you're Christian?
Christian.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it. What about you?
Okay, mine's kind of complicated right now. I'm going through something called like an area code dating. So it's like if you're in the same area code, you're like you're like really together and like you're like full on dating. But since I'm going to college and then the guy that I'm talking to is living in Arizona going to flight school, it's kind of just hard, especially since I'm going into UCSB, joining a sorority, and he's going to be busy at school all the time, so we can't really like talk on like a daily basis.
Right.
I'm going down for Thanksgiving, so I'll see how that goes. But like right now, it's like I'm allowed to go see other people, not really date other people, but just like casually like parties and stuff like that. Like who knows?
Wait, you said you're allowed?
Yeah, that's
She just won't tell him. That's pretty much what that means.
So you're not allowed, actually.
No. I am allowed, but I already like talked to him about it because we've already kind of accepted the fact that we're going to be going and seeing other people and going to parties without each other. And like at the beginning of a relationship, I said I didn't want to date in college, and he really, really wanted to stay together. So I gave that as an ultimatum. I was like, if you really want to stay together, then you have to let me like go explore other options while also like still having you, and like I can decide for myself and stuff like that. So
would you say he was more into you than you were into him?
No, I was definitely still into him a lot, but it was just I I wasn't ready to do like full on long distance.
And you didn't want to go into college with
Yeah.
a kind of not totally solidified
Yeah.
long distance
Exactly.
relationship.
Mhm.
But I mean, it sounded like you kind of wanted more so, hey, let's kind of keep things a little bit open.
Yeah.
And he was wanting to lock it in.
Okay, here's the hard part. I'm like his first girlfriend, like ever. I've had a boyfriend for 2 years, like a year before I met him.
Right.
So I've had a relationship before, but he's never had a girlfriend before until he met me. And we had only been dating for like 3-4 months, so it wasn't even like super serious.
Right.
So I was just like I don't really know what to do, and I couldn't just say like straight up, no, don't talk to me, I'm gonna ghost you. Like,
Right.
yeah.
She's doing a little closer.
Okay, yeah, but I just like couldn't just straight up just ghost him. So that was like my easiest way.
Okay. So you will be dating other people though.
Not
correct?
dating.
But like you're gonna go out and party and.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna go hook up with other people or even like make out with other people. I'm just gonna see how it goes, and then like later on, if I do feel like actually going and dating other people and seeing other people, then that's when I'm gonna talk to him and be like, I want to go do this. I'm so sorry. Like I don't want to be able to hurt him in a way that's gonna hurt him. So.
And you said, where are you from originally?
I'm from Washington.
And he's in Arizona? Were you
Yeah.
both in Washington?
Yeah.
And then he went to flight school in Arizona?
Yeah.
You came here to Santa Barbara to go to UCSB?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's his name? First name? Can you?
Oh.
Stop it. Shout
Just
out.
first name. Just first name.
His name's True.
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 Okay,
That narrows it down.
That's very.
It sounds like a Kardashian name. No, it isn't. That's why.
I need to say something to True
Shout
here.
out
True,
True.
if you're watching, I'm addressing this to you.
Stop it. Get some help.
No.
True, it's over. True, it's over.
It's not over.
She's at the #1 party school in the United States. I'm sorry, True, you can't do long distance. Okay, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sabotage your budding long distance, not really solidified relationship.
I mean, I'm going down to visit him in November.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't recommend. Okay, hold on. We'll let this come in.
Donated $99.
Oh boy.
Two-part question.
Be nice with
One,
the chat
if
tonight,
you ladies
guys.
want to be valuable, drop out of college and be with a man. Be feminine, support him and don't get fat.
Oh.
Two,
What the-
Keeko, do you think anyone aged 37 should speak to these lovely teenagers? Because I have a 19 years / show as a 38 years / show.
Keeko, do you want to answer his second question there?
I mean, all I see from that is, if I'm reading it correctly, that you were victim of teen pregnancy. I'm so sorry about that. But I hope you're doing well. I hope, that you have made better.
He has a 19-year-old daughter. Beaten cheeks, confirm or deny.
He said 19-year-old is a 38-year-old.
Yeah,
so.
he has
Yeah.
a 19-year-old. Wait,
So,
no,
teen
but
pregnancy.
is he saying as a girlfriend or as a?
That's the part, I don't
as a
think they could. I'm hoping he finished his education, but it's looking like maybe having a kid early on affected his ability to type. So.
Okay, there you have it. Do any of you want to take him up on his advice to drop out of college? Not my words. Don't shoot the messenger. That's what he's saying.
Give that advice to your daughter or your kid, not us.
Oh, well, there you have it. While we have a chat here, we have Puffy Vegas. I have 65 million views on YouTube channel. I've interviewed over 1,500 girls. I would like to come this show.
That also
This
says
show.
in viewed.
Yeah, he.
Puffy, you'll see a lot from Puffy Vegas. Just wait.
Just you wait.
Puffy will be back.
Puffy will be, Puffy. Good to see you in the chat, man. It's been a couple weeks. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Also, Grammarly again has free options.
Free Grammarly.
We've talked about it before.
Or you could just open up Word doc and do some grammar corrections on there.
Yeah,
Get some spell check.
Nice to meet you, Puffy.
Yeah, he's
interesting.
He's a good guy.
Okay.
He's a good guy.
He's a lot of things to tell us usually. So.
So going back to you, you've got this guy in Arizona.
I was thinking about it now. It's kind of just like open dating.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on, the story's changing.
No, that's what I said before. Like, he's allowed to go see other people. I'm allowed to go see other people.
Does he know that he's allowed to go see other people?
No, we talked about this like a month before I left for college. So, like.
So it's it's basically an open relationship.
Yeah, it's basically like an open relationship.
Summer said you're not going to tell him.
No, I am going to tell him. It's just like, I am going to tell him.
Well, he knows now if he's watching.
I know. He knows now. I am going to tell you. I am going to tell him. But it's just like, I haven't gone with anyone yet. So.
Yet.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yet.
Okay, yes.
It's hey.
It's an open relationship. So.
Maybe just some context for the viewers, because we have a lot of people who are in different parts of California, different parts of the U.S., even outside the country. So UCSB is a 4-year university here in Santa Barbara, California. Its enrollment is 20,000 undergrad, I think 25,000 undergrad. Classes just started this week, correct?
Yeah, it starts on Thursday.
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was move-in weekend for like everyone coming back.
Yeah.
So it starts Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. So, and when did you just arrive? You arrived?
I arrived like 3 days ago.
3 days ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so not yet. But the weekends come. Okay, so, and you said you're in a sorority, correct?
I'm going to be I'm not rushing.
Rushing?
I'm not rushing fall semester, but I am going to rush spring semester.
Okay.
So.
Anybody here in a sorority or planning to join a sorority?
I'm rushing this semester too.
This semester?
For quarter, yeah.
I'm rushing as well this quarter.
Okay.
I'm also rushing.
Okay. Anybody else? Were you in the sorority at one point, Keeko?
No.
You're not a fan of sororities? Or?
It just doesn't have anything that entices me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. All right. So, what about you?
Okay, so mine's kind of similar, kind of not, but he goes to college and he plays football, so he's kind of been like there throughout the summer for camp and everything. So we were together pretty much all of the summer since like after prom, and then once college came around, we kind of started doing long distance, and then it kind of got complicated. He came back, and then basically when he went back again, I kind of ghosted him. But it was like mutual because he like turned off his location and started acting, I think he wants to like live the college experience. But then I just got like the see you at Thanksgiving break text like a week ago before I came. So I think, he's trying to come back, but we'll see. Knowing me, I'll probably fold because I have a really bad like commitment issues. So like I've been in a lot of situationships that like one like lasted like 8 to 9 months, but I never have like felt the urge to like be like, oh, like make us like, because we've been exclusive, just like not titled boyfriend girlfriend.
Yeah.
But with him, it kind of was different. Like we wanted to be boyfriend girlfriend, but it was just really bad timing. So we'll see how it goes when we, meet each other again Thanksgiving break. I don't know if that's
Thanksgiving break.
I don't know if I'm going back, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
It's
Don't give
complicated.
in to him.
I know.
You're letting him run around at college doing whatever he wants to do, and he's texting you early enough so he has enough time to know if he's going to be able to hang out with you over Thanksgiving break or if he should line somebody else up to have over Thanksgiving break.
Yeah, I know.
Because he can't even spend a nanosecond by himself.
Yeah, I sound really delusional right now, but at the same time, I want to get with other people.
You don't sound delusional. You just sound like you are letting him walk all over you.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yes.
Well, it was like a
See you at Thanksgiving. Location turned off. You stopped talking.
They don't go to the same college, so of course, like, it's
why, if we're not dating anymore and we're doing our own thing, we're turning off locations. Why are we even spending our time home, our valuable time home that we don't have?
Rekindle.
It was kind of mutual,
love.
a little bit. I was just like, I think I was more affected by it, but he was like, he's kind of like, it was really cringy of him. He has like a few TikTok followers. He got famous over like COVID or something. So he posted a TikTok and he's like, when you meet the one and then you leave for college in 2 days. And I was like, delete this. This shit's embarrassing. Like if you're gonna complain and turn off your location, you should not be posting this. So I'm kind of like, so yeah, that's where I'm at.
He, how far? You don't have to say what university he goes to, but you said he's playing football.
Colorado.
Right? Oh,
yeah.
He's in Colorado.
Yeah, he plays football.
First and last name.
Name drop right now.
You have to do first name. I did first name.
Is it a party school that he's going to?
Not really. Actually, I don't know. Colorado State.
Is it D1? Is he playing D1 football?
Colorado State.
Is that D1? Is
Yeah.
that Division 1? Football player going off to college in another state.
That's
Well, I mean, you guys aren't exclusive, right? I mean.
Well, We were like this
Oh, you
summer
were.
pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, it started off like we had mutual friends, so then we started, hanging out.
Right.
And it was also different because his family lives in another state and he had like an apartment by himself. So it was really easy to hang out, and we kind of spent like a lot of time this summer together. So it was just, yeah.
I mean, athlete, different college.
Yeah.
Even same college.
Even same college. Athletes
Probably not
are
going to be exclusive.
Yeah.
He's probably going to play the field.
But like
What position
D1
does he play?
babies.
What position does he play?
He's a defensive back.
Oh.
So, but he's
don't know anything about
obviously
football.
probably on the bench. So.
Okay. All right. So it's would you call that complicated then?
Yeah, complicated, but I'm like, we'll see. I feel like being here, I'm already like leaving it in the past, so hopefully it stays there.
Okay. Got it. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. We've been together for about a year, and we're doing long distance. We just started long distance.
Was he? You go to UCSB, right?
Yeah.
Was he previously going here, or?
No, he goes to Cal Poly, so it's more like medium distance.
Yeah, medium distance relationship.
Yeah.
But you said it just became long distance.
Because we both just moved. We both lived in our hometown, and we both just went to college.
Good luck.
Okay. Oh, were you going to a CC before that?
Yeah, we were both at the community
Okay,
college,
got
and
it.
then now we're both going away to college.
Long distance.
Yeah.
Okay. You think it's gonna work out, or?
Yeah, he's like my husband.
Good for you.
Okay. All right. Good times. Good times. What about you?
I've been single for 18 years. I'm 18, by the way.
Well, I hope you were single for the. Like,
Well,
of
to be
course, like you're not going to be dating for like the first 10.
Out the womb.
Like, I don't know, when do
I
like
mean,
when did
hey,
like the
I know some
little
people who were
elementary
real
school-
serious in kindergarten.
Oh.
They were acting.
Yeah, the
I've
Those
officiated
little
some first
relationships.
grade
The
weddings.
recess.
No, actually, I
days
think
go
I have
crazy.
two. I didn't have one,
slow
but I
dancing.
definitely witnessed.
Oh, you know what? I might have been in like a first grade wedding.
In
count?
That counts. That
I
counts.
should probably call this guy. I should probably call this guy up, let him know.
You probably should. You probably should see what he's up to. So okay, single. What about maybe? Was there a summer fling or anything this past summer?
There was never a summer fling. Junior year, I really liked a guy, and I found out at the end that he's been leading me on for like 6 months, but like number ones on Snapchat for over 2 months, like snapping really late into the night. And then I hung out with a friend who goes to a different school, and I found out he was dating a girl the grade below us from that school. Yeah, that went really well for me.
What you said, he was leading you on? Is that what you said for 6 months?
Yeah.
How so? Were you
Like,
guys actually dating or just?
We were
talking?
never dating, just
Oh.
like we would text all the time, like snapping
Sounds
all
terrible.
the time. Yeah.
Just like you never met in person?
No. We went to the same school. We had classes together. We hung out during school.
Okay. But you
Did he never post his girlfriend or anything?
Oh, apparently, like he had a girl. Well, apparently, like he. I should say that. His girlfriend had a boyfriend, and I found out like
triangle.
like
Wait.
a week, and then
into the mic.
yeah, sorry. I found out that like this girl broke up with the boyfriend, and then like immediately started dating the guy I liked. So maybe it was a homewrecker situation. I'm not
Okay.
really
All right.
sure. I don't really know what happened behind the scenes, but I just know that he basically kind of like stopped talking to me. And then,
Okay. So you're super single. Super single.
yeah, and then I liked a guy this
Like,
past
right
year.
over there.
Yeah, and then I liked a guy this past year, and I don't know. That was my bad.
Sure. Okay.
He was shouldn't have liked him. Is all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Juice, right?
Yes.
Juice. Before I have you come in, since most of y'all go to UCSB. Oh, wait. Well, you go to UCSB too, Keeko. So.
I transferred.
Oh, you transferred? Okay. You guys have some of you are second years, or no, are all of you, is this your first year at UCSB?
It's
This-
just not ours.
Yeah.
You've been here and then you've been
I'm
here.
a fourth year, yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think about the guys at Isla Vista, UCSB?
Absolutely terrible. Do not recommend.
Ditto.
So far, it's been a couple days for some of you.
The guys that are
Yay,
hot
nay?
know they're hot, and that's the bad part.
Yep. Yeah.
That's kind of deep. I feel like we should go into that.
Well, like when they know they're attractive, they're cocky about it. So like if you like try to go up and talk to them, they know why you're going up to talk to them, and they're over cocky.
Well, let me ask you. So you've done this though, like this weekend at a party, right?
Not at a party, but like I saw a cute guy and like walked up to him.
Okay. And you said he knows what you want. What do you want?
Like going up and like saying like hi, like asking for like a Snapchat or just like introducing yourself, and he's very aware of his appearance, I would say. So he like knows that he's hot and is like overconfident about it.
Okay.
Like I'm getting stared down.
No, so okay. I mean, does that echo for any of you too, or? I mean, you guys don't approach. Come on, be honest. You guys aren't approaching people.
I only like guys who like me, so I do not approach.
Okay.
I have a type, and I haven't really.
You haven't seen. What's your type?
Football players, of course.
D1, preferably basketball.
Oh, basketball.
Oh, okay. We do have that.
Yeah. So far, but we did have like freshmen are just trying to like knock on your door and like come into your dorm. So we had to kind of kick people out of our dorm because we're just like, okay, guys, we're gonna go. Can you like leave? Because they're just kind of weird. But yeah. So that's my experience so far.
I also feel like some of the guys here are a little bit like pushy. Like if you're more like, oh, like you're kind of maybe thinking about it. You don't really know him, and so you're like thinking about it, but they get a little like overly at least I've noticed at a couple of the frats that I've been to that like if I'm like, okay, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable, I don't see my friends around, I kind of want to go, they're like, well, where are you going? Do you not trust me? Like that type of thing. And it's more just like, no, I don't. Well, I was like neutral before, but now I definitely don't.
Some of these guys are hungry though because we deadass escaped people on a scooter, like an electric scooter. Like we were at our dorm and they were like, oh, we're going with you. Like just wait.
They tried to hop onto our scooter.
And I'm like, we already have 2 people on the scooter. So we just zoomed away. Like we're like, no, thank you. Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're saying that the guys that you want, they're too
The
hot.
one guy that I walked up to.
The one singular guy that you walked up to, yeah.
Yeah, that no.
No. Okay.
That's I'm gonna stop contact with men. This is about where I'm ending.
You got. Okay. But did he reject you or just what?
He was just
cocky.
He was just an asshole.
He was an asshole?
Yeah. Most guys I've ever come in contact with are assholes.
Agree.
Now, here's the question though. Is it the men that you're chasing after that are the assholes? Because couldn't we also frame, like you said, well, the really hot guys, they are kind of cocky, but what if you're shooting outside of your league? Because you said they're really hot, right?
I mean, like not like really hot, just like slightly more than like I don't know average. I mean, like I feel like I've lowered my standards over the years, but like
the bar is on the ground at this point.
The bar is like
on the ground.
But let me ask you a question. So the same treatment, the treatment that these guys who are assholes, you know, what they're doing in terms of acting cocky or whatever. I mean, do you also treat the men that you turn down in that same way?
Guys don't really come up to me. I don't really get that other sort of.
Is anybody here on any dating apps? Hinge, Bumble?
No.
OkCupid?
Used to be, but it wasn't my thing.
What's it called? Christian Mingle, Farmers Only?
I got banned from Tinder.
Why?
It wasn't anything bad. Me and my best friend from home tried using the same exact Tinder app, but then she also got banned. So, because as her profile picture, she put a photo of her at like 4 years old with like a black eye, and apparently you're not allowed to do that on Tinder.
Wait, what?
It was just as a joke. It was literally just as a joke because she tried getting Tinder as a joke, like in junior year, sophomore year.
Like that way.
This way?
That way.
That way.
More. Nope. No. Like scoot it, so it's basically yeah. There you go.
Okay.
And straighten it. There we go. Go
All
ahead.
right. But then we both tried using the same Tinder account and we got banned. So.
Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times. All right, we're going to continue with the relationship status. Juice, what about you?
Well, I'm single right now. I've had like 2 relationships and like several situationships.
Mm-hmm.
I've been single for, I think like for 2 years now. And yeah, like I have no situationship or nothing going on right now. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. So you said you've been single for 2 years, was it?
2 years. Yeah, 2 years.
2 years. And then what was your longest relationship? Sorry.
That one for 2 years too.
2 years. Okay, got it. Priya, what about you?
I am in a relationship. It's been about roughly a month.
Okay. Longest
relationship was about 5 months.
5 months. Okay, cool. Got it. All right, let me just see if we have any. No, I don't think we have any chats. So there was a couple things here that I wrote down I want to just go over. I know some of you are fairly new to the area. Those of you who maybe have a bit more experience with this, and maybe some of those of you who are new, you've already encountered. So here in Santa Barbara, gentlemen, there's Santa Barbara City College and UCSB. SBCC is a 2-year junior college. UCSB is 4-year university, right? Do you notice a difference between guys that go to Santa Barbara City College versus UCSB? Do you is one cohort hotter? Is one stupider? What's your take?
There are guys from the community college that pretend to go to UCSB. That has happened to me. I've had a guy fully basically make up his identity to be a UCSB student. I met him at UCSB. We hung out only on UCSB's campus, and after a while of hanging out, he told me he actually didn't go there.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you're gonna lie, you kind of just gotta keep it going.
Yeah.
You can't just change it.
No, I got that I have to tell you something text. So I was like, oh, what is this? And that was not what I was expecting. But
Okay.
Did you stop seeing him after that?
yes, I did, because he had no classes at my school or anything.
Well, here's the real question. Had he just been up front and told you that he went to SBCC, would that have been a disqualifying thing where you wouldn't have wanted to date him?
I wasn't actually interested in him at all,
Oh.
so
Well,
his
okay, doesn't
school
matter.
status was irrelevant. He was just like a guy I met at a campus event, and we started being friends because we would go to the campus events together, but he didn't attend the school, so I don't know why he was there.
Wait, so
I was interested in him as a school friend, but
Did
he
he ever?
didn't go
Did
to
he
my
tell
school.
you that he went to UCSB?
UCSB, yes. He was wearing the merch. He told me where he
Interesting.
lived
That's
on
crazy.
the university housing. Yeah.
what if he didn't even go to CC and he actually was like 27? He was like pretending to be a student.
Yeah.
Wait, so but what was the context in which you guys first met?
We met at a UCSB event on the first week of school.
Was that a party or?
It was like a tour of the campus.
This motherfucker went on a tour?
But it was
Not only that, but with the merch on.
Yes, and you
He
had
went
to.
on a
Maybe
tour.
he wants to transfer.
What was his name? What was
that's
his name?
fair.
Yeah, name
That's
drop.
Don't say
possible.
Sam.
Anything for
No,
the
no,
girls.
it
Okay.
was. His name was.
Keeko wants to
Eli.
out him.
Like, a similar thing happened to my friends out here. Like
Oh,
there was a
interesting.
guy that was like always around and said he went to UCSB, but like turned out he was really like 27, 28, and like
And the
had no
event,
clue.
you
Nice.
had to use your school account to register and everything. So I was not sussed out at all. I fully was like, yes, he goes to UCSB. And then there was like secret little lies that I thought back to. Like I was like, oh, let me see your schedule. And he's like, oh, actually, my phone is dying. Or like he would say all these random things. And I'm like, okay.
That shit's crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
so, but so when he first started talking to you, was it seem like the undertones were romantic, or was he just pursuing a friendship?
Guys, I just don't read into guys' intentions because I never take them seriously. I knew that I was only pursuing a friendship with him, so I kept it at a friendship level. what he was thinking. I have no idea.
Well, how does the first interaction go? Is it like...
I introduced myself at the campus event.
Oh, you approached him.
Well, we like introduced ourselves, and there was only a small amount of us there, so we just automatically started talking because we were all at the same event. And then he asked what I was doing afterwards, and I said, oh, I'm going to this other campus event. And he said, oh, no way, me too. Let's go together. And I was like, okay. And then...
Whoa, holy shit, I skipped a little bit there. My bad. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah,
That's it?
that was how we met. And then the next day, he's like, oh, what event are you going to today? I'm like, oh, this one. He's like, me too.
You were secretly inviting him the whole time.
I'm like telling him the school's itinerary, basically. And he's like tagging along. And I'm thinking nothing of it.
Okay, so this entire time, does it occur to you that he is like interested in you beyond just friendship? Like, newsflash, honestly, if a guy's talking to you, like, there's a 99% chance that he's interested in you.
Okay. I believe in boy and girl friendships.
Well, that's kind of brings me to where I was going. Okay. Do you think men and women can be friends?
It depends.
For sure.
I think I think women want to be friends with men, but I don't think men want to be friends with women that much. Like, I think that on my experience.
I think women can be, look, and obviously there's exceptions, but I do think generally speaking, women can be friends with men, but I don't think men can be friends with women.
Well, you know those like TikToks people make about like that one friend group from high school that kind of all got with each other?
Yep.
Unfortunately, that was probably mine. But it was like, there was like some guys that like, I've known since like birth almost, like our parents were best friends. So like him, like in particular, like is like brother. So if they're like as close to you as like you grew up to them, their family friends, like brother, I feel like that is like the instance where like friends, yes, because I don't think I've ever liked this guy or he's never liked me. So, and I'm pretty much positive about that. But like other than that, like my friend group was pretty intertwined. Everyone got with each other, best friends.
That was mine too.
Who, just show of hands, who here at this table currently has a male friend that is single? Okay. Yes. Do you have his number?
Yes.
Do you have your cell phones on you?
Yes.
So let's do a little experiment here. So, are they really your friends? Who knows? Here's how we find out. Assuming they don't know they're watching the show right now. Why don't you send them a little text, maybe like a winky face, what are you doing tonight? Come over, Netflix and chill. Let's see if they're really friends, right? Because I mean, my whole thing is here's what I think, right? If the guy, if given the opportunity, would sleep with you, that's not really a friend, I think. Now, I know some of you are, is everyone single pretty much?
I'm in a relationship.
Kinda complicated.
And all my guy friends, like, they respect my relationship, and then all my boyfriends, girlfriends respect our relationship.
That. So, okay, who's texting here? Let's get some text thrown out. Okay. Think of some male friends. They have to be single, though, because obviously if they're in a relationship, that's a bigger ask. Although it does occur to me that even if they are in a relationship, they might be inclined to have sex with you if given the opportunity.
What are we texting them? Like, what if they're from your hometown?
Let us devise the perfect message. So it can't be too ambiguous because it needs to be somewhat clear that you're romantically or otherwise interested. So, brainstorm session. Priya, any thoughts? What's the message? Hi. Can't be too direct.
Yeah, because are they here or are they not here?
No, well, all my guy friends are hometown. Yeah.
Just, and then if they.
But if I say want to hang out, then obviously they're gonna say yes because they're my friend.
You could, well, not it's got to be more than just a platonic hangout. It's got to be. No, what?
No,
hello?
what the heck?
You can't just go to.
Let's ask the chat, Nick. Let's pull up the chat. Chat. What is the perfect message that these girls can send to one of their male friends to attempt to solicit to see if they are DTF? What is the message?
Like, hey, I've liked you for a really long time. I'm coming to visit X date. Can we see each other?
But then I don't think I can do that because they'll be really hurt. Because
I think just sabotage your relationship. There's plenty of people. You know, what is it? 7 billion, 8 billion people.
8 billion.
Yeah, you can make more friends. It's good. I think. Yeah, don't joke. Be direct. I would just say something.
Not gonna lie, you guys have no game.
I had a dream last night. Want to hook up?
Maybe you could be like,
just a hate.
what if it's kind of almost coming from a confession angle? Like, hey, listen, I just wanted to let you know I've had a crush.
That's what I just said.
I've had a, do you feel the same? Let's maybe when we're in town together again, we can.
It's exactly what I just
like kill me.
Do it. Wait, did you send one out?
I can send one.
I just saw all of my guy
Maybe
friends
you-
like 3 days ago though. Like if I randomly just sent this
just do
message.
Yeah,
Hey, I really miss you.
Yeah,
was
it's
the
like
last
super
person
random,
I
but
saw
this has been on
before
my
I
mind
left.
since the last time I saw you. Like, would you ever?
Just do it.
What?
I have 2 really close guy friends. Neither of them would buy it. Because, well, I mean, one of them I've known
So
since...
just do it. Make your dreams come true.
Listen to
Just
Shia LaBeouf, guys.
Do it.
Just do it.
He's passionate about
Well,
this.
I mean, one of them's gay, so that really just would not
Okay,
work.
can I
So
just,
you think he's gay?
can I just
No.
say, hey, come visit and stay with me, I miss you? Is that good? Or
Say it
do I,
again.
hey, come
Let
visit
me
and,
stop that. Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, come visit and stay with me, I miss you. Or should it be more forward?
That's
I
pretty
think it
forward.
That's forward.
How
Thank you,
close was
babes.
your friendship though?
Pretty close. I mean, he was the last person I saw before I left.
Come visit. I
But you
have
said
feelings
stay
for
with
you.
me.
Something like that. I don't
But
know.
I said stay.
You said you have 2 friends and they won't
Okay,
go.
one
for
of
it.
them
that's
one of
good.
them is gay, so he's
Well, yeah,
yeah,
of course.
yeah. Although he's weird, so who knows?
I mean, shit. Let's try it out. Maybe
And then
you'll turn
and then
him,
the
right?
other one just wouldn't buy it. Like
Let's try. Let's try. Never say never.
he won't buy it. We can try.
Yeah, just be like, "What's up, DTF?" Question mark. Fuck it. Okay. Send it out. Can you send one out? You got something for us? What's up?
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe you got something.
Be like, hey, I've been thinking
All right.
lately.
Keeko, well, you got a
Keeko, do the
boyfriend, so
contact.
let's
Yeah,
not
my
do that.
boyfriend would not appreciate that.
You got one out? Did you get one out?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
I got one out.
Are you sending it to someone who has never expressed interest to you? Because most
Yeah.
of my guy
Yeah.
friends,
Yeah.
they started by expressing interest. I turned them down, so it became a friendship.
See, that's another reason why they're not actually your friends, because you friend zone them and then
So
they're just
now we're
waiting.
friends.
They're waiting. Okay, maybe if I go to the gym,
The long
she'll-
game.
Okay.
The long game.
I don't know. If it started out romantic, it's
Okay, so you
I don't know,
don't
once you friend zone somebody.
you don't think that they can move past romantic feelings?
It'll always be there. Like if
It
you
will.
at some point in the future give them an opportunity and they're single, like
See, but I also
they're not gonna like, oh, hold on, I really value our friendship. Let's just no.
I agree. I agree with that, but I don't think it necessarily is always a romantic thing. I think that all of my guy friends, whether they're in a relationship or single, have like a curiosity to potentially, either hook up or see me naked. But I don't think it necessarily is like I want to date that person type of urge.
from the men.
From the men, yeah, not from
So
me.
they'd hook up with you, but they wouldn't. be in
Yeah,
a
I don't
relationship?
necessarily think that they believe that they are like in love with me or something of that sort.
Let's see what this is.
Well, no,
But-
I'm not saying they're in love.
Yeah, but you're saying from like a romantic dating standpoint.
He's saying it
Romantic,
polite.
sexual.
Yeah,
Sexual.
sexual.
Yeah.
I
We
got
got
a
a response.
I got an answer.
What's the answer?
So I sent him. I was like, "Hey, I miss you. Come visit." I don't know if that was forward enough, but
What did
like
he say?
he was like, "Miss you too. When am I supposed to go?" But like we've been friends since we were like 5, so I don't think it's romantic like in the slightest.
This is a
But
fail,
who
Brian.
knows?
Here, let's be a bit more direct. Say something along the lines of,
I have a twin bed, but it'll be a tight squeeze.
That's good. Okay.
maybe say something along the lines of, what's like, there's a moment where sometimes somebody will have this, they'll reveal that they like you. Maybe you could say, I don't know, I had to work up the courage to say this, but I started having feelings for you. Do you feel the same?
Or you can do the classic man line, hey, can I ask you something?
Wait, that's the man line? That's
Oh,
the
when
woman
they're-
line.
No,
That's the woman line.
when they're
That's the
about
man
to
line.
confess their feelings for you, that they've been a friend for a while. Hey,
Okay.
can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? It always starts with that, and it always ends the exact same.
Awkward.
Yeah.
So send him, say, I've had feelings for you. Do you feel
The
the same?
problem is he's known every guy I've liked in the past year.
Well, let's just see. Fuck it. Let's just see. Send it. Any responses from you guys over here?
No.
No.
Okay, we'll check back in on that
Oh, I
later.
did get a response.
Oh, she's
Oh,
got
I
a
just got a
response.
response.
He just said, WTF, what do you mean? Yeah.
What did you send?
I just said, want to hang tonight. But, like, I've never hung out with him, just him by himself. Like,
WTF, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe do like, what do you guys think about this? She just sends back a winky face. That's it.
Do it.
That's decent, right?
Yeah.
Just a winky
He'll
face.
get the hint.
Yeah, he'll definitely get the hint.
He's going to hate me.
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes.
Okay.
What, you heard
I
about
got a
it?
response, but it's also I know his mom really well. Like,
Okay.
so, like, not in like a weird way, but his mom really likes me. So she said, only if we sleep in different beds because my mom said so.
It sounds like he's trying to already dispute whatever you're gonna say.
Say sucks, only have one.
Yeah. That's perfect. That's perfect.
What was your first message that you sent to him?
Hey, come visit and stay with me. I miss you.
Is this the guy that you said is like your brother?
No.
Because okay,
No.
I've had a guy literally
Add a
tell
winky
me.
face. Add a winky face. All right.
Throw it in there.
So
even the winkies.
I'm in the process of typing like the days I'm free, and then I was gonna send like, oh, the room is like empty. But he just asked if he was able to bring a friend. So
Say, I was hoping it would be just you.
It would just be the two of us.
Yeah, I was hoping it would just be the two of
Empty
us.
room, I think the empty room is good. Although some dudes, that might just go whoosh right over their fucking head. So you might have
he's
to
kind
be
of an
even more
airhead, so
Just
could
say
be.
You might
just
have to
say
be
I was
even more
hoping it would
direct.
just be the two of us.
together
I
in
got-
this
In the space
in this
we wanted to keep going.
in my dorm room bunk bed.
I got a second response.
Let's hear it.
He said, what the hell?
Does he know that you're a dancer?
What?
Yeah, he knows I'm a dancer.
I don't know.
that
She could
have
say
to do
she's
with
flexible
that?
or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
What?
Christian.
She's waiting till marriage.
She's hedging her bets, I guess. This is like a marriage pitch.
What is going on?
It's a pitch.
Hey, want to get married?
Wait, question. So,
Can you be the Adam to my Eve?
wait,
Oh,
you're waiting for marriage. Is anybody else waiting for marriage? I forgot.
You already asked that
Possibly.
No, I
question.
forgot who said.
Not sure.
Wait, so are you
A
never-
virgin? Yes, I
never-
am.
Oh, cool.
She's
You
not a
too? You
virgin,
too?
yes, I am.
Anybody else here? Anybody? It's okay. Look, I'm
Use
not a
the crickets
virgin.
again.
Keiko's not a virgin.
I have a body count of 1.
Madison over here. Madison, you want to tell?
Be nice to Maddie.
No, I'm sorry. Just Madison, why don't you reveal so they're more comfortable actually talking about this?
I'm not a virgin.
What?
Definitely not a virgin.
Body count? Body count?
My body count is 8.
Boom. There you have it, folks. All right. It's so it's anybody?
Anyone want to share their body count?
Well, we don't have to get into that, but
Brave the virgin.
so
We're gonna circle back.
virgin, anybody
Well, I'm
else?
gonna loosen that body count for sure.
Virgin?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, you still could be.
No, I'm not.
No, there's no judgment. No judgment here. Okay, so we got 3. Wait, where was I going with this? Oh, question for you guys. Do you believe in premarital cuddling? Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Premarital cuddle.
Yeah.
Cuddle's allowed. Okay,
Cuddle.
just curious.
What's that thing? The soaking thing?
Yeah, I was
Have you
just
heard of
That
that?
is-
My friend goes to BYU, so
Soaker.
that
They be
is.
soaking it
They
up.
be
Do you have
soaking.
stories of
Isn't
it?
that I've heard from like some angry Mormons have DM'd me and said it's actually a myth.
Where's the
The
haram
soaking
button,
thing.
Brian?
Wait, what do you mean?
Haram!
There you go. Thank you.
But maybe you could say premarital cuddling question mark? Oh, hold on just a
Mike
second. Oh, it's
Davis
Mike
donated
Davis.
$100. Subpar panel
What? How
tonight.
dare you? How dare you? This
Sounds
is
like
good
the
panel.
locker hall at an all-girls school. BS no substance nonsense conversations taking society backwards. And how does Glasses think she has the right to a D1 athlete? A plumber more like it. Maybe a barber on a good day.
Plumber or barber? What are your thoughts?
No, I think I'll stick to the athletes.
Oh,
Thank you.
Mike Davis with the roasts.
That's so backwards too. You're the only thing that's backwards because like, oh yeah, D1 football player. Yeah, okay, maybe you can go to the league, but the odds are very small. And if she was with a plumber or someone else, at least you would have money instead of just a stipend check. So, I don't know if that was really a roast.
There you have it. There you have it. Any responses from anybody?
I mean, like he's not. It's going right over his head. So apparently we're all hanging out as a group in like 2 weeks. So he's
He's got some plans now.
Here.
He doesn't buy it.
Come back on in 3
Can
weeks
you-
and let us know what happened.
Can you say
Just give
like
the
an
phone to Brian.
eggplant emoji or something? Can you like how's he
That
gonna
was like
get
the
it
most
through his
millennial
brain?
thing.
I got updated. I have updated text.
What's this? What's
Okay,
this itch?
so I said, sucks, only have one with a winky face. He said, get out of here, nerd. And I said, I'm serious. No, but like for real. He said, I'll come up.
Is that definitive? It might be definitive. That could be.
Is he friends with your
Oh,
boyfriend?
he's still typing. He's still
No,
typing.
she doesn't have a boyfriend.
Oh, he
She has
said, but only if Mav can come too, which is his friend. But it's honestly, yeah. One time I 2 man. But yeah. But one time it was like his birthday, so we went out to like Red Robin or something, and he got me roses. But it was but the thing was he got mad because I got with a guy at a party like a few days later, and then he kind of got really mad at me. So it's kind of like
he likes you.
Oh, yeah.
He does like you for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like, I know.
Any updates? Did you send a text out?
I did send a
no
text out.
response,
He hasn't
though.
responded back yet.
Anything?
I haven't sent something back. I don't
Oh, what did he say again?
What the hell?
Is he a Christian too, waiting until marriage?
He's a communist. That's what he.
Whoa.
I don't really know.
What?
Yeah, we'll have to fix that after the show. I don't know how to fix it, but I don't know why it does that. Was it? Do you remember? Oh, see now it's. Now it's good, but it's in and out. But we'll figure it out later. I don't know. How's the focus look? Is it okay? Okay. He's a communist.
I have no clue. He's just really random. I don't know much about him.
Aren't you like conservative though?
Yeah, I don't
How
like.
you
We don't
Date a
really like.
communist?
I don't like him like that. Like
Oh.
we're just
just friends.
completely friends.
Okay, you're friends
Yeah.
with a communist. How do you know he's a communist? Did he say? Does he wear like a Che Guevara fucking t-shirt all day? Does
I don't know. I
You-
think he might be a troll, but like I can't
Oh.
tell with him. He just he.
He is straight, right?
I think so.
You-
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
an
I'm pretty
interesting
sure.
guy.
Yeah. I mean, he's, I can't.
Except
okay.
that one time.
He did have a girlfriend during like
Okay.
lockdown era from New Zealand, and she kind of like broke his heart.
So he might have turned.
Communist.
He had a
then.
girlfriend in
I wasn't-
another
that's not what I was
country.
going for, but-
Yeah,
That's the
we,
first red
we
flag.
think we think he might have been catfished.
How about
but-
cuddle ? Winky
Mhm.
face.
Okay.
Cuddle ? Winky face. Cuddle ? Winky face. Okay.
He's
All right.
an airhead, but like he's not buying it. Like I'm trying. He's not giving me anything. He's just
Word.
he's confused.
Word. Okay. All right. Let me see where we left off here. I think we got everybody's relationship status. So let's see. Was it you that said things are not going well? Is that you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's so weird. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the colors on the camera, but and not a fan of how guys act.
That would be me.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
How do guys act? That you're not a
Very
fan of?
bad. The thing about dating culture in general now, I feel like doesn't align with my expectations, which is why I avoid it.
What are your expectations?
I'm a little bit traditional. Like, I expect guys to ask me out on a proper date, and I don't like seeing multiple people at the same time.
Okay.
I need them to be like directly express interest in me with their words and their actions, and I feel like nowadays or around here, I don't really know what's going on, maybe just what I've encountered, they like to talk to multiple people at once, not take anyone seriously, and that's just not what I'm looking for.
I gotta be honest, your standards sound like the bare minimum.
Yeah, not being met.
Well, you said you want them to not be talking to a whole bunch of other girls.
Right.
Are you talking to other guys though? Like, do you have a
No.
roster? Anybody here have a roster?
Absolutely not.
Or had a roster at one point? Come on, let's be honest here. Some of you have had a roster. Keeko, looking at you. Come
What
on,
do we
roster?
consider a roster?
I'm in the longest relationship.
No,
you've
not
been.
currently, but come on, Keeko, you got game. I know you're a player. I know you got game, Keeko. Okay. You were running circles around the dudes at UCSB, all the frat boys. Don't get me started about Phi Sig. Okay, Sig Ep. Okay.
Do I look like the type of person who would date a frat guy?
Actually, kind of yes. You kind of do.
No, she doesn't.
I don't think so.
I could see you at the frat party. I could see you.
Party, but
Oh, hold on.
Mike
just a second.
Davis donated $100. Keeko, don't speak unless spoken to. You were doing pretty good until now. Doc must have upped your Xanax. You and Glasses should be friends, maybe share your nose job searching with her. Tonight's pack should make a podcast and call themselves the May Squad.
Does anybody have a response to Mr. Mike Davis? He's the resident roaster here. He likes to roast.
Don't speak unless spoken to. Maybe you should take that advice. You could save some money. And my nose, I was born with my nose, and I don't even remember the other things you said because it was such lacking substance.
What's wrong with your nose? It looks fine.
He's implying that I got a nose job.
Nose,
this is my
me
natural
too.
nose.
Yeah. Well, if you want to donate $100, you can donate to my nose job too.
Thank
if
you,
want to
The
complain.
nose job funds, I guess.
I popped out the coochie.
Okay. Where were we? What we were talking about? What?
If
About
anyone's had a
rosters.
roster.
Oh, roster. Come on.
Okay, well, what do we consider a roster?
I would say a roster is when you are talking to or dating or sleeping with more than 2 people. So you got like 3 guys in rotation.
I'm surprised you even said 2 people.
You think that's not enough to
No, I was
qualify for a roster?
I was expecting you to say more than one person.
Well, when I think roster, I think at least
Sure.
3.
Yeah.
2 disavow. I disavow it, but
Okay. I'm glad we could
I'd say
clarify
3.
this.
It's still not desirable for somebody to have, at least in my view, at least in terms of
I
someone
agree.
I'd want to pursue, for them to be talking to multiple people. But when I think roster, I do think a bit more. So
Okay, I'm glad we could clarify. Thank you.
yes, of course. Certainly, my dear.
Oh my god.
So rosters, anyone?
Any rosters?
Nope.
Okay.
That's not fun.
Come on, Marl.
No, no.
Wait, do you anybody here date women?
I have only dated one woman, and it's the first time I've been dumped. That's all I have to say about that.
Why'd she dump you?
Great question. I don't know.
It's just
'Cause
out of the blue.
She pulled a move on me that I do, which is the fizzle out. She did that exact same thing
She did
to
the fizzle.
me.
She did the fizzle.
It was weird to be on the receiving end. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
It was a wake
You got
up.
a taste of your own
I
medicine.
know. I deserved it.
You deserved it. Okay. Keeko, you, as far as my understanding, you also have a inclination towards the ladies.
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't dated a girl since high school, and
Oh.
I'm 23
Word.
now, so I don't really.
Well, dated, but what about? Am I gonna do it? I don't know.
Slept
ahead, Brian.
with women.
Haram.
Have you? You know what I
I've
mean?
never done that.
You've never done that? Oh, look at the voice crack over there.
Never done.
When a woman and a woman love each other very much.
Have you? But you hooked up like in college, right? You'd have hookups with the ladies.
I've had previous experiences. I'm just gonna
Okay,
pull this
all
off.
right. Anybody here ever seen a pretty lady and thought, I'd like her to hang out with?
I've slept with women, but I don't think I'm into women. I realize that I'm not into women.
What was the moment that you realized that you weren't into women? Like the specific moment. Was it in the moment? You know?
Well, not specifically the moment. I guess I was just, having fun. I thought I was really conservative until I came here, and I think I'm not, you all, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, it's good. Okay, all right. So you're a waitress, correct?
Yeah, I'm a waitress.
Server. Waitress, is that like offensive now? Call someone a waitress?
No. I went to college.
It definitely shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but I feel like, I don't know, it's like...
Server's just easier.
What was the thing with stewardess? But now it's flight attendant.
Do people still not say stewardess?
I think stewardess is, it's been...
That's just grasping at straws.
Yeah, but I think you could refer to it as either, and no one would really.
I think I have seen a video before of like a lady being like all pissy because someone referred to her. Yeah, but I mean, big whoop. I mean,
all right. Show of hands. Who here is happy with their dating life?
I don't really even have one. So.
Yeah, I guess I like the attention of men, but
you like
I'm
the
not,
attention of men?
Yeah, but I'm not dating. Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing a bicep flex?
I was trying to fist bump her, but she didn't get it.
Okay. Wait, where did we leave off? I don't know where. The roster. Okay, nobody's had a roster.
I feel like that's a lie.
Yeah, I think every woman has a roster.
No,
right?
actually, no.
No?
I just feel like based on your stories,
someone has.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Based on whose stories?
The ones about past dating experiences. Yeah.
You talking about me?
No,
Oh,
that
just
like we've
some other-
shared. Yeah.
Brian, we know you have a roster.
I believe it.
Silence.
Let me see here. Hold on. We're going to react to a video, I think. Actually, you know what? I think this is a good conversation for this table because, UCSB, party school. Okay, we were saying not a fan of how guys act. Yes. So you're saying, well, here, I'm traditional in all these ways. I want a guy I don't want a guy, at least this is what I understood. I feel like a lot of men in college probably want to just be like, come over, let's hook up.
Yes.
They don't want to do sort of but that is kind of how I think, especially in college, a lot of people maneuver. It's not like, let's go to a dinner date. It's what you're doing later. Maybe it's even a social circle. You're hanging out in a friend group. Let's go party together. Come over. But it's never like, here, let me actually plan a date.
Right.
Let's meet up, get some food, anything like that.
Yeah, the commitment and effort is severely lacking. Also, I feel like a big part of it is that there's so many girls at the school, and a lot of girls are also into hookup culture. Yep. So I'm not, and I realize that a guy who would prefer that, it'd be much easier for them to just go for one of the girls who do accept that behavior than to try for me when I'm not giving in as easily.
Those aren't the guys you want anyways, though. So they're kind of just meeting it out easier.
You're certainly spot on because
she absolutely is.
Because you're kind of put in a situation where if the standard that men have to meet is a lower threshold, a lower bar than what your standards are, than what your expectations are, then they're like, oh, well, I can go hook up with Becky.
Yeah.
And I don't have to put in the work, and we can just hook up quick.
Yes.
She'll hook up with me on the first, immediately.
I think if all girls raise their standards a little bit, it will force the guys to have to change the way they act over changing which girl they pursue. Yeah. Advice for girls.
That is correct.
It's true.
Exactly.
It's true. So I guess what should women do then? What do the women
raise their standards? Yes.
Close their legs.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
Do you have a response to her?
Not that specifically. I do disagree, but I don't really want to get into that. I want to respond to that.
You can get into it.
No, we should get into
it. I'll get into it with you, but I want to
then.
respond to that first.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask more question, clarification. When you say women should raise their standards, I agree about that. But do you think that it means if women are participating in hooking up culture at all, that means they immediately have low standards, or can you still like participate in this hooking up culture that we have in UCSB and have higher standards for your hookups?
I think girls can participate if they would like that, but from experience and talking to a lot of girls, like my friends are around here, they don't actually like how it goes. That's just all that they're being offered, so they accept that. And I think if they stick to like their requirements, that they would actually feel good about receiving from men, that would like help dating in general. Yeah.
That's fair. I agree with that.
What was you wanted to go to war with Priya?
Well, close your legs. Like I know that some of us at this table are not virgins. We've had sex before. Like, when you say close your legs, like, what are you referring to specifically?
Do not partake in hookup culture.
Okay. I personally don't judge people who partake in hookup culture. I don't really have time for it, so I don't really care to. But, like, live your life. We're in college. We're young. Have your fun. This is literally the time. You're single. Clearly, the guys here don't really care for these good long-term relationships. At least I haven't found one that's interested in that. And if you want to fulfill yourself in a certain way, and maybe you are lowering your standards, but I think trying to get fulfillment for yourself isn't like this thing that should be shamed, really.
I'm not trying to shame anybody personally, but like to what she was saying, how men are not going to give her the time of day because she has standards for what she wants out of a romantic or sexual relationship. And if the next girl is about to give it up with no requirements whatsoever, they're always going to go for the second girl. Men want sex. They want sex. The relationship comes after. That's like their innate primal desire is sex. And if you're going to give that to them, they're going to like want to work.
But there's men now who don't partake in hookup culture, so it's like, if that's not your thing, then go find those men, because it's like, if we as a woman try to like lower how we like hookup culture and whatever, it still is never going to be 100%. So those men who want to find those easy women will still always be able to find that second option. So it's like, instead, like, just find someone who wouldn't partake in hookup culture anyways, because if they are going to sleep with anyone given the option, just if you lower that option for them, they're still going to find a way to do it.
But if you significantly lower the amount that are in that pool that will like partake in the women that will partake in hookup culture, you're going to make it significantly more difficult for those men to find women to partake in it with them. So they're going to have to.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like, realistically though, it'll never be 100%. Will never even be probably over 80%. So it's like, instead, I don't think anyone should lower their standards. Like earlier when you're talking about like, oh, I keep getting disappointed from men, I'm going to lower my standards. No, don't do that. Keep making your standards higher, because there is going to be a man out there that fits those standards.
Absolutely.
But don't try to, if we all as women like try to, let's lower the standards. Like, I do think that I do see why people say that, because I don't like how it's going, where like spreading your legs is seen as a empowerment move. I don't like that, and I see how that's like combating it. But if you're a woman who likes hookup culture, be a part of that hookup culture and go for the, spew of men who do too. But yeah, don't think that you are empowering yourself by hooking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I see that point. But
we all have free bodily autonomy. We can do pretty much whatever we want. Yeah. It's a free country. But at the same time, I don't think it's something to glorify or to encourage. And like she was saying, how her friends that want to have high standards but then give in to the pressure because they can't find men that want like serious relationships, I think that's also a product of that.
I don't disagree, but I think that since UCSB is known as a party school, don't you think it brings those type of men that are specifically looking for hookup and party culture as opposed to relationships? So it's kind of hard to say that this applies everywhere, that all men are wanting to engage in hookup culture. And because women are also engaging in hookup culture, you're like taking away like these possibly good men who might settle down in a relationship. I think it's hard to say that here in UC Santa Barbara, because the guys came here for that. So it's like we've got this environment of where most of the guys here are participating in hookup culture, and the women also came here to party, so we're also partaking in it. Like, so it's kind of hard to generalize based on our area. really. And that's kind of
I feel like
my
some other girls
perspective on
that
it.
do go to UCSB might want to rebuttal that. I mean, I don't, so I can't speak on it, but it seems like a few of you don't really want to partake in partying.
Most of these
hookup
girls have only
culture.
been here for 3 days.
Yeah.
From my experience here, though,
I know.
it is true. Like, a lot of majority, even like I didn't know it was a party school when I first came here, but like a lot of my friends who I met when I came here were like, yeah, like I heard about everything that I saw online, and like I knew it was gonna be some party. I knew it was gonna be easy access to certain things. So I would say, in like compared to a lot of four-year institutions, there is an influx of men like that here.
Sure, no, I know plenty of people that go to party schools for that, like for that reason. But
I mean, I feel like UCSB is definitely like more commonly known for hookup culture and for partying. So I feel like you kind of know what you're getting yourself into coming here. As like everyone that I've talked to and I've known, that's kind of like the common sense. Like UCSB is known for that. So I feel like definitely if you're looking for like your husband, I mean, maybe when you're like older, like I'm only a first year, so if you're like a third or fourth year, they're probably matured by then and you'll probably find like that guy. But I feel like first year, trying to find like the guy you're gonna get married to or like serious relationship is not the best to come here if you're trying to do that right off the bat.
So I'd say your odds are low. It happens. It happens, but there's just also so much in play when you're first moving here, like in a new area. There's so much going on, and even like I had a lot of friends who were on their third, fourth year, had met someone freshman year, started dating, lasted all those years, and then they still like each other, but they just broke up because they realized they had spent 4 years of college in a relationship and hadn't done anything. So it's like I would wait. You have the rest of your life to be in a relationship. Like you don't need to.
Sure, and I'm not saying that, especially like freshmen, juniors, or sophomores, there's no reason to jump into a relationship if you don't feel like you are mentally and like maturity level
I would say
ready
you're
for that.
slipped off your feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay single.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a good thing to encourage young women to partake in hookup culture because you are not adding value to yourself whatsoever. I mean, again, like you have free bodily autonomy, you can do it whatever you please, but I don't think there's going to be any value added to your life by partaking in hookup culture.
I agree. I came to UCSB for the education, and I was aware of the lifestyle that most people engage in, and I knew that I didn't like that, so I just chose not to engage. And then back to the point about shaming girls for trying to find fulfillment in hookups, I don't think a lot of girls who do engage in hookup culture are truly fulfilled by it. I think they just want to like
some truth.
Have a relationship with guys, and that's what the guys are offering, so they just go with it. But truly, or at least I personally have not met a girl who has been happy with their like situationship hookup guy without commitment or respect or effort.
I relate to that for sure personally, but there's like, why do men have sex, right? To have sex, because they want to have sex. I do agree with most women, it is different. We do want a more platonic, like it has to be more attached to it. But there is women out there, I think the women who were starting the empowerment of spreading your legs movement, some of them had the wrong state.
Is that the official name? The spreading your legs movement.
Some of them might have had the wrong intention. Some of them might have had the wrong intention with it. But I don't think a majority of them were trying to tell women, like, hey, do this, and you'll feel so much better about your life. I think they were trying to say at first, yeah, men like to have sex, right? And there's women who like to have sex, to have sex. And they were just trying to say, hey, we exist too, don't slut shame us. But I don't think the message should have been everyone, if you do, have sex, to get this hole filled in your heart, because that's not going to work. So if you're trying to do that, that's not going to work. But don't forget that there's women out there who just like to have sex too, with nothing attached to it.
I don't
That's
think
true, but then they become less attractive to men.
But
I don't think those women care how attractive they are.
That's fine, but and also it's just the damage that you're going to be doing to yourself too.
That's the thing though. Would you say that to a man who sleeps around a lot? No.
To a lesser degree. I don't think men should be super promiscuous either.
I don't
there's
think
some differences.
Good for everyone, but we are inside everyone's brains, so we can't tell how sexual advances and intimacy affects them. Some people can experience something like that and not feel anything. I'm not that type of person. I'm not saying, but from like what hearing people and how they move, that some people just are
Sure.
not wired.
There's always
You don't have
exceptions.
any psychic scars, Keeko, from your bartending days? Are you still bartending?
I'm not.
Oh, you quit. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Wait, let's do a little experiment because this camera's all fucked up. I think I've perhaps... Keeko, can I have you lean all the way back? So you're out of frame totally? Even more? Yep. Yo, check out that double chin right there. Oh, I got it. No, but I was actually... This camera, this angle here is going... See, it's fixed now, and then it's going to go back to like this blue tint. I don't know what is causing that.
You're so OCD.
I was just gonna say, is it really bugging
No,
you?
trust me, you notice it. You notice it.
I noticed
Listen,
it, but
I'm not trying to be all blue tinted and shit over here. I don't
One's
know.
in the chat if you care, two's in the chat if you don't care.
Yeah,
It's like-
I mean, maybe
pull
the
it
chat.
up.
I mean, the chat doesn't care, but I care.
I got a text
It's like the
response
Twilight Saga.
from the
she
communists.
has
I
a
did.
response from the communists.
Okay, so he said, this is my nickname, Jilly Silly. He said, Jilly's feeling silly. I don't think it's,
He's trying to turn you down
Yeah,
in a nice way.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a joke now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other friendships you can just absolutely ruin?
I have one. Well,
You have another one.
I have another one.
Okay, go
well,
ahead, text him.
I've gone on a date with this guy, but like it
Oh,
was.
then
you're
well,
not.
no.
Look, it's
Okay,
blue
no. So we were friends. We met through a mutual friend.
Sure.
And we a group of 4 of us, and so we're like, oh, do you want to like go see a movie? Afterwards, someone was like, hey, you realize you went on a date with this guy? I was like, I don't think I did go on a date with him. We were just hanging out and went to a movie theater. Am I crazy?
Huh?
So, did he make a move or anything? Did he try to
No.
kiss?
No.
Did he pay for your ticket?
Movie dates are really awkward.
Yes, but I paid for his
date. I
food.
don't know. I wouldn't do that.
That
but,
seems like a date.
I would never
That seems
Never
like a date.
what?
pay for a guy's food. I can't. I'm traditional. I believe that guys.
ever?
She didn't think it was a date though. Just
yeah,
like, as
I didn't think it was a date. I
friendship,
thought it was
yeah.
just like a friendship thing. Like,
So you would never pay for his food, even like, I'm not saying first date, like in a relationship, you'll never swipe your card for your boyfriend's
Okay, no,
food
I
ever.
will, but that a first date. I thought we were
Okay.
talking about a first date
So
here.
I'm
I was like,
before they were just right,
absolutely
I would've
not.
paid for that one.
Yeah, because I was like, no, I would not. Personally, people paying for me, like first date, yes, but if they're constantly paying for me, I cannot do that. I would feel so bad and I'd feel like a leech. Like I like want to pay, and like if we switch off or have like a system where it's like every other or whatever, I think that is healthy than just the guy paying for the girl for everything. So
I love when they pay for everything.
I mean,
if they want
more than
to.
50-50, I think the man should be paying
Go ahead, Brian.
more times when it comes to like food and things like that. But every once in a while, throwing them in, yeah, of course.
I can surprise him with a little thing, but overall, yeah.
I'll pay for
Definitely
90%.
not first date.
777,777,777 donated $100. 777 decillion
This is shorter than normal.
million 777
Thank you.
trillion
Appreciate it.
777
Oh, AB check.
777.
Yo, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, AB check. FDG, thank you so much. I think you donated like 300.
Trillion 777 billion
Before-
777 million 777,777.
Okay, all right. Any math majors at the table? All right, cool.
Econ and-
FDG, thank you for the gifted memberships. So, oh, Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Let's shout out the Twitch people. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Yo, Kid at Heart, thank you for the Prime. Goob, thank you for the Prime. Johns, thank you for the Prime. Terror Overlords, thank you for the Prime. Rum, thank you for the Prime. Nova, thank you for the Prime. Relentless, thank you for the Prime. Wayne, thank you for the Tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one over at twitch.tv/whatever. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, so we were talking about the friend zone. Did you get someone sent a new text out, right? I think. Did you send one? Did you hear back?
I never heard back.
Do you have any other male friends that you can just hit up and be like,
I mean, I do, but I don't want to ruin a relationship.
you can
Also, a
ruin-
lot of
you
them
can
have
ruin.
girlfriends that are my friends.
eh,
So
it's even better.
No.
Sorry, I'm just trying to sabotage everyone's life here. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think where we left off. Oh, we had a chat here from JBS. Let me pull that up. Oh, Body Drop. Was that 10 gifted subs on Twitch? Hey, thank you, man. JBS. More women choosing not to participate in hookup culture is not going to stop men from wanting it. You all know there's men who fake relationships all the time for sex. A man has to want to commit to a relationship on his own will. Oh, there you go, JBS. Good point. Good point. But I mean, look, if it became hard, like if it was just there was a very small proportion of women who were willing to engage in hookup culture, then out of necessity, what's that?
They're just gonna get sneakier then.
Yeah.
Men
like,
are not.
No, there's a lot of men who like if like sometimes they for some reason if they really want to hook up with that girl super bad, they'll spend months leading them on just to get that one thing. So if if there's less women that they could just go to get that easy hookup, then they're gonna have to start manipulating more women who just
honestly
but is it manipulation?
Now they're going to
or
be
is it
hidden. At
getting
least
into a
now they'll
relationship?
throw themselves out there. But if they're like hiding now, it's going to be harder.
Yeah. Now that then they're like so it's like it's a.
But honestly,
either way,
realistically, hookup culture is getting way worse if you think about it. Like
No, it
now
is,
they're starting at
absolutely.
earlier ages, earlier everything. It's just getting worse.
Well, when you say, so you're talking like in high school?
No, like I have seen like little siblings get with people in like middle school. I've had girls get pregnant at my school. Like it's like where I don't know. At least where I'm from, it starts out young.
Where
I
are
think
you
our
from?
age is actually going up statistically.
Where's she from?
People are having
Where
kids
you from?
later, so it's not.
I'm from like Southern California. So
I
People
see
having
the same
kids
thing.
later, but I think
She's
people are
talking
still
about
sleeping with
hookups.
each other.
I but like with the having the babies and stuff, like it seems that way, but also you have to remember with social media, you have a lot more access to see a lot more things, but statistically the average age that women are having their first children is going up.
It's because people don't want to have children, though. That's not necessarily I mean, obviously, sex is a precursor to having children, but there's a lot of
they were
options
always
out there for people to have contraception.
I see how it's definitely getting worse, but I just feel like a lot of people discredit what used to be going on. Like little kids were always hooking up. Kids were always hooking up. Like I know girls in high school who are hooking up, middle school who are hooking up. Like it's not anything new. I just think it's becoming more normalized as in a way it's being talked about more.
When did you start, Keeko?
Like sexually, not until college.
Not until college.
Yeah.
Late bloomer. Then, kind of, a little bit.
It was pretty average for my school. There were some girls who would, but it wasn't that uncommon.
Wait, but you said that men will get like more manipulative. Men, I don't know if I said it correctly, sorry, but don't you think maybe they're just gonna try harder and make them work more for, even though it doesn't work out for a relationship, but at least they work harder, like to get you. Don't you think that's like a little bit more worth it than?
It's like, but if they're working harder just to have sex with me, it's still gonna have the same outcome unless if they would have just told me that in the beginning.
Honestly,
I don't think it will
be worse
though.
because then you'll get like emotionally attached and they'll manipulate you into that, and then they'll ghost you after or something.
Because we're talking about men who have like this, primal urge, like to call it, to constantly hook up, be sleeping around all the time, and if they can't have access to that, and that's still what their mindset is. Even if they're putting more effort to it, it's technically fake effort because they're just doing it out of the hopes of being able to sleep with you still.
But at least there's effort,
Yeah, I see that, but it's like you're trying to just prolonging. For me personally, I can see how some people, like maybe she would like that if they were putting the effort in the beginning for a little bit, but it's like I'd rather just know straight up what your intentions are and not know 3 months later.
I would rather someone be straight up.
Yeah.
Because there definitely are men out there that they will play the slow game. They'll, okay, cool, I'll wait a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then they get
Loose
it, and then
Pussy
they're out.
Energy donated $99.
There you have it.
Hookup culture is a major L and red flag. Don't listen to these hoes. Finding yourself and exploring getting ran through is not fulfilling no matter how you spin it. Ask the one in the back if she's happy with 8 bodies with 8 back shotty.
Oh, Madison, all right.
I'm very, very happy. Do you see this ring on my hand?
What's this? Is that your phone?
My phone.
Good times.
I have a lovely relationship.
She's got a lovely relationship. Frankie is a good guy. Nice guy. Wow, they're really coming for you, Madison.
Because you put it out there.
I didn't put it out there. You put it out there, son.
Do you want to say?
You did. You set her up for that, Brian.
How did I set you up? She's good. She's chilling.
Are girls with a high body count ashamed of it?
Are they ashamed of it?
Yeah. Because
I know some girls that are and some girls that aren't. I've met girls that love to flaunt that around.
Hey, FTG, thank you very, very much for the gifted 50 memberships. Thank you, really appreciate it. Cheers.
Yeah, I've known a lot of girls that think that it's empowering and it makes them look cool, and they love to flaunt that number around, even to men that they're dating. But men don't find that attractive at all.
Right.
Men think that's a turn off.
Because
Absolutely.
I feel like there's an issue with people saying don't shame girls for hooking up, but girls who do have a high body count sometimes hide it themselves.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that kind of alludes to them being ashamed of themselves and their own actions. So I don't know if they're truly fulfilled by that if they are trying to hide it.
Go ahead.
No.
I have a close friend that has, I would call a high body count, but she seems happy with her life. She like very much normalizes the fact that she constantly has sex, like, and she seems to be happy. She's recently maybe found a relationship, still in early stages, but like she's leaving it very normal that she has that.
How old is this girl?
My age.
18?
Yeah.
What's her body count?
Pretty young.
You said
She said over 10. I don't have an exact number. Maybe over 15. I couldn't tell you the exact numbers.
Okay. At 18? Okay. Hey, look, I mean, UCSB, #1 party school in the nation. Some girls will put up 30 in their first freshman semester. Or is it quarter? I don't know.
Quarter.
They'll put up 30 in a quarter, 40, 50 in a quarter. First quarter, then you got a second quarter, then maybe you're here for summer, you got second year, third year, fourth year. That's like 100, 200 bodies by the time you get your degree. Maybe you do a 5th year because you've been fucking too much. Who knows? It's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes it gets delayed.
Focus on your
studies. The partying gets
Ladies
in the way
and gents.
of the, What is going on with this camera? What the frick?
Brian?
Twilight
Sorry,
Saga. Gotta have the Twilight
I don't
joke.
know what it is. It's weird. It's bothering me.
Is it the lighting in here?
Hey, Nick, we'll deal with it after the show.
They're talking about the blue light that's reflecting.
No, we've always had that though, and it's never done this. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so I have a chat here from Puffy Vegas 50, YouTube 91822. Thank you for just providing a date. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Puffy.
That's not even,
That's not even a date.
Puffy, are you an American citizen?
I think Puffy.
Is he actually, Nick?
Well, he spelled his first comment wrong like 5 times.
He could also just be foreign or not that bright.
Wait, that's the wrong year too, right?
Yeah. It's 23.
I was like, wait.
It is the wrong year.
Maybe a year and a week away.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. So, and it's sort of related to your situation. So you're in a complicated thing with the guy, and it's kind of an open relationship.
Yeah.
You opened it on both your ends.
Mm-hmm.
Was that more so you? Was it him? Was it both of you?
It was mutual. It was
Okay.
definitely mutual.
So
No, you said you gave him an ultimatum.
Oh.
No, I gave him an ultimatum. I was just like, because he wanted to go see other people, I wanted to go see other people, but I was like, if you really want to do this, then we're either going to be like full on long distance dating. I'm going to come down, you're going to come up, like we're going to be talking to each other every single day. But then it just didn't work out. And so that was the decision that we came down to. So.
Okay.
I'm not trying to call you out. I was like,
No. And I was just clarifying what it was.
Okay. So this opens up to the whole panel here. So let's say you met a guy, maybe it's early on, and let's say you want a relationship, and he says, maybe you approach him, you say, hey, what are we? I want to be exclusive. I want to be boyfriend, girlfriend. And he says, me too. However, on the condition that you no longer party anymore. So you can't go to bars, you can't go to clubs, you can't go partying.
Angry
Hold on, I'll let
Yeti
this come in and
donated
I'll finish my
$100.
question.
It's so quaint that you think hookup culture is new. Our society is doomed.
I mean, look, there's always been
Like, y'all don't know about
people
freak
been
Nick?
hooking up. I probably since I don't know. I mean, but
People used to be wild with hooking up too. That's like
in the
people,
60s, I guess,
like
and
prostitution,
sexual
like
revolution.
The first career for women. Like this is
Yeah,
nothing
but,
new.
okay.
It's just discussed a lot more.
But now with dating
it's-
apps, sorry.
Yeah, well, what I think you're about to say with dating apps, it's just people have way more optionality than they used to.
Yeah.
Like in the past, I mean, before dating apps, before social media, you had your kind of immediate social circle and your immediate local area, whereas now with dating apps and Instagram, maybe some of you have had experiences with this, I don't know. You'll get some dude in Miami, some dude in Las Vegas, some dude in LA, some dude overseas who's going to slide into your DMs, who could match with you on a dating app. Let me fly you out.
That's not. Oh my God, I saw this on Fresh and Fit clip too. Fresh and one of the, I don't know their names. One of them said that he thinks 40% of university women are getting flown out.
I don't think it's that high.
Like,
I don't think it's that high.
Unless you're an Instagram model or something like that, the average girl is not getting flown out even from a guy that she met on a dating app. Like that's not, unless you're on 60 Day Fiance or whatever it's called, or Instagram model.
Have you had an offer, Keeko? Before even coming on the show, have you had fly out offers?
Yes, but who knows if they would have ever actually done it.
That's it, bitch.
Huh? Wait, what?
But who knows if they would have actually ever done it.
Well, the offer was there, right? Oh, it was more than one. Was it a couple offers?
I've gotten like 2.
Like 2?
Yes.
So 3? Okay. 3?
Doesn't matter. Never happened. It still never happened. That's the whole point, though.
Well, they made the offer. Maybe you didn't accept the offer.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I rang them around, but it's like it's not common. Like everyone's trying to make it.
No,
seem.
I'm not
yes,
saying.
Are people hooking up from Tinder and stuff? Of course, yeah. It's probably
but
it's happening, but it's not getting a fly out basis. People are using Tinder to still hook up with people in their area.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. But even within the localized area, I mean, I'm just adding on the globalized component just to. It's. I agree with you. It's not like insanely common as for, let's say, a more normal average girl, right? Although we have definitely had women come on the show. They're 19-year-olds in college, 1,000 followers on Instagram. They're not like.
Yeah, I definitely only had like 1,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah, like they'll get an offer either through a dating app or DM. Hey, I'm in Vegas. Let me fly you out. I'm in Miami. Let me fly you out. So, it happens. Look, I'm not going to sit here like the other guy and say, oh, it's 80%.
He said 40% of university women.
I think that's probably overinflated.
Do you know how absurd you sound? Maybe 40% of Instagram models. I don't know, but not university students.
But even localized, I mean, back before dating apps, you were maybe potentially had 1 or 2 or 3 guys that were maybe courting you. Now with Instagram and dating apps, within a day of any girl downloading a dating app, you're going to have 100 plus pending matches. They're going to message you almost instantly.
Some men too.
Very few men.
My boyfriend.
But there's such a discrepancy on the dating apps. Well, and part of it is because, and I don't want to try to mislead. There are more on Tinder. There's way more men on Tinder. So obviously it's going to skew things. Women are going to have more options because there's just more men on those dating apps. But it doesn't distract from the fact that just as a woman, you can go on a dating app and have 100 matches within 24 hours. True. And if you were so inclined, you could have 3 dates every single day of the week.
True, but most women don't.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, just from a practicality point of view, I don't think most people in general could date to go on 3 dates per day per week, or every single day per week. But now you got dating apps, like so many options. The optionality is insane. And what I would actually say is, you look at the average woman's optionality, it's always been pretty substantial as compared to men. The average woman's optionality, basically an average woman in 2023, has the equivalent sexual optionality as a celebrity. So athlete, musician, actor.
They always have.
No, but you didn't always have that access. You didn't have that degree of access. I mean,
the only thing is, I guess, the degree of access is because the celebrity is more well known. So obviously everyone knows who they are. And now, yes, I guess with Tinder and dating or the social media apps, a woman can do that. But still, I mean, most women don't even take up on those offers that they get on social media. So it's not really making a difference anyways.
Here's where it does sort of make a difference. Maybe they're not taking up those offers, although they might be taking up the best offerings. You're going to start
they feel their value increases.
Yeah, you're gonna start having an overinflated sense of how attractive you are if if 100 dudes want to fuck you, you're gonna be like, yo, I'm fucking hot shit.
And that really,
but guys don't get that kind of attention.
It's already known that guys will fuck anything. Like, that's not, I don't know any woman, there is some woman, I will say that does play into their head, sure, but majority of women know that men will fuck anything, so I don't find it as a compliment when a guy says he will fuck me. Of course you would. I mean, that's a guy. Like, that's not a compliment to most women to know that you're interested in me. When I was getting most hit up on social media, I felt honestly, truly the most insecure and ugliest. So I don't think there's a direct correlation between the two. I think men like to think there is, but I don't really think.
But if you were to like reverse it, so if the optionality was reversed and it was just a bunch of women wanting to fuck dudes, like if 100 women today wanted to just fuck me, I would be like curving the shit out of all these chicks, right?
Yes, because you have 100 people trying to
fuck me. Yeah, I got 100 people trying to fuck me, you know what I'm saying?
You can't fuck them all, so you have to curve
Gotta
them.
catch them all.
I get your point, but I just think that people are trying to play it up a little bit more than it actually
I feel like
is.
guys will just say it just to say it, but like honestly, if I'm like posting on Instagram and like a guy comments, it's like nothing. But if girls, like, you know, like especially if they like say something specific, like girls just sort of like, well, like, are your hype woman, like they'll hype you up, like you'll know, like if like they'll tell you the truth basically. Like if
Wait, what do you mean?
Like I'm
When
saying, like
women
I
compliment.
feel more hyped up if a girl tells me like I look good. Like if I was going out to a party and she's like, oh, like you look like good, like oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Like I feel like I would take it as a more compliment from that than a guy, because honestly, like the girls that I'm friends with, at least my friend group, like we're brutally honest to each other.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
yeah.
just men should stop complimenting women.
No.
I agree.
No.
Men, stop simping. Stop.
No,
you're so
not
beautiful.
that.
Stop complimenting.
But like,
I
if
agree.
they don't mean it, or if it's like stupid, like if they like, I'm not saying like compliments, but if like a guy like talks, like DMs you, like obviously like they want to fuck, they're a guy. Like it's just, you know, like.
Or they want to pursue a long-term monogamous relationship. You never know.
Then don't DM me on Instagram.
How are they supposed to? How else are they?
Well,
supposed to
because
get?
like I feel like I don't know. I don't think like anyone who like has dating apps, like I don't like I don't shame them for it, but I don't think I would meet someone off a dating app or anything like that. So.
Wait. So, and two-part question to this, and we used to one of the questions I used to ask is, have any of you ever had a blue check mark DM you? Of course, now you can buy a blue check mark on Instagram, but maybe before, or you got recently a blue check mark DMing you, but it was actually like a valid, I don't know, musician, athlete, something or other. Has anybody here had that?
My ex-boyfriend was a professional athlete.
Your ex-boyfriend was a professional athlete?
Yeah.
Let me see. Was this the, the 1 year relationship?
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, this is.
That was high school.
That was a high.
Yeah, he went pro after junior high.
After junior high?
Yeah.
In what sport?
Yeah.
Basketball?
Soccer.
I was gonna say
Name drop. Name drop right here.
No name drop.
Oh, it's not legal in basketball. You have to go to high school.
Okay, so.
So it's not really like a slid in my DMs. It was like a committed relationship. So I don't know if the follow-up question would apply, but.
We'll keep. So Keeko, you've had a like semi-famous kind of. Oh, hold on one sec.
Brandon Mills donated $99.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Speaking of Tinder, they did a study that less than 5% of men are finding relationships on their app. So they decided to roll out a $500 per month to increase their chances by 25%. Are apps now heavily profiting off male loneliness?
Yes.
I mean, it's a lot more than the dating apps. You have OnlyFans, you have other things. That's definitely, I mean, these industries, you basically have an entire industry when it comes to, you have OnlyFans, porn, strippers, what else? I mean,
anything that sexualizes women.
It's an entire industry that exists primarily because of male loneliness. Like if men were in relationship, well, if men were getting laid, they wouldn't be so quick to turn to porn, OnlyFans, strippers, etc. Look, of course, there's guys in fucking relationships, they do that shit too, but male loneliness, rip. RIP's in the chat. Okay, wait, so you had some blue check marks in the DMs, Kreeko?
Two.
Sorry. sorry.
What did he call me?
Kreeko. I meant.
What is a Kreeko?
Kreeko. Your name's Keeko.
But what's
Actually,
a Kreeko?
I want to start calling you by your actual name.
Don't.
Kiara.
Oh, and you did it.
Did I say it wrong?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Let's not do that.
Kiara. Go. What
It
is
doesn't
the
sound
blue
right
check-
anymore.
It doesn't.
The blue check marks. What's
What about it?
NFL player?
One was a music producer, and then the other one was
DJ Khaled?
NBA.
Was it DJ Khaled?
DJ Khaled.
Would you, assuming you were single, would you be down for DJ Khaled?
Absolutely not.
Another one.
Come on, another
one. I like physically fit men.
Yeah.
He's working on it.
He plays golf.
And he can work on it.
He plays golf. He does play golf. He's actually a very good golf
Okay,
player.
music producer, you said NBA?
Yeah.
Steph Curry?
I love that you're
Even
just-
she's like, not good enough.
That's not what I
Oh,
think.
is
Steph
Curry is also
he's married.
Did I misread that?
He's all,
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's because he has married with 3 beautiful children. I would hope he's not messaging me.
I don't know. I don't really watch NBA, so.
I love that you're also going after some of the most famous people in these
As
industries.
you can imagine.
NFL?
It was actually really funny though when it did happen because I was a freshman in college actually when the NBA player hit me up, and I remember I was like sitting in my lecture, and I got the DM and I was like, I didn't know who it was. Like I had no idea who he was, and he was he was a rookie. It was his first season. And I remember I told a couple guys on my dorm hall, and they like flipped out. They were like, "What the heck? Are you this one?" And then they're showing me a bunch of clips, and I'm like, "I do not care. Like, I do not care at all."
Any other check marks?
Just 2.
Any?
Nope.
I'm gonna add on to this. Any sugar daddy offers? Any fly out offers?
Okay, I've never had a sugar daddy offer. However, I once, I met this guy on Tinder. We hooked up once, and then I was like, I'm going into school right now. I'm going to my 3rd year. I'm like, I don't really have time for this, and I wasn't really interested anymore. And then he offered to pay me to sleep with him, and I was just like,
that's prostitution.
Yeah, and I was like,
pretty illegal.
I was curious how much he would offer. I was never gonna accept it, but I was curious how much he was actually gonna offer.
Stop the cap.
I was not. Because I'm not gonna be caught doing a federal crime. That's that. I'm not doing that. I gotta finish my career.
What if he was like $5,000?
No.
You already
I feel like
slept
that's
with
kind
him.
of low.
Yeah, you already slept with
But
him.
she's already slept with this man. It's not like it's a random man.
Yeah.
Yes, they had already slept
Yeah, she
together
already
for
slept
free.
Yeah,
So
okay,
he
so
slept like
that's
it's a
different.
random
I
man. You
know.
already did it for free. So like,
That's true. But
You make a good point.
Look, I'm all about getting your bag, but I did not want to slip into that.
Morally,
yeah, it felt weird, and
Moral
I was
dilemma.
just like, because I also felt like let's say I do that, I feel like that I'm putting myself at risk in a bad spot, because if a guy pays you, he feels like he can do whatever he wants with you, and like all of a sudden the power dynamic shifts so quickly.
Okay,
Well, I mean, again, obviously never had personal experience, so
Well, I mean,
could
these
be
sort
wrong.
of, it could be negotiated. There could be some negotiation.
But to me, I felt like if I were to accept that type of thing, I felt like I'm letting him have power over me monetarily, and that is something that I'm firstly not interested in, and I would also be worried for my safety, like in that type of
What was
instance.
the offer? What did he tell you?
Oh, he just, we were Snapchatting, and I was just like, I'm not really interested. I'm at school. I want to focus on my school right now. I don't really have time to be hooking up with you.
No, but you said that you were curious. You wanted to know.
Oh, but
how much.
he blocked me. Once I said no, he immediately blocked me.
Okay.
And then which was funny because we talked about how he liked the food of like the place that I worked at. And then he never came to that location until like one day he came in, never showed his face in that store again because he blocked me on everything, and then never saw him again.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
What was the question? Sorry.
Any like famous people in your DMs? Any sugar daddy? Any fly out offer?
Besides my ex-boyfriend, no.
Doesn't count. What about you?
Sugar daddy, I've had like older guys want a relationship, and they were rich, but not just for sex.
How did they find you?
Downtown Santa Barbara.
Oh, so this was an in-person meeting.
Yeah, just ran into them, started talking. It was never just for sex, because I think with guys, when they show interest in me, I am clear that I'm not into hookup culture at all, because I know it is very, very common. So I let them know in the beginning to not lead them on and any of that.
Well, we've definitely heard from other women who've been on the show. We've heard stories of, I mean, a lot of the times some of these guys who are sugar daddies or whatever, I don't know what their motivations or intentions are, but they will just literally send girls money, sometimes not even have to meet them in person, or they do meet in person, but it's like, be my escort to dinner. Go have dinner with me, go have lunch with me, I just want to be with a pretty girl. I mean, my thinking is that they want to probably eventually maneuver it towards sex, but I've definitely heard a ton of girls say, oh yeah, I just went on a date, paid me $500. So those are the kind of offers that you've had.
Yeah, well, I don't have any social media, so everyone I met was in person. So I never really had the opportunity to get like a anonymous DM, don't have to meet them. It's always real people I meet in public.
So you met a couple older guys.
Yeah.
Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? How many?
Yes. It was maybe 4.
Okay, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Maybe you exchanged contact info, numbers?
Yes.
And then they would offer what? $500, come meet me for coffee, that sort of shit?
It was more like
feet pics type shit?
No, it was more like, I'm rich and will fund your life. Will you be my girlfriend? Kind of. Or will you go out with me?
And so when they say, I will fund your life, do they get into specifics? Do they say, I'll pay your rent, I'll pay your car bill, I'll pay your utility bill, your phone bill, I'll pay for everything? And what do they say?
No,
come live with me. Like, what do they say?
They just kind of say how well established they are, so I know that they have a lot to offer, I guess. But I never get into the specifics because off first message I decline, so I never really find out the details.
You didn't get into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. What about you?
No, never.
Nothing. Fly out.
Nothing.
Okay. What about you? Anything?
I mean,
blue check mark, fly out, sugar daddy?
I've had sugar daddy like DMs on Instagram on like unmarked safe DMs, but I'd never actually responded to any of them. I have had friends that have responded to them, but a couple of them have actually been like caught by like the police, because technically they would go and like they would pay them, but it would be like a bot account or something like that. So I would never do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, definitely the bots on Instagram, but I would never reply to them. But I worked at a restaurant at my hometown, and a lot of like old men and older guys would leave phone numbers for like me and my coworkers, and they would just like we knew where they were rich, because like where the restaurant is, it's located in a pretty good place. So it's like we knew, and then they would just basically like, we've had one guy like wait for us outside the restaurant and be like, oh, like we're renting this Airbnb on the lake, like come, it's like a minute away from our work. And he like gave us the address and like gave us like his phone number. And so I've had like all those experiences like multiple times where I work, but never took any of them up or anything.
What about you? Anything for you?
I mean, I've gotten like the weird like DMs of like
not
super,
the bots.
No, but like
bots.
Like guys asking for like
feet pics?
Feet or
That's
like
weird.
underwear, like not even it on, but like a picture of it, just like, you know, like just taking a picture of it, and then like say they'll pay you, but like I don't respond to them. So
okay.
Just the bots, that kind of stuff. I know my friend, he has a fake Snapchat account that he catfishes people on. He has a ton of those that he just catfishes and messes with people with.
And so, male friend?
Yeah, but he's like
pretending to be a chick?
No.
Nope. Catfishing.
Yeah, he's like he pretends he's like 24, I think is the age he usually puts.
So he's pretending to be a dude.
No, he's not pretending to be a dude. He is a dude. He is a dude. He's giving like.
He's going after like gay men or something, or.
He just pulls no bitches, so he has to act like someone else, probably.
No, I mean he's like he just
uses
pretends
fake pictures.
Yeah, he uses fake pictures, pretend to be someone he's not, and just like messes with people.
Oh, okay. What about you?
I guess, I don't know, I'm older, so I guess yes, but I never hooked up with him. I traveled and everything with him, but he always will.
Go ahead.
Like he has a lot of money, And I don't know, we ended up being friends, but we never hooked up. Not even, he didn't even try to hook up.
Didn't even try?
No, didn't even try.
Initially, it was clear that he was interested in you beyond just friendship?
It didn't seem that way, no, like, not at all.
Older guy?
Yeah, he's older. He's like almost 60 years old. And we travel like, I don't know, for 3 or 4 months, first class and stuff like that. But we never hooked up. We became really good friends, but.
Wait, so would he pay, besides just traveling with him,
he didn't, well, he
gave you money, helped you with bills, rent?
Well, he helped me a couple of times. Well, he did it like as a gift, you know. He will like give it to the landlord.
Okay.
And then he gave me one time a check, a good check as a gift.
How much? Go, it's fine. It's good.
$14,000, but that was like 2 years ago. I know.
She said a good.
Wait, let's do. I want to do.
Where are you at right now?
Let's girl math this.
What are you doing?
I need to do a full accounting of this, so I have got my math here pulled up. So, 14,000.
Yes.
One-time payment, but were there other one-time payments for lesser amounts or more higher amounts?
Well, her rent multiple times.
Well, my rent like 2 times. He gave it to the landlord itself. Like
how much was that?
It was like $600 or $700 at that point.
Okay, 1,400.
Mm-hmm. And then we travel first class and stuff like that, and to Hawaii and to New York.
How many different flights total do you think, like vacations, did you take with him?
We took to New York in first class.
Just how many?
Total.
In total, maybe like, I don't know, like 8 or 9. 9. Let's put 9.
Okay, let's just say 10. And so you said Hawaii, New York. Where else?
Las Vegas.
Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere else?
We went to San Francisco.
Mexico.
No, we didn't go out of the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's American too. But he will like always like, I don't know if is the correct way to say it, order like a room with 2 beds. And he never like ever tried anything. I swear, like we never even kiss a peck or anything. Like at all.
What are these guys doing?
I know.
Like good for you, but it's just like as a guy, I'm like, why?
You know,
he just wants a friend. Maybe he's lonely.
Does he need another friend?
That's what I
Maybe
thought
he doesn't
too.
have a sex drive. He's older.
I'm gonna still be putting it down at 60, son.
That was like I think the original like I'm probably wrong on the strict detailing, but like that used to be the original definition like of escorting. Like that's why there was different words because like prostitution was paying for hooking up with, and then sugar babying and like maybe just sugar babying, but like it's supposed to be no sexual contact, and they're literally just paying you for your companionship, like time and stuff like that.
Just I want to hang out with a pretty girl, basically.
You want to hang out with a pretty girl. Sometimes it's like they'll book you to go to their fancy little dinner with all their friends.
I used to be all skinny and stuff like that.
No, that's not. I was just the whole situation to me is bonkers. So. Was he like? Did he speak Spanish with you? Is he a Spanish guy?
No. He's American. He's super American. Yeah, like he has blue eyes and like he's older.
Maybe he liked her accent.
No. I hope not.
Sophia, what's it?
Now I miss him.
Oh, Sophia Vergara.
Yeah.
But so this was 2 years ago?
No. This was in 2019.
So you were like. You're 36, so you were like.
Were you quarantined together?
33? Yeah. I never quit my job though, but I don't know.
You were coming up.
I know, but I'm older, so yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you. But
all
now
right,
I do
don't
miss
hate
him,
me,
though.
guys. Don't hate me, guys.
I would miss him too.
But women have dating and life on easy mode.
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually, when your little sugar daddy situation came about, like there's no women hitting me up like, oh Brian, let me fucking fly you everywhere. Here's
any sugar mamas listening? Brian wants you to
There's
hit
some sites for you. You can sign up if you would like.
I'm not saying that sugar mamas don't exist, but like it's probably
the ratio is not
for every one sugar
close.
mama, there's 100 sugar daddies.
Probably more.
So I've been waiting for you to bring this up. Because we brought up earlier the hookup culture, right? You guys love to say and complain about women and hookup culture and this, that, and the third. What if men just raise your standards and you guys stop sleeping with everyone? Then maybe your lives wouldn't be so difficult. You keep complaining about, this and that and the hookup culture, and saying that we control hookup culture by like, if we
True.
don't sleep with you guys, no. How about you guys stop sleeping with everybody, and that'll be the fix you want to see.
Here's the difference
So
I would kind of point out to that. You say you guys, but what I would argue is when it comes to hookup culture, it's actually a fairly small proportion of men that you could say are responsible. So I think what's going on in hookup culture is you have women who are chasing after the top 10, top 20% of men. They're sleeping with all the women, and then the rest of the guys are lonely. They're not getting any.
I would say there's more men who are indulging in casual sex than women are.
Yeah. No, I think it's the reverse.
No.
Now,
I would agree that it's the reverse.
I think that if perhaps you can make the argument that men are more inclined to just pursue casual sex, but that's very different than actually being able to get it. The men that are able to regularly get casual sex is a much smaller cohort of people compared to like almost any woman, even if she's overweight, she can be in hookup culture. I would argue like a overweight man, he doesn't have access to hookup culture.
So I'm not saying that it's easier for men. Women have more access to sex, correct? But that doesn't negate the fact that they try so hard that they still end up being the most people in hooking up in casual sex. Because there's men, yes, they might not get it on their first try, but they're still trying to. So even if it takes them all night long, even if they have to go up to 10 different women, they're leaving that night with a girl in hand. I know many men like that, and they are mid. They are not some chads or the finest men in the room. No, I know very mid men who take home a woman if they want. They're going to leave with
they
one
might
that
be
night.
bringing something else. They might have some charisma or a game. Obviously, you were in the nightlife. You're a bartender, so like when you get alcohol involved in the picture,
And it's not saying it's right, but even in Isla Vista, that's usually a play in majority of scenarios. So I think
both men and women are drinking. I mean, that's
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I'm saying like yes, it's not right that they're using this alcohol, but I'm saying that's what's happening majority of the time is both parties are drinking. So
it's like it's like the liquid confidence for guys.
Right.
Like they're gonna be less scared to approach a girl if they're a little intoxicated. They're not going to be as nervous, anxious, etc.
Right, but I still think like there's more if you count the amount of men versus the amount of women who are
engaging in hookup culture.
Because I would be like,
disagree.
I saw guys will take home. Guys can take home 3-4 different girls a week, and nobody would bat an eye. Right? A girl might be having casual sex, but usually it's either they're repeating partners or it's not the same because you will get judged for that, whereas a man wouldn't. So girls are more inclined to not do that. That's why when I mean that, yes, but that's not what a sneaky link really means. But I'm saying that if you count it out, there's going to be more men who are doing that than women.
I mean, but okay, it's not like with dating apps and social media and like meeting people at parties and bars and clubs and stuff. There's if as a woman, if you want to kind of keep a low profile and hook up with a shit ton of men, you can absolutely do it. It's this idea that they're going to be judged. Like, who? You can be sneaky.
You do it. Not really in these years. I mean, everyone here probably has roommates. You're gonna notice if your roommate's gone every night and doesn't have a boyfriend. Like those things don't get non-picked up. They might be you could be a little bit more hush hush about it, but usually things start going around. Guys are gonna start talking. Guys love to talk about their sexual encounters. So even if she's quiet about it, he's gonna go tell his homie, and that homie's gonna tell that homie. So I mean, most of the time it gets around pretty fast.
So you're saying that when it comes to getting sex that it's actually pretty comparable, like even if you're a mid guy, if you really want it, like you can just go get it?
Yes, but I'm not saying that men have more access to sex. I'm not saying that. Women do have more access to sex, but I'm not saying you have to be a 10 out of 10 amazing looking or rich man to get a woman. That's not true, because
I will agree with that to the extent that I think that the top 1% attractiveness of men are getting sex 7 days a week, whereas a average looking guy is probably getting sex once a week. I would still, at least in my or zero, but I would say that there's definitely more men that attempt to partake in hookup culture. Are they as successful as women can be? No, but I think there's probably more in terms of volume of men partaking on a regular basis than there are women. But women obviously have more access in terms of they don't have to try nearly as hard as men do to partake in hookup culture. Does that make sense?
That's exactly. Yeah.
But I will like clarify my stance because
I agree.
No, I will. I'll clarify my stance on hookup culture. I'm not saying like it's only women to blame. I think both men and women need to become equally as accountable. I don't agree that men should be left to sleep around. I don't think that at all. I think both need to stay accountable, but I mean, at least for me, I think that men care more about a woman's past, whereas like in terms of seeking a relationship, men care more about a woman's past and women care about men's future. So women are a lot more inclined to be like, oh, I can fix him, whereas men are not. Men will see like a dirty past, see baggage and be like, nah, she's not worth it.
Yeah. But if, let's say a man does see that, isn't that a red flag to you? Like, let's say you do partake in hookup culture and some guy places that much emphasis on your body count, who you've been with in the past. To me, that means that I'm immediately no longer interested in him. The fact that he is putting that emphasis on like previous relationships, when that's clearly not what matters. I wouldn't judge a guy for however many people he slept with, and I wouldn't want him to judge a woman for that. And honestly, that's like not even a red flag to me. That's done deal. Like I would not be interested. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
No, you're good.
Well, so you're saying past doesn't matter?
Well, past doesn't matter is a very broad statement, but I'm saying past in regards to body count does not matter.
So like it was like 100 plus, you'd be okay with that?
Well, I would want you to go get tested first. If you have 100 plus.
Let's say it's 100 plus, but he's clean.
I mean, that would be more of a conversation to have about, that's not like, it's not something I would write off just immediately. You've had 100 bodies. Oh, suddenly I'm not going to date you anymore. It would be more like, okay, so why? Why were you hooking up with that many people? Are you still like planning on hooking up with that many people? I feel like it's more of a conversation about where the future is headed, because who you were doesn't mean that's necessarily who you are. So I don't think people should just be like judging immediately just because you have a higher body count or maybe you have a lower body count. It doesn't matter to me, like at all. And if it is a super high body count that maybe even like shocks me, that's a conversation to be had. Like, you work through those things.
Do you object, for example, let's try to kind of reverse the scenario. Would you object to a man not wanting to be involved with or date a girl or even hook up with a girl if she had a body count of 100? Do you think that that's judgmental? Do you think it's wrong for him to use that metric to disqualify her?
I mean, if it's like, if he really liked her personality and was like really into her and stuff like that and just finds out her body count, doesn't ask any more questions, that's a deal breaker. I mean, look, everyone's living their own lives. I'm not gonna, like, I just feel like that's a conversation to be had first, but if that's a deal breaker to you, that's a deal breaker. Like, there's nothing you can do about that, but I think...
Do you object to it?
Object to him asking, or him caring that she has a plus 100.
Do you think that perhaps do you think maybe he's insecure? Do you think he's immature? Although you may acknowledge that yes, for some men this is a deal breaker, or it might be a deal breaker. Do you take issue? Maybe you think, well, that it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to draw a line where a lot is too much. So for me, when it gets like to those things, I wouldn't judge as much for that, but I still think that it shouldn't be an immediate deal breaker. But I don't know, like that type of thing is, I don't think it's that important to have a conversation about, because I think that boils down to the individual. Whether they have a problem with that is something that they would discuss with their partner, and I don't think it's something that everyone needs to be commenting on, and so everyone needs to be judging someone who has plus 100 body count. That's for them to deal with.
Don't read it.
To answer your question, if there's a problem with that, there's only a problem with someone having a problem with the body count over 100 if their body count's over 100. Like, if that guy's body count is 100 or near 100 plus, then yes, there's a problem with him having a problem with that girl's body count low. But if his body count's low, he hasn't slept with many people, then I would understand having an issue with your partner having 10 times amount bodies as you. That's why you have to stay relative to what you're working with.
Well, do you think, so you're saying that if a guy, he has a high body count, it's wrong of him to want a woman who has a low body count.
Yes, or at least judging her or writing her off right away, because it's like, you did the same thing. Like, why does it make it any different?
Yeah. It's a little different.
I
It's
personally,
not different at all.
I don't mind if guys take girls' body counts into account when pursuing them, because, well, I'm comfortable in my decisions, and I feel like we're automatically assuming that low body counts are what's desired, but I'm a virgin, and guys, like, not all of them think that's a good thing. Like, some get mad, like, not mad, but they'll be like frustrated and think that's a negative because they're like, oh, she won't fuck, don't want to talk to her. Like, so
It has nothing to do with you being a virgin. It's just the fact that they think it's going to be hard to sleep with you. So it's not like they're mad because you have a low body count.
Well, that's just because they just want to have sex, and because you're a virgin. I mean, look, there's some women who are virgins who are not. They're not particularly inclined to wait a long time. Are you waiting until marriage, or
not specifically?
You're just maybe looking for the right guy, for love, maybe. Okay, but probably for most guys, they hear that, they're gonna think, okay, I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine.
I think it's fair of them to take my body count into consideration when deciding whether or not they want to pursue me.
Right.
And I don't take offense if they would prefer to pursue a girl with a higher body count.
Well, I mean, that's probably good for you, because if their primary interest when it comes to courting you, and they're weeding themselves out, so you probably wouldn't want to date a guy that just wants to fuck you.
Yeah.
So there's that. But where did we leave off on this? We were.
You were talking about. I finished.
Oh,
my point,
there's the
but if
double
you have,
standard
like,
thing.
a
Okay, so there's the
follow-up.
Well, I got a couple notes here. I mean, there's the double standard. Priya's reading my notes here. I have a couple things that I've never said before, but that just crossed my mind. Maybe I'll just read it.
You've
'cause
never
it's
said
fucking
that
funny.
before, but it's
Well, I was
hilarious.
gonna say so. And I have like some notes here. Like, I have literally pages and pages of notes. I've never said any of this shit, but I'm just waiting for the moment. So, okay, and this is kind of a joke, but I said, and this is, I suppose, in some scenario, a rebuttal to the body count thing. I said, men who like slutty women are secretly gay.
Yes.
They're in denial.
No, okay, it's not.
No.
You have it a little wrong.
Well, hold on, let me just finish it. They want another man's cum by proxy.
Okay. So no.
Because like a woman who's like really promiscuous, like let's say you're a dude and you really like a slutty girl and she just fucked a guy like 2 hours ago. They want another man's cum in and around their mouth and dick. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of, it's like a little bit.
That's not where I thought you were going. The same usually, it's like people are coming to attention now that they think men who are serial cheaters are possibly down low gay because like they'll never be fulfilled by the woman in their relationships. They seek it from
I think there
outside
can be
sources.
some truth to that too.
Yeah, but that's what I
think
thought
it's
you were
more
going
of
with
like
that,
a
but then you
denial
went a whole different way. with
So
that.
I was not laughing at anybody. I was laughing at that because I read that. Just to clarify, I didn't want to seem like an asshole. I was reading that.
It's a new rebuttal that has.
And what is this Puffy? Can you read Puffy Vegas's comment?
Yeah, sure, I'll read it. Puffy Vegas. I have a 300 body count.
Still,
Puffy.
You basically just called Puffy gay over over
Puffy,
this.
I could. You know what, Puffy? Confirm or deny. Are you gay?
Oh, shit.
Because
300
Fired.
women?
Shots
300
fired.
women?
Well, that doesn't say
Yeah, he
count.
doesn't
That says
specify.
count.
True.
He didn't specify.
It says count. So maybe it's just talking about
Cough?
something.
Yeah.
It says it doesn't even say count.
I wonder if he does that shit. Puffy, it takes
I
like
think
2
he's-
seconds to just spell check this shit.
I know, totally. I think because we've looked at his Instagram before. I think his Instagram is an attempt at a beard. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's gay.
Puffy, confirm and deny that
Yeah,
you
come
play
on.
for the other team.
Send,
Okay.
send in a TTS. You know.
He's gonna be like, I'm bisexual.
I'll just say this, Keeko, to the whole double standards thing. Like, it makes sense for a guy, even if he has a high body count, because he's had a lot of experience, to prefer a woman with a low body count. That shit makes sense.
That's hypocritical.
Yeah, why would you want?
I disagree. I don't think it's hypocritical. I don't think it's hypocritical. I think it's smart.
So
I think it's smart.
I don't agree with either side necessarily. I don't think it's wrong for a man with a high body count to seek out a woman with a lower body count, purely because I think that men and women value different things out of each other. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because essentially, at least on a baseline level, men value women in like their peak prime, like fertility, youth, beauty. That's like on a baseline level, that's what they seek out. We value somebody that can provide and protect for us. So we look at things like a man's monetary net worth and his job and how reliable he is as like a protector. That's why we're attracted to people that are more like physically fit, taller. Like those are just kind of baseline things that we look for. And yeah, a woman with a high body count doesn't really align with somebody that's, you know, youthful,
like
beautiful,
thing, like,
natural, and pure.
If I want to feel like protecting all that stuff, and like even said like liable, like I feel like I can count on them to do that. I personally don't think I could count on a man who's slept with over 100+ women to always be there, because I would always have the fear that he was going to cheat or other things like that. But maybe a woman who had a closer body count to him wouldn't mind that thing. And I also realized too, with men and women, it might be like there's a ratio to it, I would say. Like it doesn't have to be you have 10 bodies, she has 10 bodies. I do see it's more of like he has 30 bodies, she has 10 bodies. That's an even playing field to me, I mean. Yeah. But I mean like a girl with 2 bodies and a guy with 80, that's not even. Yeah. Or like a girl, but like, it's
that seems fair.
Yeah.
That seems fair to me. Yeah. Why not?
I mean, personally, I wouldn't really go for a guy, at least like if he had a high body count too, because just like high as in like, I don't know, but
I also wouldn't want one with 2 bodies either, though.
I want to point out a little difference, though. I want to point out a little difference. So when it comes to the body count thing, so in order for a guy to have a high body count, that requires something. Like he's got game, he's got status, he's got money, he's good looking, right? A woman need not have any of the things I've just listed to get laid. It's very easy for women to get laid. So I think the differential here is, like, you as a woman, you can get a high body count very easily. It's super easy as a woman to get laid. Whereas for a guy, there's a much higher degree of difficulty when it comes to getting laid. So a guy who is capable.
Do you say it's skill based? It makes it they now have a skill-based skill with a high body count. That's so not true.
No, it takes skill.
You guys
it doesn't
disagree.
I'm
disagree.
not saying like it's easier for men,
skill.
but you guys seriously act like the only men out there getting laid are 10 out of 10.
Yes.
And
no, that's not what I'm saying.
I've seen guys who are nothing take home pretty decent looking women all the time.
I
you
agree.
do not need to be some. You don't need to be some money.
That's not what
person
I'm
with
saying.
Money or attractive as a man to be. Is it easier? Sure, of course. It's just like as a woman, it's easier. But
okay,
it's not. That's not.
I don't think he's necessarily saying that you have to be like a top 1% guy to be able to pull chicks all day every day.
It's a skill to have as a man to have sex. As a man to have sex
does.
is a skill.
Like your body count is not an award for you being a good person.
No. So I disavow that. I don't think that, like, I'm definitely not saying that men should, try and outcompete each other in terms of body count, but that is the culture that they live in like the bro culture.
Not really. But what are you getting at?
No, but it does take effort on a man's part in terms of trying to like woo a woman. Like a guy's not gonna just walk into a bar unless he's insanely attractive and just attract women a lot of the times. Like they have to seek
if he
out.
buys her a drink and spends about 10 minutes talking to her and she's not like Angelina Jolie, he has a pretty good chance.
No.
I see it happen.
Yeah.
My friends do it. I've seen it happen all the time.
But you have this like confirmation bias where you will.
Maybe I said that. Maybe it is different because I've been in IV in Santa Barbara.
Let me ask you. We'll open this to the whole table. More often than not, right? I don't know if you guys have been at a party, or I know some of you are just getting here at UCSB, but more often than not, if a guy's coming up to you or either let's take it digital too, sliding into your DMs, messaging you on a dating app, more often than not, do you end up sleeping with the guy or do you end up rejecting him?
I think
Rejecting.
Of all the guys that are like throwing their attention at you, that are trying to hit you up, do you inevitably sleep with them or do you inevitably reject them?
Reject.
Usually reject.
Like the rejection rate, I assume, is like pretty high. So like this idea that, okay, just the first girl you see, go talk to her at the bar, 10 minutes, she's going to fuck you. It's a numbers, like there's a significant numbers
game. They might have to. That's why I said if they try and put an effort towards it, it's not a skill though, because you bought 3 different girls a drink that night. That's not a skill. It's because it's showing that you are willing to do anything to get laid. That's just the only thing.
But a woman doesn't have to buy, a woman doesn't have to buy a drink or do literally nothing.
She just has to
show up. She just have to show up.
She shows up.
So a guy does have to buy at least a drink or even have like certain type of something
You gotta
to
do more
get,
than
you
that.
know, like certain type of game or whatever you want to call
I'm
it.
not
agree
saying
with
that's
that.
wrong, but he's saying that a woman with a high body count is wrong compared to a man
I
because
didn't say that.
okay,
I
hold
didn't
on,
say
let me
that.
finish. Because a woman doesn't have to do anything to get laid; she can just open her legs, versus a man has to put work and effort towards it. That doesn't make it a skill, though. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't think
it's. Yeah, it might be like he has to.
No, but it is a
speak.
skill.
He has to leave his house.
There
like,
is a degree
it's
of
not
skill.
much. It's
well,
not.
well, to be honest, if I like see a guy with a high body count, I'm not like, oh my gosh, that must mean so many girls like him.
No.
Like for me,
No.
if a guy is like, yeah, he might be skilled, but honestly, like if it's crazy numbers, like that means like your morals, and like I feel like at some point, like I don't know, just what I'm like, if I'm looking for like a husband, I'm not looking for someone who has like 100 bodies because he's good at buying girls a drink and cute and all that stuff.
But he's not like a guy's not going to tell you his body count. But the thing is that probably a guy who does have a high body count is going to have the requisite experience just from interacting with women and in the bedroom. He's gonna. Well,
it just means they tried more. It literally only means that they tried more to have sex. Is literally it.
I
Because you
can
can look like
see,
anything
though.
and just keep trying. Like as long as you are putting, you could be attractive and not try to have sex, so they're not going to be having a lot of sex. But as long as it just shows you're trying. Because is it a skill to text and DM 100 girls and then you finally get 3 respond back? Is that a skill?
Well,
no, you just put time aside to do it.
There is a certain way in which you're going to have to maneuver the conversation
To be successful.
to lead it somewhere. Like how many DMs do
There's
y'all get
weirdos who
and
get
you
laid
just
too.
don't even respond? How many DMs don't go anywhere? So there is some degree of like.
That's why I said it's a numbers game. As long as they keep trying.
No, but it's not even a
they're
numbers
gonna get
game. Like if you just suck at communicating, like
you're
gonna struggle severely.
Yes, but I'm like, we already said the alcohol thing, stuff like that.
Well, here's the difference,
Is
right?
a guy goes to the club at 1 a.m.
He's not getting
I'm not-
laid at 1 a.m. It closes at what, 1:30?
1:32, but this is what I'm saying. It's not right, but all he has to do is be mildly attractive.
You're so full
go
of
into
shit.
the club at 1
You
a.m.
are so
find
full of
whatever
shit.
girl looks like she's a little bit, not in her best interest, and
Well,
he's
guys
getting laid.
shouldn't be doing that.
They
Guys
shouldn't be,
shouldn't
but
be
that's
doing
what
that.
happens
I
a
think
lot of
that's
the
what
time,
happens,
especially out here. That's what happening at parties. These girls get drunk, they're not really thinking straight, and the guys see it, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna take her back. It happens all the time. It happens at all the frat parties. It happens everywhere. That's not a skill. Their skill is they find out they've looked at somebody who's tipsy enough, but not enough for them to get arrested.
Okay,
that's the skill.
Let's differentiate though. Both men and women, they go to social gatherings. Both genders drink. That's just kind of since forever. Men drink, women drink. People hook up when they've been drinking.
I'm not claiming assault,
okay.
but I'm just bringing to the light a way that, because you're saying the only possibility no, that's
but I don't
honestly
think
how a lot
men
of
should do that. I don't think they should be like,
but that's how
let
men
me
are getting their
fucking
bodies. That's how
zone into the
majority of men
gazelle
with high
who's
body
fucking
counts get
tanked.
them.
Don't do that. But if we're talking about like normal, non-predatory like social dynamics, then.
But I would say like a lot of men who have high body counts, that's how they're accumulating them. They're not accumulating it from.
But hitting
them up on
there's plenty
Instagram
of men
and
and
stuff.
women that go out, they have one drink, and then it's like a consensual.
I'm not saying anything's not
culture.
consensual. I'm not saying anything's not consensual, so don't worry
Okay,
about
fine.
it.
So we'll move
I'm
away from
saying
that. You're just saying a mid guy can just go out to a bar or a club and just like boom. Okay, it's guaranteed.
I wouldn't say it's not guaranteed, but as long as they try
It's
about
very low.
3, because like I'm not saying
3 chicks.
I'm not saying it's assault, but when you're drinking, you might be more inclined to do some things that you wouldn't do if you weren't drinking. So in that scenario, I feel like it's very easy for men to hook up with girls that way.
Easier, but it doesn't mean that it's easy. It's maybe a little bit easier, but it doesn't mean that it's easy. And they still have to do something, like.
And actually,
talk to her, communicate. I mean, that's not a skill.
I actually strongly don't recommend. I don't recommend. Well, me personally, as someone who's introverted who doesn't like to drink, I certainly don't recommend it to men. One, just because it's a waste of time. There's what's the term? There's safety concerns. I definitely don't recommend men go to bars, clubs, parties, etc. Like, get your money right, go to the gym, don't fuck around in these party environments. But that's just me as a fucking introvert who doesn't drink. But unless there's the champagne. Is there champagne pop, Brandon? No, no, this idea that a guy can just go out and he's just gonna get laid, like that's very
you guys are literally
naive.
It's just really ironic though, because you guys began this podcast saying that women need to close their legs because you guys are sleeping around with everybody. So which one is it? Are women sleeping with men or are they not? Like, are we all eating into hookup culture and making it worse as women, or are we all not sleeping with men and it's hard for them to get laid? Like,
well, that's a different discussion.
You guys flip it to make it whatever way fits your fancy, instead of actually looking at probably more statistical evidence that's out there.
Well, that's a totally different discussion.
Or if you go outside and just see it with your own eyes, because I saw it in college when I was living out there. I saw it at the bars, working at the clubs.
People
out of my ass.
Hook up. No, I'm not saying people don't hook up. I guess the main difference here is we're talking about the difficulty with which men and women have when it comes to getting a relationship or even just getting sex. I mean, if anyone wants to challenge me, they can, but I think it's pretty evident that when it comes to purely just getting laid, women have like a major leg up compared to men. Disagree?
Oh, no. I don't even want to comment on that because I don't know, like fuck if I know. But the thing is, for me, let's say that these mid-men just are like not getting any women to hook up with. They're having really a lot of trouble getting relationships. So what? Why is that our problem? That sounds like a you problem. Like, it's not our job to gift these men relationships just because they're men.
I think that you're correct.
Well,
I think you're correct.
Well, yes, men are not owed relationships, but women aren't owed relationships either. And what I see happening is because of the global sexual marketplace where women have far more sexual optionality, women want winners. Like, you want to get with the best guy that you can get. Here's where I think women can get kind of into trouble. Because men want easy access to sex, women might confuse that with relationship interest, even though a guy who might sleep with you, he will never be in a relationship with you. He might keep you around, he might play some games, or some guys will feign like they want commitment, like they want a relationship in order to get sex, but there are definitely women who will also want to just... Oh, can somebody fix that? Yeah, just push that back. There are definitely women who will accept a guy saying, well, let's just see how it goes. They'll maybe hope that the guy will say, I don't want a relationship right now. Sometimes men will be very open. They'll just say, I'm not looking for anything serious right now. And the girls will go along with that, hoping in the future he will want a relationship, but he has zero intention of ever committing to that girl. So, sorry, I'm losing my fucking train of thought. But okay, so you're saying that men are not owed relationships.
No.
I agree.
Yeah.
Nobody's owed anything, right? But
I don't really...
But as women, also don't be surprised when the fuckboy that you're dealing with isn't going to commit to you.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's fair, but like, that's why I think women should go, if you want like a serious relationship, then go for a guy who wants a serious relationship. Mm-hmm. You can generally, like, I mean, I can't speak for all women, but I feel like I can generally tell when someone's just trying to have sex and when someone is actually interested in you, your hobbies, you as a person, wants to actually be in a relationship with you. I get that there are definitely some guys who might fake that, but like, in my personal experience, I haven't really encountered that. And I think that a lot of these issues feel like a really online issue. Like, if you get off social media and dating apps, not every single guy is like that in the real world.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
What I would say is, like, I think you hear complaints from a lot of women that these guys don't want to commit. There's all these fuck boys, but those are the guys that you're chasing after. I would argue that the men who are prepared to be dutiful, loyal boyfriends who will commit to you are in your friend zone. You're just not attracted to them because they're not exciting, they're not XYZ. You know, you often hear this trope of women are attracted to bad boys and jerks and assholes. Women admit it themselves, they like bad boys. They like a guy who's maybe a little exciting. So women are often the ones who are picking these men who are either terrible for relationships or who will just point blank never give you any commitment ever.
Well, I don't think, but back to like the friend zone thing, if like I friend zone or I think of a guy as a friend, I'm not gonna settle for him if I don't fully think I could be like in love with him, or like he's not friend zone because like, oh, like he's not cute enough, but it's just genuinely because like I just don't think I could see myself with him. So I wouldn't settle if I couldn't find anything else. Like, that doesn't mean I'm gonna go for the necessarily bad boy or like fuck boy, but I just wouldn't prefer to settle for someone if I already friend zoned them or like I didn't want them.
Well, I think the danger is if women are all chasing after a certain tier of man, then that tier of men there's no reason for them to commit because they just have easy access to sex. So what you're going to have, like, and also I think this is not all women, but I think a lot of women have an overinflated sense of their attractiveness in the dating marketplace. So you might think, oh, I can get, here's the thing, right? You can sleep with a guy, and it's very different between men and women. You can sleep with a guy, he'll sleep with you, he will never commit to you. So you shouldn't confuse sexual attraction with relationship attraction. A guy will sleep with you that will never be in a relationship with you. And that could come down to, could be your personality, could be your looks, because here's the difference, right? For a woman to sleep with a guy, he needs to be at least physically attractive enough, at least physically attractive enough to be in a relationship with. But a guy will sleep with a girl whose physical attractiveness, just on that sole metric, he will never commit to her, but he welcomes the easy access to sex.
Yeah, well, if you like say like, oh, girls have easy, like a life on easy mode, like most girls like have an easy way to like have sex, that's obviously like, that's not the girl's issue, that's the guy's issue. Like if, oh, you're complaining about, oh, girls have it so easy. Yeah, why do we have it easy? Because of guys. Because you guys will agree to it and you will pay for it. You'll fly.
But they won't commit to you. That's what women want, you know. So yeah, they have to pursue for sex, and they can have it or however they want it, you know. Like, but we want commitment. Like that's what most women want. I don't think like anybody's like, you know. That's what I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, obviously, but like on a baseline level. Excuse me, on a baseline level, women are the arbiters of sex and men are the arbiters of relationships.
I kind of agree with that.
So you have to kind of hold it. It's a balance, but you have to hold them accountable. If a man wants sex from you, you have to and you want a relationship out of like your interaction with him, then you have to hold him accountable. He has to show you that he's willing to, you know, check these boxes so that he can get what he wants in the end game. Yeah.
So you can use sex to, you know, to hold up sex to get him to do all these things for you. At least you have like, you know, you won't be out like in zero if nothing goes on in a relationship. Nothing makes me feel worse than, well, I never had a one night stand. Never. It's not my thing.
Yeah, well, I feel like I feel like I've been in the position too where like I've decided if it's a relationship or not though. So I think like, yeah, maybe for most people, but I think definitely there is instances where like you, like the girl is in charge and the girl decides, because personally for me, almost every single one of mine besides one has been where I've ended things or I've like been the one to say no to being like official.
And that's okay too. Yeah. You know, you can be in your right to not want a relationship with a guy. That's right.
Like, yes, that I see the whole woman can be the arbiter of sex in men relationships, but like that's not as common as people like to make it seem.
Yeah,
though.
I kind of do actually agree. I think honestly, it's only really the top % of men that control access to relationships. I would say like for normal guys, like it's still like women control access to sex and they could control access to relationships, because you can't get, typically for most scenarios, you don't get to the relationship point prior to having sex. So if you control sex, then you by necessity control the relationship. Word.
Well, just word.
Word.
I mean, like you, like I'm just saying, like not giving it out on the well, you can. I know that there's relationships that come out like of you hooking up the first night. Like, you never know, you know. Yeah. And I feel like you can ask the guy too. You can be like, hey, what do you want? You know, and hold him accountable of what he says.
I will just add to the whole Keeko. We were having a back and forth about what was it? You were saying, even a mid guy could just, you know, go out there, get laid super easily.
I mean, I'm not saying if he looks like Lord Farquaad or something that is going to be just getting going to Pound Town. But I'm just saying, no, he doesn't have to be some 10 out of 10 Chad with thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in his bank account. No, that's not, unless you're going after Angelina Jolie or something crazy like that. But I think what I'm saying is if majority of guys, if they put an effort in, they can always bat a decent average in their own range.
What's a decent average? Do you think let me ask you a question. Do you think an average guy, if he went up to 10 women in a night, every single night he could get laid?
Yeah, I would say if he goes up to 10, unless he's picking like the 10 most attractive women in the room. But if he's picking 10 women who are comparable to him, he's getting laid that night. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I would
Nope.
say. I mean, it
not
depends.
happening.
At a club, yes.
Definitely,
But-
even at a club.
But
no.
not at a club. At least he's not going to get rejected by every single one of them, and there's a possible for those advancing
Sure.
in the future.
Okay. All right.
But yeah.
Do you know why they call it getting lucky though? That only applies to men. Women, there's no luck involved when it comes to women getting sex. Like ladies here, right? I know some of you are not maybe particularly inclined to hookup culture, but if you woke up one morning and you decided, I want to fuck today, do you think with certainty, like 100%, you could get laid? Do you think you could?
Yeah,
Maybe.
but it's like, is it the person I want? That's the thing that was the difference between men and women. Men, if they say that they wake up, I'm going to get laid tonight, they're willing to sleep with anything. Whereas women could wake up and say that and still usually have like a standard. So yeah, there might be like she might wake up in that mood, but will she get someone who fits her that she'll actually end up doing it with?
But that
maybe
doesn't,
not.
But doesn't that kind of prove his point in terms of like men have to try harder to achieve?
No,
like,
I'm saying
sex
because
than-
men are willing to sleep with absolutely anything out there.
I
So
would-
so their opportunity for them is they will have sex that night. Sorry. Whereas a woman, yes, there's people out there we can sleep with, but it's not going to happen because the one that we want to sleep with or the ones that we do want to sleep with, we don't have as easy as access to.
Yeah, but you essentially make the pool for your potential sexual partners smaller as a woman by having those standards. If men have no standards and they have that pool, yes, they might be on average sleeping with more women than women are sleeping with men, but they do have to try harder because
I've already admitted that it's sex is more accessible for women, but my whole overall point though is even though sex is more acceptable for women, men are still having more casual sex.
Yeah.
I understand that they have to try. I'm not saying they don't have to try, but it's not trying very hard is my whole point. They don't have to try that hard to have insane amount of sex. And I'm saying they don't have to be amazingly, exceedingly attractive either.
No, I'm not. I've never said
Or
that they have to
skilled.
be like extremely attractive
Here,
or have like a
Let's go. Finish up.
No, you're good. I never said they had to be exceptional in any sort of avenue, but they do have to, put in some sort of effort. They have to at least be, charismatic, be able to hold a conversation, something of that sort, to be
or
able
have
to.
very low standards. That's my point. Because they don't. There's a lot of you guys we aren't you can't deny that there's a lot of women who are easy. Like that's
No, absolutely. I'm not denying that at all.
So it's like those are the ones they're sleeping with. They're the ones that are super easy. Like they don't have to try that hard to sleep with a woman that's easy. Like they don't have to do that much.
Yeah.
So it's like, is that really a skill? Or
I've never said that it was a skill.
Yeah,
Well, maybe we could do a little a role play. We'll see the ladies' game here at the table. We could try that. Just going around though. If you were so inclined, do you think? Shit, it's 9 p.m. now.
Oh my god, already.
Any of you think you could get laid within the next 2 hours if you really went to the street or something? Oh, gee, okay.
Stochastic
Yo, thank you,
Decay
Decay. Good to see you in the chat, man.
$99.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, Brain. Sorry I'm late. Busy day.
Yeah, Brain.
Went on tours at schools I don't attend. Bought earrings to promote carcinogens because it goes with my hair. Removed a bunch of letters from Puffy's keyboard. Anyways, hi Skylar. R.I.P. in peace in the chat for True.
Oh, rip. R.I.P. True in the chat. R.I.P. True. Justice for True. Okay. Do you think you could get laid within 24 hours or tonight even?
I think I would have to re-download Tinder, but probably. But I wouldn't find one I think I would be personally interested in.
I think I could if I wanted to tonight.
Yeah, we know you don't want to, but if you were inclined to, you could. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you?
If I wanted to, but I would never put myself in that situation.
Sure. What about you?
Exactly. If I was inclined to, then yeah, probably. But yeah.
Yeah, if I wanted to, I probably could, but I'm not saying I would. I don't think I would.
Yeah.
I'm in a relationship.
Well, if you were single, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, probably.
You could.
Probably.
Okay. You?
I'm like, I'm down. No, just kidding. I'm down.
Thereof.
No.
Oh.
No.
I'm so
way.
confused.
No, I like men.
Oh, okay.
That's why I
my
didn't
bad.
want to say anything. No, but
okay.
yeah, I guess so. But no, I don't want to.
Word.
If I were single and so inclined, yeah, 100%.
Like as a guy, you can't just wake up and know like yeah, I could get late today. That doesn't work. Like it takes some time.
Take some time. Okay, so
Take some time.
Where are they all
That's
just
the
gonna step
guy's
outside
fault.
and then gonna go up to the first person they see and be like, "Hey, you want to fuck tonight?" No, they're gonna have to put in effort too if they want it to get late tonight.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Not
just
really.
fall into their fucking lap.
Not really.
Yes, really.
It doesn't take much effort.
Okay,
So
but
you
you
guys all
can't
have
speak
you
for
guys all have
men,
someone right
like-
now that you could text and they would be in your place within the next 2 hours to hook up.
Fuck no.
Okay, it's like it's not as yes we could do it, but you have to put an effort towards it too. I don't know why you guys think that women just have a shit ton of men just sitting there ready waiting to
download
to the
dating
roster.
app. Download dating app. Oh, you're not going to send the first message, right? Okay, cool. You don't have to send the first message. The guy can move it forward. You could do a little layup for the dude. Hey, what's up? Do you want to come over to my place? Boom, done. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's
As
like
a
the
guy,
guy's.
as a
like,
guy on a
that's
let
the
me-
That's the
problem,
guy's
though.
problem.
That's
If
why
he's
you guys
so
are the
the
problem.
girls have it easy because the guys are so easy.
Make
I'm
it
sorry.
easy.
That's
Exactly.
the bottom
You
line.
guys are
Like
easy,
if
so it
they're
makes it easy.
they're like if the girls are so easy and if we text them like that, then the guy's response to I'll be over. That's his own issue. Like that's you're
we
basically.
should let's do a role play. We're gonna do a role play here. Did you guys bring the mic, Madison? You don't have the mic, fail. Okay, we'll do a role play here at the table. So I'm gonna pretend to be a chick. My name's Brianna. Who am I? Who's gonna be the? Who's gonna try to be a dude and hit on me? Let's see. You're gonna do it. Go ahead.
Like a normal dude, like how a dude would hit on me.
You're the dude. What's your name again?
Mira.
Okay, your name is Myron. Okay.
Myron.
But like, am I role playing as if like how I want a guy to hit on me,
No.
or how
So
a guy usually hits on me?
You're putting yourself in the dude's shoes. I'm a girl. You're a guy. You're trying to get at me. Let's see the game. Okay. So, what's the context? Give us the scenario.
Bar, like a bar or a club.
At a bar. You've been to a bar before?
No, but I'm just role
You're
playing
just
right now.
assuming. Okay. Cool. All right. We're at a bar.
Hey, can I buy you a drink?
Oh. Sure.
Okay, what would you like?
Sex in the City.
Sex in the City, that's a good one. So are you from here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you go to school or are you graduated?
I go to school.
What school do you go to? CC or UC?
I go to wait, what's I go to what's the Christian one? Westmont. Thank you, Madison.
Westmont.
Yeah.
Is that a high school or a college?
It's a college.
A college?
Yeah.
What's your major?
Equestrian.
Equestrian. That's
Yeah.
That's hella cool. What? I always wanted to ride horses. Yeah? I mean, like, how many horses? Do you have any horses?
3.
3 horses? That's crazy. Do you ride them often?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, like Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Yeah.
Could you take me one of those days? I'd always wanted to learn.
Oh, I guess I don't know, maybe.
It's okay. You don't have to. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Insane.
Some original content here, Brian.
Yeah, where'd you get
This
that?
is crazy.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's almost like
That's
the
how it
person-
It's almost like
is.
we're role playing another person within this
Yeah.
table.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying I'm trying to be. Okay. Is that it? Are you done? That's all.
Scene. I
I'm
mean,
gonna
how
I'll
much
give
do you
a little
want?
credit. I'll give you a little credit. At least you were able to keep the conversation up.
Yeah. I mean, how much do you
From
want me to roll?
yes.
All right, she has game.
No.
If she was a
No,
man,
you told me.
she'd slay. She'd kill it.
Yeah.
You'd get all the bitches. If you were a dude.
Hell yeah.
Don't ask someone in a bar if they're in high school, though.
I mean, I guess it's better to clarify
Here,
sooner rather than
let's
later.
do
I'm not
it.
gonna
Let's
lie.
have you do it. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
So I'm Brianna. Where are we?
Bar.
In a
I
bar?
don't-
You guys don't.
No.
Okay. Here, I'm at the
Trader
bar.
Joe's.
Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
Okay, Trader Joe's. Okay. Hey, what's your name?
Becky.
Becky? What do you...
That's how girls do that shit
You
sometimes.
just switched your name. You were Brianna
Yeah.
a second ago.
It was actually
Whatever, who
Brianna.
cares?
Brianna.
Oh, hi.
What are you up to, Becky?
Fucking shopping. Okay, I'll be serious.
Oh,
Just getting my groceries.
Yeah. you from around here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite food item from Trader Joe's?
I really like their filet mignons.
Oh shoot. Oh. Like literally, I've never done.
Becky's not going.
You've never done this?
No, I've never flirted with anybody.
Like hit on. Does Trader Joe's even have mignons?
Come on.
Oh,
You got it. Here, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help
okay,
you.
yeah.
Okay, ask me what my major is.
What's your major?
Dance.
Oh shoot, you'll have to teach me sometime.
Okay.
Isn't your major dance?
Yeah.
He gave you an alley-oop.
He threw you a layup. Say mine.
Oh my god, you major in
Oh my
dance?
gosh.
I do too. Wait, do you have like a focus in dance?
What style?
Are you flexible?
At this point, as a man, I'd be like, okay, she's freaking weird. She doesn't know how to communicate. Maybe English isn't her first language. On to the next.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Brian. Like,
You're not a really good girl.
That's how it is.
That's not
No, it's not.
Maybe a bitch, but like
Yo,
majority
that's how
of
it is.
majority of women are not like that when you approach them.
Maybe it's the girls you're going
That's how it
after
is.
because
Nah,
I've
that's
never
how it
met.
is, trust me.
Brianna's major cannot be
Bro,
communication.
if you like step to a girl at a bar or club or whatever, like the burden of conversation, the burden of initiative is on the person who's initiating the conversation. So you can't just like go up and be like, hey, how's it going? And expect the person who you're approaching to carry the conversation. It's gonna be like 90-10.
yeah, Brian, but
That's how girls be.
No, they're
No,
not.
girls are not.
If someone
Like
is
we're
like
not
that,
mute
they-
the whole entire time.
if someone is like that, they clearly don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
and you
like
did
and
it
like yes, the
earlier.
burden of starting the conversation and helping keep the conversation flow going, yes, probably falls on the guys 90% of the time at least, but not if a girl's like, oh.
Not if she starts the conversation with.
Yes, I'm sorry, Brian. You have to have basic conversational skills to get laid. Like that is a human trait. Like I'm sorry. Yeah, if you are.
But if she was a dude,
You can't have
If she
puppies
was a dude-
vocabulary.
Okay, if she was a dude, she probably would fail. I'm not gonna lie, but
you need to
not
work on
helping.
how your social skills. That's nothing. That's like I would say like you're probably weird overall. Then, right? Just
Yeah,
weird when it
because
comes
even
to
when
that.
Mira
You're
was
weird
rizzing
overall.
you up, you were the same thing, and she was keeping
Yeah.
it going really well. So like that's on that point, it's
That's
on
why
you.
I was like seen because I was like, if I was a dude, I would not pursue this person.
Exactly.
yeah, I would be out too. But like that is something, sometimes a scenario where you can overcome.
Well, that's
But,
why
like,
I
that just
kept
happened
trying to ask you
her, and, like,
questions.
okay, she moved on in her life. Like she
Yeah.
tried to go up to the dude, didn't go how she expected. He was an asshole or whatever. She's moving on. She's not gonna sit there and cry over the fact that
that wasn't a
she
good
didn't work out.
representation of the majority of women that
Yeah.
you're probably going to be going up to it at a bar or some sort of public outing.
Yeah.
You're gonna.
And if that is, then
you're
that's
the-
crazy.
If you're the initiator as a guy, like for probably the extent of the entire conversation, you are going to have the burden of performance, the burden of initiative, the burden of carrying the conversation is going to be on you.
Yes, but
they'll
she's
answer
likely,
back, and
She's
it's-
likely not going to respond in only one word
Yes.
answer.
Or not
and
even
go,
word, just go like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
And like if
that's
that's
not-
happening though, like you should be able to recognize that off of the first two sentences, and that's when you wrap it up and you're like, okay, you know, nice meeting you, whatever,
Yeah.
carry on about your business.
But you might. Here's the thing, though. As a guy, you might encounter 3, 5, 10 of those kind of interactions
Not in a row.
Yes.
No, you aren't.
No,
Yes,
you
you are.
won't.
Then you're
Yes,
doing
you are.
something
Prove it.
wrong.
Go out
Then
and-
either
No.
you smell bad.
Let's
then,
take whatever on
either-
the street.
Either you
Yeah.
smell bad.
Test
Yep,
this
you have
out.
to take a look at yourself then at that
Trust,
point
bro.
and be
Trust
like,
me.
you are giving off some type of energy. Then, like you're either one shooting out of your league, okay. 2, you either smell bad, have bad breath, don't put yourself together. Like there's a reason why that's happening 5 times in a row.
I
That's
agree
not
with that.
a one-off
I
time,
agree.
maybe.
No,
but
that's like
5
the
times, then you're the
automatic. I
issue.
would say for like most women, that's actually like if they have, and it's different now because with dating apps and shit. But like if you have experience going out to these social environments and you've been hit on already 5 times in the night, the fucking 6th guy that steps to you, like you're not gonna give him that kind of energy. You are gonna be on the defensive a little bit. You are gonna be a little closed off a little bit. He is gonna have to break through.
That's why I said it might happen every once in a while, but majority of women aren't getting approached 6 times in a night. So yeah,
Right,
you might hit that one girl who's at her threshold and she doesn't want it to happen. That's why I said it could happen on a one-off. But 5 times in a row, it's you. You're the problem then if it's happening 5 times in a row.
Yeah, I think I would only respond in that way if I ever felt like uncomfortable. That's it. If it was any other person, even if like I don't know, it's just common courtesy to have a conversation.
The girl you represented had like some sort of social disorder.
Yeah, but like the girl you represented would not be at a bar, to be honest.
That's the exact kind of woman that you would encounter at a bar.
You are going to the wrong bars.
Yeah.
Well, I don't go. When I was,
You don't go out anymore, so
Yeah.
When I was younger,
I was getting this from the guys in the comments. So that's what.
No, it's not even that.
You have one group of men that you pull your information.
Well, I can say
Too
this.
chronically online.
I can say this. Like, I started dating before there were dating apps, before really even social media. Like, if you wanted to meet somebody, you had to like go out and do approaches.
And you're telling me that was happening to you 5 times in a row?
No, it wasn't. But like, well, actually, you know what? Definitely, there would be times where it's like you'd go up to a girl, and it's not like it's really not as easy as you think it is, and like you might go like 5, 10 in a row where it's just like.
Sure.
Well, we're not saying it's easy, like, but we're not saying it's that hard what you just portrayed. Yeah. Because they might talk to you back, but they still won't be interested in you. But they're not going to go, They're not going to do that the whole conversation.
You'd be surprised.
And it's if that's what it comes down to, and you're not you're just not good at that. That's not your thing.
Well,
There's other avenues to meet people. Meet someone that you already know. Meet someone through a mutual friend. Meet someone that you don't have to do that first.
Yeah.
Okay,
reading
so
for
beyond just the initial interaction that's sort of in person, I mean, I can take it even beyond that. Look at dating apps. The guy, even in the context of dating apps, the guy's going to have to carry the burden of the conversation. The guy's going to have to message first. So, I mean, we can have a discussion of, oh, Brian, that wasn't a really realistic portrayal of how most women are going to react to being approached. I mean, as a guy, if you do enough approaches, like, you are going to encounter these kind of, like, super disinterested, cold, you know.
Well, rejection's a part of life. Like, that's...
Yeah, I'm not saying that most women are going to be, like, I'm not saying that women are going to be attracted to you or interested, but they're not going to respond in the exact way that you did.
Mm-hmm. Sure, perhaps it's leaning a little bit more towards like a bit cold shoulder a little bit, but I mean, I would also just, I would add, like, okay, you look at dating apps, I mean, this idea that, oh, well, it's pretty equalized on the dating apps. Look at Bumble. Bumble's a dating app where the woman has to message first, but as a guy who's on Bumble for years, and I can tell you 90% of first messages was hey, from the girl.
Yeah.
Now, and then it's a very token level of initiative that women have to take. They basically send hey, and then they immediately shift the conversational burden onto you. If I, as the guy, if I never took the steps to be like, carry the conversation a little bit, cool, do you want to meet up? You want to grab a drink this weekend? Like, when it comes to moving the interaction forward, whether that's asking for the number, asking for the date, and then once on the date, okay, moving things forward to going for the first kiss, etc. Like, that burden of initiative is almost exclusively always going to fall on the man.
So you have a problem with courting, the whole courting aspect that our
It's not
society has always had for ever and ever and ever.
It's not that...
I was going to ask you the same thing. If you're like resentful that women get approached so much and like men don't, when it's been like that,
it's forever.
Since forever.
And it's like, that's how our society kind of sets it up. But that's the reason why men propose to us. Like, that's just kind of how everything is set up to be. And yes, like, men scream about this all the time, but like, I don't think they would want a society where it was the other way.
Yeah,
I'm sure men would love if women were just trying to fuck. You know what I mean? They'd be like...
But then they don't want women with high body counts. They don't want anyone that's on a
You say that, but you don't really mean it. Because if it was like that...
My DMs are open,
all
ladies.
All of your guys' concepts conflict each other. Like, they don't work together. You can just DM me,
hi, Brian. Hi, I'm DTF. What's up? Maybe don't be that aggressive. Just be like, what's up? You know, you don't even have to be that aggressive. Just, whatever.
Well, I mean, if the roles are flipped in a term of romantic and sexual life, then they're flipped through all life. Like, if we're talking like the business life,
oh, well, okay, now we're getting
life.
Well, they wouldn't want everything that comes with there being a flip in the power.
Yeah.
Like, they want
that
like...
throws off the whole the dominant, dynamic, protector, Like, you know, that throws off everything you guys trad wife hope and dream of. So I don't think you're saying what you guys actually
Valid.
Well, look, I mean, we're getting a bit into hypothetical territory. What if all these things flipped and women were the initiators and women were like pursuing men en masse for sex? Like, that's never going to happen. That's not a thing.
I mean, I've seen, it's like, I would say the numbers, there's more men than women, but they are out there, and those are the ones you have to find.
Okay,
like, I've seen my friend text a dude that they're not dating. Hey, what are you doing? It's like 2 a.m. The girl would say to the guy, trying to come over. Like, that happens. It
happens.
It does happen, yeah.
It happens, especially now during this whole, like you guys say, hookup culture, empowerment of girls randomly hooking up with it. So yeah, I don't understand which one it is. It's women are sleeping with everybody, don't know how to close their legs, or men can't find anybody to sleep with, and they are all involuntary celibate because it's so hard to get a woman. Like, I don't know which one it is. Those are two very conflicting statements.
Word. Well, I'm trying to remember.
That means I won.
No, that means she won.
I won.
Yep. I was just checked out. I wasn't even. It was just going in one ear, out the other.
You said no rebuttal.
I have a rebuttal. There's rebuttals.
Mic drop.
There are rebuttals. There are rebuttals. There's many rebuttals. Tons of rebuttals.
Are there rebuttals that aren't hypothetical?
Are they valid?
Well, what's your primary argument?
That you guys are complaining about things that exist, but not to the extent that you guys think they do. But, and you guys are asking for things to change, but you wouldn't really like it if there was an actual change.
But okay, so I guess the whole kind of what I'm trying to get at though is you're saying, well, Brian, you're complaining, and I guess what I'm just trying to point out is I think both men and women are very dissatisfied with the current dating landscape. And I think there's differences. Women are upset about it for certain reasons. Men are upset about it for certain reasons. What I think is happening though is that there are men that are just totally zeroed out of the dating marketplace. Now you could say, well, women aren't desirous of, like, it's not something women want is casual sex. But like when it comes to loneliness, I mean, we can make an argument that like men are the ones who are encountering like genuine loneliness to the point that they don't even get a drop of attention from women. They can't even get a date. They can't get a text back. They can't get anything. Whereas a woman, she could be overweight, unattractive, and could get laid. We had a girl on the show. Granted, she's a self-confessed sex addict, but she was, I'm not trying to be mean to her, unremarkable woman, right? She was overweight, and she was saying, yeah, I was fucking like 6 dudes a day.
Those are okay. We have to recognize
her male looks equivalents, like you put her male body, overweight, not attractive, that guy is struggling to even get a text back.
I think what we also see here is there's women too who are, involuntary celibate who struggle as well. Yes, there is.
No.
Yes, there is.
A woman cannot be involuntarily celibate.
Yes, she can.
Nope.
Yeah. Because she has standards. Nope. Just because she has standards.
That's not involuntarily
celibate. Yes, it is. Because you wouldn't sleep with the homeless man on the corner.
That's voluntarily celibate.
I mean, to the extent of. Because we have to go in more into definition of what we make involuntary. Whatever, that's not the point.
Well, celibate has to do with sex.
That's not my statement. But
if she wants a relationship,
that's not the point of my overall statement.
Would the guy sleep with the homeless girl on the street?
Possibly, honestly. Probably. They would sleep with even dead bodies. So that's why it makes it a little bit different on what we consider involuntary. But my overall point, though, is.
Well, okay, but even if you remove homeless people...
Hold on, let me finish.
Remove fucking homeless people.
Let me finish. The reason why we see this, though, we see women who break through this barrier than men, because it's mostly men who have kinks, right? So a lot of those, I'm not joking, a lot of these men, not to discredit her, I'm sure she's a beautiful woman who still has men who want her for her, but a lot of these men...
Mike Davis is coming to interrupt you.
donated $100. Women have it on easy mode because you simps set the settings on that mode. I look at most women like a corpse walking. Entirely irrelevant. I'm
Mike
married
Davis.
to the money.
Mike Davis.
The only broads I can handle are those who don't speak the same language.
Thank you, Mike Davis, for your...
Anyways.
Is he sure he's not gay? That sounds like a him problem.
Wait, Mike Davis, she is saying that you are a gay man. Confirm or deny. Are you
If all I have to say is if you hate women that much that you can't even stand to hear them talk, that might be a you issue.
Oh.
Or might be the
Wait, okay, Keeko, go ahead with your... Oh, wow, okay, Brandon Mills.
Brandon Mills donated $99. FR, I've been single for almost a year now, and the only notifications I get on my phone are iOS updates.
Yo,
I
okay,
can
Brandon Mills.
tell you one thing that's wrong with you, Brandon.
Brandon Mills, he's been on the show. Were you there, Priya, the day that Brandon was here? Yeah, Brandon's been on the show, and
it's because you're consuming
he's like a
this
normal.
red pill
No,
shit,
it's
man.
not. It's
Yes,
not
it
because of
is.
that. It's not because of that.
It is. You want to
There's
say
not
that
a
because obviously you want them
correlation.
to keep consuming it, but that, if anything, what's happening on our hookup culture, this red pill, blue pill shit,
This is
really
the
hindering
decline,
men
trust
and
me,
how they think they should react and treat and speak to women is not helping them get any further in a positive way. They're declining because men like Brandon are watching men like Mike Davis, who just commented saying how he doesn't even listen to women, he just looks at us as objects. They are internalizing all of that, and we're seeing it and play out on their dating life. Just how we saw, I don't know if you guys saw the video or know who Sneako is, and these random kids run up to him in a baseball game, and they're literally like 12-year-old little boys, and they're like, yeah, fuck women, fuck all women, we hate women. Like, kill women, kill all women. Like, that's...
And Sneako Sneako disavows it.
He did.
Says, no, we love women.
And he looked truly shocked.
And
he looked disgusted because he finally realized, oh shit, the stuff I'm saying online is actually having an effect on the youth and how they are thinking things are true.
Okay.
Especially because during COVID, these kids during COVID who lost detrimental years in social development, who were stuck in home and just reading and watching all of this crap, now have this whole image of how the world is, and it's false, and it's made up by these red pill.
But okay, you need to cite something that someone has said.
Mike Davis. He just said it. He just paid $100+ to say it on here in front of everybody.
Yeah, but he's not like
that was 10 seconds ago.
He's not some like
Andrew Tate.
Well, we can get into some Andrew Tate stuff, but with the Sneako thing really quick, 13-year-old boys are like the biggest fucking trolls ever. Like,
yeah,
they're
but
gonna say
you know how impressionable their minds are?
They're edgelords. They're gonna say some
for sure.
ridiculous shit. Thank God I didn't have fucking social media when I was 13, because I would have been saying dumb shit. Obviously, the social climate.
But
has
I don't remember when I was
greatly.
13, the boys in my class going around saying "fuck women, we hate all women, kill all women." That was never happening. That's a very dangerous mindset to start developing.
But you're taking one interaction with this kid coming up to Sneako being like,
it was 3 of them.
Okay, it's 3. That's not representative of the millions of boys that are out there.
Yes, but it's you can't discredit though the effect it's having on people.
You said to give us a specific
example. I just gave you one.
That's the specific example.
Not evidence, but in the evidence you were saying that, well, these red pill guys, they're teaching all this stuff. Sneako in the video disavows and said, I don't think that.
Yes,
we love women.
But that's not what he's saying when he's up all there on Fresh and Fit. The things that's coming out of his
What
mouth
is he
are
saying?
very different.
What is he saying?
I don't really watch the content, but I'll see it every once in a while.
Okay,
some
so
pretty insane things. Or Zerka.
Okay.
How about Zerka?
John Zerka is a professional troll.
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
A troll.
These 13-year-old boys do not understand that. They can't conceptualize that.
Well, that's
they just hear what they're.
For 18 years old. Like, I think that content is for 18 years and older.
But that's not. A lot of them aren't. It's. Yes, 18+ is consuming it, but we can't stop the other ones. And even 18-year-old is still very bad for them to start thinking that.
Out there. What was the original thing? What was the original conversational thread? I want to return to that.
I have a question. Do you think Andrew Tate and like all of them are teaching like bad things about women? Do you think so? Yeah.
Teaching good things.
Video. Nick, can you pull up a Tate video?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the things that Andrew Tate says is good.
Thing.
Like when he tells men to get in the gym and who are sad to focus on themselves and things like that. I think it's very helpful. He literally teaches men the way to make money is to basically be a pimp, pimp out women for their own benefit.
We're not going to get into the
that's not okay. That's not good.
But that's an important part of who he is as a person, and if that is who he is as a person, and that is your role model, that is clearly going to have a negative effect on young men who are on the internet and they are lonely, like you said, and so they're looking for this sense of comfort. Where do they go? Oh, they see this guy who is hooking up with all of these women, and he's telling them, well, this is what you gotta do. Like, this is exactly what's gonna get you women. It is not gonna get you women acting like that. Acting like a big old misogynist is not gonna get you women. you know what, maybe it'll get you some. Maybe you'll get lucky and there'll be some woman who doesn't care.
Get you a pearl.
You can get yourself a pearl.
I don't think he does that.
But
I think actually he like tells women to raise their standards so men cannot start acting more like men and not like simps.
He mostly
like that's
talks
what he
to
seems.
men, though. He doesn't really direct his conversations.
Okay, we could probably
to
have a
women.
very long-winded conversation about Tate and all the things he said and done, etc.
Tate's not even my biggest thing. Tate's the
return.
Donald Trump of red pill sphere. He saw a place, he saw a way to make money, he saw an industry of lonely men and saw a way to market off of them, and that's exactly what he's doing. Just like how Trump saw he could do that to the Republicans. It's the exact same thing.
Tate is a response. Tate is a response to it's a pendulum swinging the other way.
Response to what?
You have like you're talking about misogyny. You have this insane misandry in society where there's hatred. Yeah, I know you're fucking smiling and smirking. There's an insane hatred and contempt of men in society.
I don't. Okay.
Men no longer. I mean, it's you often talk about portrayals in the media, for example. How often is it the case that men are portrayed as like the dummy in all these like mainstream social medias? You look at any commercial, it's the dumb, goofy fucking husband, and then the wife, who's making all the decisions and blah blah blah. There's these really negative portrayals in men. Look at any sitcom in the past 20 years. You go back to Friends, you go back to Seinfeld. There are no good representations of strong masculine, like good masculine men. And then when it comes to the misandry, you basically have feminism, which is seeped into pretty much every sort of system in this country. If look at universities, for example, right? Every single university has a women's studies, a gender studies, a feminist studies program.
Women's studies.
UCSB has a women's studies program.
They have gender studies.
Okay, maybe they changed it. It used to be women's or feminist studies.
We have a feminist studies.
Okay, there's a feminist studies. In every single university in this country, I think we can all argue that the the higher education system in this country, it is a system with billions of dollars of endowment and funding from the government, from donors, right? Every single university college has this basically indoctrination factory
of hating men. I could see the argument how we are starting to indoctrinate a lot of racism and things like that. I've seen that, but when it comes to men, I don't have any classes where we talk about hating men.
Feminism, women's studies, gender studies is basically like it's basically oppressor class oppressed. It says women are and
That's
were
feminist
oppressed.
studies. We're not all taking feminist studies, though. The people who are taking those classes probably already have those predisposed ideas.
I think it's a
anyways.
requirement at UCSB
No,
to
it's
take like one class.
Feminist? No, it is not.
You have to take like one gender studies class.
No, you do not. I have never taken one.
Doesn't matter. In any case, it doesn't matter.
You're saying it's really indoctrinating
You have to take sociology. You have to take some sort of class.
None of that's required.
I'm a math major. I'm not going to be taking.
I went to UCSB for 4 years.
You don't have to take like the what's it called? The
Gen Ed.
Gen Ed, but Gen Ed is not part of.
Doesn't matter.
The one that you're
It does matter. You're saying it does.
It would be considered American history. Those courses fall under like our American history interdisciplinary or whatever course.
Yeah.
It's not. You're not required at all to take a single gender studies course.
You have a select list of classes that you can choose from.
Yeah, none of them have to be
It's
anything
offered
related to gender studies, and there's not many that are offered either.
I'm sure for a specific major it is required, but
feminist studies is the only major that's required.
Yeah,
and sociology is like a sociology course.
Okay, but we're sitting. Okay, fine. It's not a requirement at UCSB to take a feminist studies class. In any case, it does
nothing.
We're
a very liberal school.
It does nothing to refute my point that in every single university and college in this country, there is a gender studies, a feminist studies, etc.
What's wrong with that?
Program.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Right, which is basic, but not only that, like the whole. Okay, most universities probably lean a bit more liberal. There's a feminist indoctrination related to universities. Let's see, media institutions, news institutions, government institutions are steeped in this feminist thought.
Not really, because most of our things are written by men. Like that's literally, we have to.
HR departments are almost entirely staffed by women. Those are the people that are going to be hiring.
I'm saying our education system, majority of the books we are reading, majority of the content we are consuming is written by men. That's why we have a very short list. We literally,
what does that? If it's about some sort of
if we're
hard
learning
science,
everything written by men, then men are the ones who are deciding what we're learning. So how is it women? Why would they be ones?
What does it matter if we're talking about math, which is math is undisputed. You cannot. There's no opinions on math. Math is fact. Physics is fact. does the reality of what math is or what physics is or what chemistry is change because a man wrote the textbook?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying you were saying that our education system is indoctrinating us to hate men, but I'm saying the things that we learn in the university is mostly written by men. So
you go
that
to
doesn't
school,
make sense.
you go to university, men are the oppressor, women are oppressed. There's a patriarchy.
What?
You go to a liberal university.
Do you guys see what I'm saying?
You
Like we literally, it was a requirement only once throughout my whole 4 years of high school. We had one little section where it was like we read books that weren't written by white men. Like it's a very known thing that majority of our education system is written by white men. So I don't understand how it would be indoctrinating us to hate men when we are learning off of what they wrote and their discoveries.
Just to tack on to that, I also think it's delusional to pretend like misandry is so prevalent, and also, even if it was super prevalent, that it's equivalent to misogyny.
And most of those women are lesbians and stuff anyways.
There's a very, like, on that spectrum of, like, feminists, there's a very far, they're on every, like, problem. There's always a very far spectrum that you're kind of making seem, like, generalized. Yeah, some girls think like that, but that's on every controversial topic. There's always those people that are very far on the spectrum.
No,
it is not mainstream.
That's like
the
blue
mainstream.
hair, that's blue hair.
The mainstream narrative.
Binary, all that
No,
bullshit. That's not how most women think.
This is mainstream narrative. There's the patriarchy. Men are oppressors. Women are oppressed. This is like mainstream feminism. This is not like radical feminism. That is what they teach
most women,
in university,
aren't even
in
feminism
classes.
anymore. Most women aren't third wave feminists. That's the thing we're trying to tell you, though.
If you're a liberal woman, you're probably going to consider yourself a feminist.
Yes, but feminism is a range. To most women, what
Like
they
radical
consider
feminism
isn't hating men.
Yeah,
what is
radical
feminism? What is feminism?
Third wave feminism.
Explain to me what feminism is.
Equality between genders.
Yes.
But it's not.
Yes,
but it's
it
not.
is.
That's what
it's not. It's not.
That's
feminism. No.
You're going off of radical feminism that
It's
most
not.
people
No.
don't believe in. That's like the blue-haired freaking like Destiny fans maybe, but that's not the majority of women. Do not even liberal women. The majority of liberal women do not
do you think
that way.
feminism is equality?
Yes, that is what it is.
That's what it
originally
was.
Originally it was, but not
originally,
not
but
anymore.
now it's been like construed into this different thing. But that's by people that believe that, because if you're like saying like, oh, women deserve more rights or more power, then you're going back until the argument that like men have the power.
Yeah.
So
women
like,
actually we have a lot of rights that men don't have.
Yeah.
In a lot of things, which
I just want
like in anything, like if you go to a court, you're gonna have more rights than a man.
Yeah.
Like
for what?
Like if
For
a
a
kid,
child,
if
for a
you're
child,
a
with- for
divorce,
money,
the
for
kid
anything.
mostly goes with the mom.
There is a bias in the family court system,
Yes.
and also, I mean, if we're talking about disproportion, if we're talking about, you often hear. If we're talking about disproportional sentencing, men are more
Davis
likely to get
donated
convicted and
$100.
face higher,
What women say
longer
they want versus
prison
what they
sentences.
think they want versus what they actually respond to is a whole different story.
Hey, listen to Mike Davis.
Never ask the fish how to fish. You ask the fisherman. As an alpha, trust that to get women you have to treat them like the garbage they are.
I love what my boyfriend
Yeah,
said.
that is
Mike Davis,
terrible.
hold
You
on,
see,
Mike
that
Davis,
is
you are
terrible.
not helping my
Yeah.
fucking case.
Exactly.
Here.
And what happens is that I understand about the mainstream media that you're talking about. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to put Andrew Tate and Trump in a terrible position. If you really like go in and look at the videos of them speaking, it will change your perception completely of them.
No,
I'm not saying
I've seen
like
his
I'm.
videos.
You've seen like a lot of his videos because I
don't
see a lot of
need
them and I'm like, wow.
I don't
like
need
I
to
wish.
see a lot of his videos is the thing. Why would I need to continue watching this content where he's like clearly grifting just to get views and clicks, and it's a lot of it is this asking women about their body count. It's making women feel less than. It is degrading
He's not talking about that.
Yes, he is.
Here, we'll pull up a video.
Do you see Andrew Tate when he goes and does these interviews with other men? Like, do you not watch those?
I've seen it. I've seen it a lot.
Stop. Hey, we can react to an Andrew Tate video later. Let's just come back really quick, and then I need to read a couple chats. So let's talk feminism really quick. So feminism is about equality.
Yes.
Wait, feminism's equality? Is that what you're saying?
Who?
Is feminism about equality between men and women?
To me, and what I've learned, and what a lot of people around me that I think have learned, is it's about equality. It's about equality between women and men, because for thousands of years, patriarchy has been a very prominent thing, and I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that.
Yeah, that's the unradicalized ideal of feminism that majority of women hold. They're not. Majority of women aren't radical feminists. Like, they're not.
It's a radical proposition to suggest that the history of the relationship between men and women is one of oppressor and one of oppressed. If you start teaching women that they've been oppressed, yeah, okay, it's gone. Really? Yeah. They spaced it out, but. All right, hold on. I'm gonna ban that guy really quick. It's probably fine. Okay, Liam, come on, man. Don't do stuff like that. We just TOS. Okay. That really fucking interrupted what I was trying to say.
It's really harmful for women to constantly hear, and this argument goes for a lot of different social movements, especially today. It's really harmful to constantly tell women that they've been oppressed and men have traditionally been the oppressors on a large scale, because it's just generally not true. You have bad people in pretty much every aspect of life, but it's not true on a large scale that men are constantly, or have in history, constantly oppressed women.
How is it not true when feminism exists because we didn't have the right to vote? We had literally no rights. Yeah. So how is it not true that
if there was a patriarchy
today, yes, I would say things were a lot more even today. But you're telling me there's no patriarchy, but we've had 49 different presidents, and
our system was built off patriarchy.
So don't say that we haven't.
We didn't even get a say.
That's
I'm not saying that there haven't been certain.
But you said it's not necessarily true. Which
I didn't. No, I'm not. I'm saying that in a comparable men and women relationship, men in relationships, we're not oppressing women on a global sense. Okay, yes, legally, that's why first wave feminism, I completely agree with. Anything after that, I do not agree with. I'm glad that we have equal legal rights as to men, but I do not think that men and women are completely tradable in pretty much all aspects of life. But that's what that's what feminism today portrays.
I've been saying this whole time, is that not many people actually, the amount of people who you think believe that is just the people online that you see, the ones who have the influence online of that trait. I'm trying to tell you,
the general population
does not believe that as women are not third-wave feminists. Most women say they're a feminist because it sounds like you're against women to say you're not. Yeah. But we're not saying we're a radical third-wave feminist. We're mostly talking about the work that our ancestors and others did to get us where we are today.
You can acknowledge that the fact that we couldn't vote, we couldn't go to school, we couldn't do all that stuff, that has been established and that has been built up, so women have they've gotten those rights. But you can't say that there's no oppressor, it hasn't always been like that, because it has. And feminism isn't this thing now we want more rights, we hate all men for what they did. That's not what
But isn't it a problem that is what you see in the mainstream media? I'm not saying that that's the majority of women that believe that, but isn't that a problem that that's what's being portrayed?
Don't you think that the reason that mainstream media is specifically choosing the most radical versions of this is to turn people against feminism in general?
Yeah. Well, you're not seeing that for only feminism. You're seeing it for basically every other social movement.
No, absolutely.
The extremes are always what's portrayed on the internet, and that's never how it's going to be.
With Santa Claus or their
the general population, like us, picked off the street, we all agree that it's
why do you think, even I'm saying you say that's a good point you bring up, but how does it hurt anybody? Because it's not women are going out there killing men because of this oppression. Nothing's happening to men.
I think it hurts your interpersonal. I think it hurts your interpersonal relationships.
Yes, but
actually, there's kind of a long history of feminist terrorism. Andy Warhol got killed by a feminist.
Who?
It's funny that you laugh at a man getting murdered, but okay.
Well, I'm laughing because I want to hear the evidence that it was because he was a man that she was murdering him. In the case of, let's say, even at UC Santa Barbara, we have I don't want to even bring up his name, but you know the incident.
Oh, don't tell. He'll switch it off real quick if you do.
Yeah. You know the incident that I'm thinking of.
Yes,
and
yes.
All I have to say is when men are misogynistic, it is a lot more dangerous to women than when women like are man haters. Their man hating is just like internal and they don't really interact with them, or they just don't care. But when a man violently hates women because he feels like he can't get laid and they owe me this, they become violent and take it out on women, and they will
it's a very,
do
very,
awful,
very,
horrible things.
very small proportion of men who are struggling with dating
But it's the
are
but the
going
point
to
is
resort
though,
to violence.
The point is though, woman being a man hater or a radical feminist does not usually incite any violence, whereas when it goes on the other spectrum of men,
I never said that it
that's
did.
that's
No,
when it
I wasn't
becomes
implying that
an
you were saying
actual issue of public order.
Yeah, but I think here's a difference, a general difference between men and women. So if like, let's say two men have a conflict, it's more likely that that's going to result in some sort of physical violence. Whereas when two women have conflict, it's typically not going to get to the level of physical violence. It's going to be emotional violence, though. You're going to see reputation destruction. You're going to see like backstabbing. You're going to see. So we've criminalized men's primary method of conflict resolution, which in the past, if two men have a conflict, they'd fucking duel or fight or something physically, and then boom, we fought, cool, we're done. Whereas with women, we have not criminalized the emotional violence that women are going to
These ladies have
take
no
up on
clue
men.
at all. First, to this day, women are not required for selective service.
True.
Men are, or else we lose the right to vote. Second, women historically refused the right to vote because it came with conditions they did not want.
No feminist is for selective service for anybody.
It doesn't matter.
Aren't saying,
It doesn't matter.
That is
it does
something
matter. Feminists aren't saying like, yeah, men need to do the selective service and just not women. No, they have a problem with that too. Like you guys, that's not what.
But
a
here's
terrible
the
point.
difference
That's a
is, right?
terrible-
When we're saying that feminism is about equality, feminism is clearly not about equality. Feminism, in its most generous, if I can give it its most generous definition, is a woman's advocacy movement. Now, there's nothing wrong with women's advocacy, but let's not sit here and lie that feminists will fight for equality if said equality comes to the detriment of women. For example, equalizing the draft. It would be equality to equalize the draft, but feminists are never going to fight for that equality.
Because they're not fighting for.
You only want preferential. You want benefits.
Fight for yourself.
That's what.
If
Yeah,
you wanna
that's
get
something
rid of
that
the
like
draft,
a
fight.
man. I don't know, whatever you guys
Like-
call it. That's something that you guys should handle.
All I have-
Feminist was focused on helping women.
I think
So it's not about
I think
equality
it
then,
definitely got like misconstrued, the original meaning of like feminist. Like I don't think I would consider myself a feminist because I don't know too much. Like obviously, like I'm not like
You're a first-rate
degrading.
feminist.
Yeah, I'm just saying like I don't know much about the movement itself. Like I'm just saying like feminist definitely has gotten misconstrued, like, especially the radicalness of like everything that's been happening. But I think that like generally someone, like a woman, wouldn't like be like, oh yeah, she would want equal rights, but she wouldn't be like, oh, like kill all men. Like that's not like
That
like,
is literally a hashtag, though.
I know that is, but
women will
that's
play.
a
not
hashtag.
serious,
It's on
though.
social media.
But also,
It's
can't
like
you
so
say the same thing?
I don't think
you guys
anyone's-
were talking about earlier how the boys went up and saying "fuck women." Like that's portraying just a small radical spectrum of the right wing.
Yeah.
But like feminists are like you were mentioning how you think it's not fair to
true, yeah.
group all feminists in like being crazy, but it's on both ends. Like
Good point.
Yeah, you selected
radical.
No, I
It's the
agree.
radical.
Hold on, Mike
feminism.
Davis has a very
$100.
kind message for you, Keeko.
People are still talking about feminism in 2023? I thought that joke expired. Actually, I'm all about it. Let's get another women's march going. Matter of fact, let's
my
do it
God.
every Saturday so these plus-size fatties can drop a pound and free the nipple.
Mike Davis.
No, but that
okay,
is a good
free-
point. You guys brought up an outlier to
Yeah.
make an argument against the red pill community. We can
Yeah.
easily do
I
that
was
for
saying-
but, like,
feminism too.
My point was just specifically to the media showing that. I mean, I'm not talking like I wasn't even mentioning conservatives in that like type of thing. Like that wasn't what I was talking about. What I was talking about was specifically to the instance of like this whole Killallmen or these feminists are all super radical. Like I'm saying specifically for that. Is that not selection bias? Like they are specifically choosing things that would turn the average man against feminism. Like that is the point that I was making. I'm aware that they can do that for both sides, like obviously, But I just think that you take the most radical feminist, and yes, she's saying kill all men. She's not going out and stabbing men. You take the most radical woman hater, he is quite literally.
Well, I don't think that's fair to like.
I don't think it's a fair
comparison.
comparison.
So I don't think kill all men is the right thing to say at all. But I don't think it's fair, or like to say it's right. But the difference is what she's kind of trying to say is if you do a hashtag kill all men versus like those kids saying, or a hashtag kill all women, what is actually possible? It would never be possible for women to go out and kill all men. We would never have the means or strength to do that. What is possible is for men to go out and kill all women. So that's why it is.
Wait,
I'm not saying
what?
it's
But
right.
you can't just say kill all men because you don't mean it.
No, I'm not.
Like you can't physically able to
And it
kill a guy.
loses respect.
One at a time. Go ahead.
You can go first.
My first statement was I don't think it is right. Okay, I'm not.
No,
I
neither
don't
of
think
it
it's
is right.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they should be allowed to say something like that. Like it's just a joking matter. But the reason why I was trying to clarify what she was saying is the reason why there is though a difference between saying kill all men versus kill all women is because one is theoretically possible while the other isn't. Because if men wanted to team up and take out the woman species, they could. They have the means to do so.
It would
They're the
never
ones in
happen,
power.
but yeah.
I'm not saying what happened.
This is such a hypothetical. Like it just doesn't even.
They have the strength, definitely.
Yeah,
they have
I don't know
the
if you guys
human
cannot
strength,
deny that men, if they wanted to, I'm not saying it would happen, but if they wanted to, they could cause severe harm on the woman species, where vice versa is not possible unless we just start poisoning our water system.
It is happening. It is happening, though. It is happening.
Are we talking about plastics in the water system?
No, I'm just saying like it's not. It just.
What is
I don't know. It's a what's it called? There's a terminology in philosophy for this, why something can feel icky and it could be exactly reversed and not feel icky anymore. It's because
so just trying to bring things back here really quick. So when it comes to the whole feminism, it's about equality. Feminism is not about equality. It's a women's advocacy movement. They will secure equality if said equality comes at the benefit of women, but they will not pursue equality in realms or scenarios where that equality does not benefit women in some way. So it's not really a true equality movement in the same way that it would be for egalitarianism. Because also, like, I don't want to linger on this for too much longer because we need to move on to a couple things. But if you look at, for example, you often hear arguments about the wage gap. Men get paid more money. But like when women are like trying to secure these certain jobs or these certain fields, you hear it with STEM. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. But women it's not about across the board equality. Women are fighting for the cushy, safe, air-conditioned office jobs, the high-paying jobs. You don't see like women in the streets. Yeah, we want, for example, like there's all kinds of gaps. There's a workplace death gap. There's a workplace injury gap. 93% of workplace deaths are men. That seems pretty bad. Why don't we equalize that?
Equalize the death that happens.
He's saying that in terms of the type of labor that men and women go into, in terms of physical labor, it's much higher for men to enter into those types of careers compared to women, and women are not fighting to enter those.
At the end of the day, biologically, men and women are different.
Yeah, no one's denying that.
But feminism can only exist when it comes to like workplace equality. You can only really have feminism when
it's a stupid point.
When there's air-conditioned offices.
It's a stupid point.
It's a legitimate point because women aren't fighting for bricklaying jobs.
First of all, they are.
No, hold on. Let me just finish this. When there's a fucking gnarly storm and the electricity goes out and somebody has to go out there in the storm at 2 a.m. and it's snowing and it's below freezing, it's gonna be a fucking guy that's gonna go.
No one is denying that there is biological differences between men and women. That's not how our system is built to stand. That would mean that if we have a bunch of women who are going into doing those careers, are we gonna have a bunch of men now who want to become more teachers, nurses, those positions, cleaners? That the reason why our society is set up this way, because that's how it breaks down.
_love_you_but_wrong donated $99.
He's got a point with this one.
Seeing history as oppressive to women is the opposite of reality. History has pedestaled women at the cost of men, giving them access to its resources without earning it. Men will always be CEOs, presidents, and leaders because we must to earn your love.
Oh, that's sweet.
So, this is actually.
It's a good point.
Let me just address this really quick. So he makes a good point. So, I would argue that when it comes to the mating dance, when it comes to courtship, men are not particularly preoccupied with the resources that women bring to a relationship. So if women, like you hear songs, Destiny, we talked about this last stream, Destiny's Child, Bills, 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 TLC, No Scrubs, what's the, Cardi B, Up, I don't, like, broke men don't get no pussy. If this is the attitude that women have, is it any surprise that there is a greater mating pressure on men to achieve financially, to achieve when it comes to their careers? So that extra pressure on men to elevate themselves in the workplace is going to like, if there's a mating pressure, like if you as a guy can't get a date unless you're successful, then doesn't it make sense that men are going to, or that men are more likely to occupy these higher positions of power because it's a prerequisite for attracting women, whereas the opposite is not the case?
I 100% agree. I have never seen a man turn down a woman because she is broke.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to
I
say.
would turn down a man for being broke 100%.
Your guys' problem. Maybe if you guys cared more about what the profession of your wife was doing. All I hear men say all the time, all I hear, yeah, we don't care how much my woman makes. I don't care how much I don't care this, I don't care that. Well, maybe if you guys cared a little bit more, it'd be more of an even playing field.
What?
So how about stop saying?
That's not the role that's not the role that
they're providers. They're the providers.
Yeah.
I will do anything to be a housewife. You know, I went to college and I regret it. Like, that's my point of view. It doesn't mean that it's the correct thing. I just want to make that clear. It's just my point of view. I wish I didn't went to college. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about being the most smart. I don't care about any of that.
But that's the point, though, is that he's saying that he's the same men who want these trad wives, that they want to stay home, are complaining that they have to get these jobs. But, like, if you want your wife to stay home and be a trad wife, you would have to have that career anyways.
They're not complaining that they have to have these jobs.
He just said, yes, that's what
they're not complaining. They want to. No. They want to, like, fight for being the best because they'll get the best woman. He said it's not
fair that men have to have a good career to be a predisposition.
No,
he's in a relationship.
It's just the reality.
He's not saying that it's not fair. He's just saying that that's the reality of how the dynamics between men and women work, and that's what women value. Is
so if he's not saying it's unfair, what's the point of bringing it up? If he has no problem with it, that's a fact. Okay, what's the point?
But the fact, like the basis behind it is because of the patriarchy. Like that's the argument behind it, is that the patriarchy is oppressing women.
That means it's a patriarchy, because if you're saying that we benefit off of that, that means that you guys don't see it as a real job to stay home with kids all day and have to be out there.
No, that's not what anyone's saying at all.
It's not like women just to get to stay home and sit on their ass because men have to work.
No, not at all.
It's an incredibly hard.
No, it's a really hard job actually. Absolutely. And I think feminism, or I don't know, like
it's actually the feminist movement that said no, women
should work.
It's below you to be house mothers.
No, it wasn't. Okay, the reason why that was happening was because women weren't allowed to work, so they were getting married, and then they were getting harmed by their husband and had no out because they weren't allowed to work. So that's the real reason why we
of course.
Well,
that was also if a woman is getting if a woman is getting harmed, of course, like, leave that man.
Yeah. That's why we have the right to work. That's why we fought for the right to work, because before they couldn't leave that man because they had nothing to do. They had nowhere to go. They had nowhere to
but now we have the internet. We have so many things that we can do more easily thanks to men. Unfortunately, it's thanks to men that women can have OnlyFans and make so much money, like, and make our job make our jobs way easier. Like, feminism for me is just
But girls not working, that was like history. We've obviously evolved now, and it's like, it's your choice. Like, yeah, if you're a girl and you want to have a job, go have a job, but in no way or shape or form like is it shameful to be a housewife, or like I think that's important, and I think that's also really needed.
I never said that. I don't know why that's even. I never said that. I want to be a housewife. So I don't know.
But feminism has portrayed that.
Yeah, look, just
feminism.
Yeah.
Third wave feminism.
Kreeko. Okay. Look, last thing on this. Look, I just think that if we're teaching this patriarchy theory, men are oppressors, men are oppressors, women are oppressed. If you teach a whole gender that you are oppressed and the person to blame is this other gender, men, you're not really teaching women to really look towards men and be like, you're basically teaching women to have contempt and hatred towards men. Maybe it doesn't extend all the way to hatred, but in some degree there's a narrative in your head like, oh, well, historically your class as men, your group as classes as men oppressed us, and we are oppressed. How dare you? If you're the oppressed class, are you supposed to feel any positive feelings towards the supposed oppressor class? No. So that's like where
do all black people hate white people because we're taught that they oppressed us? No. Are there some that take it that way? Yes, and that's with anything.
That's the victim mentality that gets you nowhere. It just keeps you in that loop that it takes you literally nowhere.
Victim mentality.
You know, instead of grabbing, let's say, women, instead of being like, okay, men are against me, let's see how I can, with my like intelligence, how can I get this to work for me?
I don't know a single woman who thinks that way though in real life. Like, get off the internet in real life. I don't know a single woman who's like, men are against me.
I know some.
It's in every single university in this country. Patriarchy theory is like mainstream feminism.
We go to a liberal ass school, and I've never been taught that.
I think
but you said you didn't take like a feminist studies class.
I have taken feminist studies class on my own.
They don't teach patriarchy.
From like what was written, but they didn't teach me I should hate men because men are oppressing me.
But
and this is what's going on. No, I wasn't taught that at all.
Obviously, they're not going to say you should hate men. They're not saying that. But by extension, by proxy, if you start basically preaching what is in essence a conspiracy theory, that there's this cabal of men, this conspiracy theory, the patriarchy theory. By the way, theories are just that, theories. It doesn't mean it's an actual thing. You're, again, teaching women to view men as the oppressor class and to view themselves and other women as oppressed. Again, you cannot think positive if you believe truly that you are oppressed or that you are part of the oppressed class. You cannot feel positive things towards the oppressor class.
That's why he was saying like, oh, women want just the best of the best, like, you know.
Was I saying that? I don't know.
No, like women just want like all the goods and no bads, you know, like. And
in regard to what? I feel like women deal with a lot more bullshit in relationships than men do.
We do deal with a lot of we do deal with a lot of bullshit. I do understand that. And like same with the like, I don't know, feminism is very weird for me just because like I don't see like women supporting, I don't know, in women's basketball. Like they have all this women's basketball and nobody watches it. Women should be there supporting women, and I don't see that at all. And then they want the same wage pay as like the.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well, to be honest, like yes, it's good to acknowledge.
Last thing, and I do have to move on.
Okay, it's good to acknowledge it happened. Like it's history, we can acknowledge it, but we don't need to still be taught that like we are oppressed now. Yeah. Yes, we could be oppressed in history, but like I don't think that like nowadays or anything like that. And back to like the women's NBA, like I'm a girl, I would rather watch the NBA than the women's NBA. Like I think
like everybody,
there's just some things.
That's why they make the
money.
There's
just some things that you'll never be able to escape, and like that's like I that's just okay. Like it's just.
Can we just? Can we
that's
all
my point. That most people
say
things like that. That's literally my only point. Is that most people who might attach that name to them have the same beliefs that you do.
Go ahead.
I think we're confusing history and the present, and we're getting them intertwined way too closely with how we speak on certain subjects.
Alvin Sam donated $99.
Hey, good to see you, Alvin Sam.
Keeko, you are exemplifying why women are better seen and not heard. Your boyfriend should sincerely reconsider his relationship with you because you are a reflection of him. You complain about the patriarchy, but women expect men to lead. Let that sink in.
I want my man to lead me. What the hell are you talking about? I said it's wrong to say we never had a patriarchy in our world. I'm not saying today that it still exists and we're still oppressed. The only thing I had an issue with is when she said that it's not true that there used to be a patriarchy in.
I think there is a patriarchy.
Not you. I'm talking about. She was saying there, and she said something before. That's how we got on this whole tangent. That's my only point. I'm not saying that we are super oppressed today and there's no equality in our system between men and women. That is not my point. My point is you guys think that everyone is radical feminists, which is just not true. Like majority of feminists aren't radical. They're first wave and are just happy that we had people to fight for our right to vote and our right to work and shit like that. That's what most people think of when they think of feminism. They don't think about kill all men and
I think patriarchy theory is kind of a radical theory. Again, you're pitting men
today, or that never existed?
You're pitting men and women against each other. You're saying that men oppressed women, when in reality it was powerful people that oppressed poor people.
And
essentially,
who was the powerful people?
Both men and women, because
women had
because
you can't be powerful if you can't even own land. So how was a woman powerful if she couldn't?
Women could own land.
Well,
before we had the right to vote?
Women could own land. And guess what? It's different. Like, people try to make this comparison with
Name
race.
one woman of power before women had the right to vote. Name one woman who was in power.
Women,
there are, but
in America. In America.
But you realize, like, when
not queen,
when there's
freaking whatever, but in
but
America.
you do realize the family unit, right? Like, men get married to women, and then they have children, they have sons, they have daughters.
Okay.
So,
what's your point with that?
Oh my God,
I don't get your point. I'm so serious. Like,
men
what are you talking
being
about?
related to women does not make them not dislike women or have internal like things or prejudices about them. Like, if you think women,
I don't think men
well,
who
like,
are with women are gonna hate the women that they're around. Like,
well,
they
yeah,
can,
I agree with that. They're not gonna hate like their daughter. They're not gonna hate their mother. But that doesn't mean that they don't hate other women.
Maybe they don't like.
Hot take: men are more oppressed than women.
I know.
Didn't you just say we're not supposed to be oppressed?
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
That is in fact a hot take.
That is
Let me give you one.
That is a take.
I'll give
Okay, give us an example.
I'll give you one thing, and I will genuinely. I'll try to move on from this, but okay. I'll give you one. So, let's say upon birth, the first 7 days of life, who is more oppressed, men or women, in the United States? Neither. It's pretty equal.
Today, I would say
pretty
in
equal.
the first 7 days of birth is.
Yeah, first 7 days of birth, because you're a male or a female upon birth, so.
I mean, as a child, you're born. You're just exist.
Yeah. Anybody who's more oppressed?
You mean like men with circumcision or something like that?
Yes, upon birth. It's so funny. They laugh. They think it's funny. But like, okay, yes.
Even most men laugh at this.
Wow.
Like,
see?
I mean, I'm so sorry. I honestly, if anything, I've only met men who wish they were circumcised as a child. I've never met a man who was mad that he was circumcised.
Okay, so
what are you guys even fighting for?
Let's not
what
downplay
are you
it.
even fighting for?
Let's not downplay it. It's child genital mutilation. They don't have a say.
So are you circumcised?
I am, yes.
Would you have rather been uncircumcised?
I would have liked to have had the choice, yes.
So you would have liked to have the choice. You say that, but you would have chose to cut off your hood as an adult?
No, I would have just probably
the choice
intact.
is made. Oh, so you would rather have your skin?
Well, it's hard to say because I've
met quite a few.
It's hard to say. Well, it's hard to say because I don't know. I've never experienced the difference because it occurred when I was
all I've met is before is, if that's you, I'm not going to discount what you actually think and the men you've met, but I've only ever met men who were either circumcised and wish they were uncircumcised, that wish they were circumcised, or I've met men that are circumcised and they're like, yeah, I would have been pissed if my mom didn't circumcise me.
Perhaps it's because there's a social stigma in this in this country and other countries where there is circumcision, where it's actually reinforced by women because you are used to men being circumcised. If all men just weren't circumcised, there would be no comparison between cut and uncut.
Of course, but we're well past that. So that's like a...
Okay, but it's a barbaric...
He just wants the choice, and he's right with his choice. Like, so sorry. Like,
Okay, it's a barbaric practice that has it's not medically indicated for the vast majority of people. There are some people who... if the foreskin's too tight or whatever, they fine. But it's a barbaric practice. It has absolutely nothing to do with cleanliness. And I think it is actually probably inflicting some sort of emotional wound on young baby boys. You're mutilating their genitals upon birth. They cry when they're fucking, the babies cry when I don't think they were administered any painkillers or anything. It's like this thing that chops it off. Like,
I heard it doesn't really hurt them.
What'd you say?
But it's a baby. Like, how do we know it doesn't? Like,
it's just a barbaric practice.
I agree. Signs that could tell us if it hurts them or not.
If women were
I don't know.
Well, okay, well, let's not fucking go there.
My point, I definitely get what you're saying. I used to be the same way. I even honestly used to say, like, stop circumcision, used to be one of those people. But after talking to more men, I came to my own self-conclusion that reversing that today could cause more harm than good, because today I feel like there is more men, because of how society is, there is more men who would rather be circumcised, and it would be a lot harder for them to do that at an adult age than it would be done as a baby. So that's why I honestly used to be on that for it, but I feel like it's just one of those things that we are so far in that I don't know if it's going to do more harm or good to try to reverse
I'm pretty sure my understanding of the medical literature on it, there are some situations where it could be medically indicated where, if the foreskin's too tight or whatever, you can't, I don't know, whatever, it's painful. then perhaps in that scenario, would it have been better to have it done as a child? Yes, but there needs to be informed consent. Like, I don't think we should be mutilating the genitals of children.
I'm saying I totally get your standpoint, and that's why I used to have the same one. But mentally standing, I think today, since it is more common than not to be circumcised, if we stop circumcising men today, and they have to wait until they're an adult age to get it done, which is a very painful procedure as an adult, we are going to have men who have psychological issues about their penis being uncircumcised because we're trying to give them bodily autonomy, but they won't get it done because it's a much harder procedure as an adult than a baby. So that's why I'm like, I get what you're saying, I get the fight for it, but I think it needs to have a lot of research done on how it could mentally affect men in the future.
I don't think because some men might need to get a circumcision later on in life.
I'm not saying because they need to, it's because they want to. I'm not talking about the medical cases. I'm talking about the cases of like men. I do know men today who are uncircumcised who really talk about it a lot, that they really wish they were circumcised. So that's my only point, but I get that.
But why?
I'm sorry that
you have to ask why, because maybe it's because there's like their peers also were, and so there's an expectation romantically. There's
yes, but that's still a valid reason. So like there's that, it's not gonna
right. But if all men just weren't circumcised, then it wouldn't be. But that's why
I'm saying today we're already too
okay.
past
We're already there. But so we should continue with this barbaric practice.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It is a very
I think
touchy
not.
subject.
I think we should get rid of it. In any case, let's move on. We have a couple chats here, and we'll try to wrap up here pretty soon. We have Liam L.A. Brian, who cares? Myron and G, that's not related. That's from 20 minutes ago. Liam L.A., it's going to take a while to get through all of these. So let me pull up. Let's see. Puffy Vegas, he has a 300 body count. I think we did that one. Puffy Vegas, hey, thank you for the 50. We have Rick Bungle. Okay, all right, hold on.
Liam L.A. donated $100. Brian, you're...
It's fine. You can show it. Thank you. I'm a gugut. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You're right. I am a gugut. All right. Memo to men: get yourself a passport. Become a passport bro. Do not marry American 304s raised in this culture. Under any circumstances, you will thank me later. Okay, Rick Bungle, shouting out the passport bros. There's some. I think there's some. There's good women in the U.S.
Yeah. I would like to say I'm one of them.
Well, there you go. All right.
I hope
Sorry, let me get the rest here. All right, we have Mike Davis. Oops, hold on. Mike Davis, you sound like a creep from Liam L.A.
Liam L.A., you're correct.
And the girls seem to agree. Mike Davis. Okay, all right. Mike Davis is always going a little bit too hard sometimes. Okay. MK Dev Straight. I feel like I'm a solid 7. Tried apps, tried in-person bars, coffee shops, wherever. It's not always a number game, just saying. Keeko, do you have a response to this?
Yeah, I'm sorry you're not having luck. It sounds like you're trying out a lot of avenues, so like that totally sucks. I would think back now and see what is the core of this issue. Is it how you're approaching them? Is it how you're coming off? Is it your conversational skills? I would try to say at that point, let's pinpoint what's going on with that. But I'm sorry you haven't had luck.
You can hire Keeko for her dating coach services at RAGEQUIT, Keeko, onlyfans.com/RAGEQUIT Keeko. How much money do you think Keeko could make if she started an OnlyFans? Probably like 5 figures a month, just saying.
I would never do it.
Okay. All right. We got
an OnlyFans?
Puffy Vegas.
Yeah.
Girls.
I would never. No. That's not
Puffy
my,
Vegas says girls just want
forte.
sex.
That actually doesn't say sex. That says SX.
Oh, excuse me. They want SX. They want
sex. Girls, you can't sleep with girls. Girls just want sex. I mean, they're unapproachable. I mean, which one is it?
Well, I don't think we should trust anything that Puffy Vegas says. I'm not very true.
We have
Sorry,
Liam
Puffy.
L.A. Y'all whack. L.A. sucks. Okay, thank you,
Your
man.
name's literally
Appreciate
Liam
it.
L.A. We're not in L.A.
Liam L.A. That's
Brixan, the chat is demanding the return of Gorlock to the Whatever podcast. Personally, I would like to see Gorlock next to Keeko on a future podcast soon. Please deliver on this request. I am in talks with Al Weezy. Okay, let's not use the Gorlock name. Keeko might get upset. I've been talking to Al Weezy. It's in the works. I actually tried to get her on this Sunday, but it's in the works. It's in the works. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Rick. Keeko, get back in the gym. You know why. Brian, I appreciate the pod, but women these days, do you have something to say to the gym comment?
I mean, I still go 5 to 6 times a week.
Okay,
so
all right.
I look small.
Brian, I appreciate the pod, but women these days, especially the younger ones, will never learn to appreciate hardworking, middle-class, masculine men like myself Wait, do it again? Oh, RBT. Okay, they grew up on fairy tales like Prince Charming. Hashtag think about it.
Cry me a river.
And the princes and the princes in all those stories didn't even do too much. Like, they're literally just inherited money or some crap. They weren't even trying that hard. So I don't know where that example is even coming from.
All right, and then we have Liam LA. Yo, Brian, your mod's trying to ban me. Okay.
Yeah, because you keep saying
you're being a little, you got to be careful there with some of the terms you use because it might be inappropriate. Just saying. All right. Liam LA, thank you for your patronage, man. Much appreciated. Okay, we need to react to 2 videos and then pull up the Twitch really quick and then we'll do the 2 videos, then we're going to wrap. Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. So let me see where we're at. Quentin, thank you for the Prime. King, thank you for the Prime. Zelda, thank you for the Prime. Noel, thank you for the Prime. Panda, thank you for the Prime. Snack, thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Okay, so we had 2 videos that we were going to react to. No, 2 videos? We could do the Tate. Could do the Tate.
Yeah,
should we do Tate? I think we should do Tate because Tate came up. What do we do? We could do, let's see. What's a good one? We could do the loneliness one. That it's not it's not super triggering, but
Trigger us, Brian.
Well, I could do the body count one. Let's do the body count one.
Okay.
We've done it a million times. No, we'll do the loneliness one, then we'll do the body count one, then we'll let's see. So Nick, if you can pull up the Tate lonely and then the Tate body count clip. Oh.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $99.99. Yeah, Freako's an expert in circumcision. She knows all about peepees. She got more bodies than Shang Tsung. Your soul is mine. Look in R. Also, Maddie's in denial with that ring from Toys R Us.
It's actually from Pandora.
I've never said I was an expert in circumcision. I said from the few amount of men I've talked about it, and I've never spoken to any men I've hooked up with over circumcision. They were more of friends and acquaintances, not
You have
sexual
like
partners.
one dude who you've talked about with.
No, I've
There's
brought
multiple.
this up.
You
Yes.
talk about circumcision.
Only
women. Okay.
it was brought up like randomly, like probably throughout high school and stuff. But most of these conversations happened after this has happened on social media, where everyone's advocating for anti-circumcision. I asked them
Sure.
straight up, like,
Okay.
how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
How do you feel about your meat being cut?
Yeah.
Seriously, like I want to know. Like I have no other way to know but to ask. I don't have one,
Mm.
so I would like to get a firsthand knowledge on it before I make up a whole predisposed argument.
Okay. Nick, do you have the video?
No, I was going to ask you what folders.
Oh, it's podcast videos Tate.
Is it in Dropbox?
Yeah, Dropbox.
Really, too much water.
Dropbox podcast videos Tate. Good times. Good times. Good.
I don't know why I'm not seeing it. I'm so sure.
You're gonna what?
I don't know why I'm not seeing it in podcast videos. I've seen podcasts, but it's
You
not.
got to go to Dropbox podcast videos
Oh, gotcha.
Tate. You know.
What's going on with Tate's case?
Well, he was released from jail, and then he was placed on house arrest, and then he was released from house arrest, and I believe he's able to roam Romania. I think he's still required to stay in Romania. I actually haven't heard any other updates besides that.
Do you want the body count one next?
I'm trying to think which one. Let's do the Tate F&F Lonely. Because we kind of talked about that. I need to get up for a sec while that plays. And then I'll stay for the Lonely and then, yeah.
Your back hurt, your neck.
No, use the bathroom, dork.
Oh, call me a dork.
All right, don't mind the BS sad music that the editor put over this. All right, go ahead.
I don't think most women can actually genuinely understand how lonely the majority of men are. And you need to truly understand, if you're Joe Schmo, average in nearly every way, in Starbucks working, you ain't getting a DM ever. You girls will never be lonely. As much as you might be unhappy with the possible suitors, you can at least fuck about and flirt if you feel sad. There are men out here in the world who have genuine loneliness. And I can prove this statistically. Why do you think it's all the men killing themselves compared to the women?
Financial reasons.
Wow. Okay, he took it very dark. He brought it very fucking dark there.
Of why men are killing themselves.
I actually disagree. I think men kill themselves for mental health reasons.
Yeah,
majority.
but it's usually related to, like, statistically, it's usually related to financial issues
Oh,
that lead to
Flam
mental
Life,
health
thank you,
issues.
man.
I'm not
Appreciate
saying
it.
men aren't lonely.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of lonely men out there, and they have very serious mental health issues that they don't feel like they could talk about because they're told to be tough and to brush it off. So definitely, but he's saying that majority of men kill themselves because they're lonely when statistically that's not right. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Okay.
You had a friend or...
Well, no, I just think based off of, like, not only firsthand, but, like, majority of people I talk to, like, men do go through loneliness. And I do agree that it is a lot easier, like we were talking about before, like, women, it's a lot easier for, like, you to find a date, you to flirt, than guys necessarily to, like, they're not obviously, like, and it's not our fault that we're not the ones like, oh, like, yeah, the men are DMing us, but, like, realistically, like, girls are gonna get more DMs than guys, so I can definitely see, like, his point of view. Like, I'm not saying, like, oh my gosh, I'm an Andrew Tate stan by any way or shape or form, but I'm saying it is valid. Like, men do have a lot of mental health issues. They are very, like, I can see that how, like, lonely is, like, being lonely is, like, a problem for them, and I do think that part of the reason men kill themselves is partially because they are lonely. I can see that.
I'm that's exactly, yes.
Okay.
I'm never saying that men don't kill themselves because they're lonely.
Yeah, no,
he said,
yeah.
why do you think the majority? So I would just point out the word majority.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely is there's a lot of men who are lonely.
Sorry.
And I see that as a problem, but that's why they have to just stress less on, 'cause I know a friendship cannot always fulfill the shoes of a like a true partner companionship. But yeah, he has a point, but that's just a video of him saying that. What's his advice after? What is his call to action? How does he help them resolve that problem instead of just pointing out to more men that they're lonely? Like, all he's doing is acknowledging
I think it also raises a little bit of awareness for women, because I think a lot, until I'm not saying that, I think that Andrew Tate's diagnoses 85% of the time are pretty damn accurate. I don't agree with his prescriptions 80% of the time. I think majority of the time it's super conflated to his lifestyle of, fuck bitches, it's a very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Double-edged sword? I don't know.
No, not double-edged sword. I think he portrays a lifestyle that is really unrealistic for a lot of people, obviously, and I don't think a lot of the lifestyle choices he made or he makes are morally correct and necessary for human flourishing. Mm-hmm. But I agree that he brings up a lot of points that have been ignored until very recently and until people like him have come into the social media space.
Good point, but like, I see that he's telling men or telling women, trying to bring it to their attention, but women aren't watching Andrew Tate. Men are. I know he has women around them, but the thousands of people, everyone who's watching, are a majority of men. So I just feel like that is just pointing out to them more that they're lonely, and also, like how you said, an unattainable lifestyle. If anything, he's making men think that what he's doing is this average thing that they all should be doing, and making them feel more sad and behind in life. So maybe it's right message, wrong sponsor, because he just told men, oh, you're lonely, you can't do anything, this is why you guys kill yourselves. Sad music, video shuts off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously that was just a clip from a whole podcast, but I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot of Andrew Tate's content, especially his long form content. The only things that I've really seen him in terms of like a call to action and a prescription to like advice for men on a broad level is essentially like, get a job, do something that's going to be productive to society, and get into the gym. Make yourself essentially more attractive to women, because if we get down to the base level of it, I know we talked about feminism a lot, and I'm not going to get into it too much, but feminism has essentially, especially in recent waves, has told women that you don't need men, and men are being overlooked a lot of the times because of that now. So they don't feel valued. They don't feel that they need to put any effort into their appearance, their lifestyle, their jobs. because they're not going to get anything out of it in their eyes, obviously. But I think raising awareness for this helps them like see that there is going to be hope, that they should put effort into their lifestyle, into how they present themselves, into the things that they work for, and become productive members of society, because it is going to increase their value on a whole.
I agree with what Andrew Tate said about like girls can flirt and fuck more easily, but I don't think that's the cure to loneliness. So I think anyone who lacks genuine connection feels lonely, and as we talked about, men are pursuing sex which isn't extremely like meaningful. So when they're not pursuing the meaningful type of intimacy, then maybe that could play a role into why men are more lonely.
Well, I think the point that he was kind of trying to make, and one of the reasons I wanted to pull it up, because I mean, it's basically, we already had the conversation about, well, who's it harder to get laid? And you could argue that maybe even if a woman could get like a one-night stand or get sex, that maybe that's not even what women are after, that's not even what they want. But I think what he's trying to say is, well, at least you can get that level of attention. Like you can get a warm bed, you could get a cuddle, which, I mean, maybe it might not be with the optimum suitor, maybe it might not even be what you want. If you know, maybe you want like a long-term relationship, you want a family, and it's having a casual encounter is not a big priority for you. But you basically, what you have though is men out there who who can't even get that, and they're touch starved. They can't even get, like, I don't know if you've heard this term, like being touch starved, but like they haven't fucking hugged anybody in like forever. And a woman, if you want to cuddle, you don't even have to fuck a guy. You could get a cuddle pretty easily, you know. But anyways, let's move on from that, just because I do want to try to wrap up here pretty soon. We got one more video. I have one more question, then we're gonna wrap it up. Wrap it up, Keeko. Wrap it up.
It's the longest I've been quiet.
Oh no. We have to. Do we do the body count? Oh God, should we do?
Too controversial?
No, it's not controversial.
I just feel like we went over it already.
I don't know if we did.
Well,
and I'm really looking towards Jillian here for her thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then Mira, yeah, I was about to say that. Just saying. I knew it. I memorized it, but we need to hear more from Mira. You've been a little quiet. We need some more deets.
I will.
Okay, cool. All right, let's do Tate video. Do we do the body count one or the forehead body count one?
The forehead body count?
There's a forehead body count. Yeah. Let's do. Wait, which one, Nick?
Nick says body count.
The forehead count or the body count?
He said body count.
We've done that one so much. Let's do the forehead count. Why not? All right. Wait, no. Is it going to be too triggering? Should we, Nick? Let's ask chat. Let's ask chat. They've seen the videos a whole bunch of times.
I think.
Can you pull up the chat? Yeah. Yo, chat. One in the chat. Do you want the Tate body count video or the Tate forehead count video? That's with Cheyenne. Which one do you guys want? Chat.
Can we read the chat afterwards?
What's that?
Can we read the chat afterwards? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It'll be.
Okay.
Which one? Forehead? Both? I don't know if we could have time for both. Here, let's start with the forehead count, and then.
I've seen forehead count in both.
Okay.
The most.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
We'll do
I've seen
forehead
the
count.
second one. That's what everyone's voting on.
All right, go ahead.
I think 99% of the world's problems would be solved.
Can you make it louder?
If females walked through life with their body count on their forehead. Because it would prevent all of the disintegration of morals. It would prevent so many things about the world.
But you know what, there's like
And women would be like, to be with me as a man, I don't want to put another number on my forehead. You have to be a good man. They wouldn't stop fucking these idiots and stop being idiots. And all the idiocy would disappear. All the degeneracy would disappear. Families would return. Virgins meeting their first man, staying with him her whole life and being proud of it. Couldn't we go back to such a beautiful age? All we have to do is start putting numbers on girls' foreheads. We could fix everything.
that attitude is disgusting.
Okay.
So men are lonely, are touch starved, women need to start putting their body head on their forehead because they fuck too many men and they're fucking around too much, and we have no more virgins who are pure and don't want to do those things. Which one do you want? Do you want a world full of virgins, or do you want a world full of hoes that are fucking you guys?
No, I mean, he did say women originally, and then he made an argument for men basically becoming accountable because they don't want another number added to their forehead. I mean, obviously it would never happen for obvious reasons, but it would create a lot of accountability for everyone. And we see a lot of, like, people don't hold themselves accountable for things a lot nowadays.
For what, though? Because we're not saying put on a men's head. Yeah, it's one thing that being accountable for is the fact that she has to take account for the fact that she slept with another man. I don't see how that's a society starlight, everything in the world's going to change. I know it's a joke, but, like, still, to even, like, try to, like, sit and try to rationalize that statement is, like, I don't even think that should have the energy towards it, because it makes...
Here, let's give some other people an opportunity to respond. We're going to go around the table.
Oh, he wanted to hear from you? All right.
Okay.
You, and then we'll just go around like this.
I don't really have too much to say on that one.
Come on, you're a little upset by what he said.
No,
come on.
I mean, it was, look, it's obviously an unrealistic expectation that women are suddenly going to have their body counts on their foreheads. I also think that, while some women may want to watch it, I think it won't change anything for some other women who will continue doing what they were doing previously. So I don't even really think it's worth thinking about all that deeply, because I think, sure, it might stop some people, but it won't affect others. So
I think some people are open about it and some people aren't, and the reason they're not, I think specifically with people who have a higher body count, I don't know if they are ashamed of themselves or worry more about other people shaming them. So I think it's an uncomfortable topic for a lot of people. So I don't know if that would be the best approach. Yeah.
Okay.
If somebody's going to put themselves in the position where they do have a high body count, I don't think that it would be an issue if everybody had to know, because men deserve the option. They should deserve the chance to know what a woman's body count is if women have the same opportunity. Like, a man should be able to want somebody who has slept with 0 people just as easily as a woman should be. Like, I don't think there's an issue with that.
Yeah. I actually kind of agree with that. Kind of going back to, like, your comment too. Like, if, like, a woman wants people to know, like, how many people that she slept with, she'll go out and tell people. So it's just like, and if a guy wants to know how much a woman has slept with, it just gives women accountability as well as men. So
I think it would definitely hold accountability in the way that, like, I think people do know that sometimes it's morally not unacceptable, but I think people are ashamed of it. And I think, like, if people were to know, they wouldn't want them to know. So I think definitely it would definitely make a difference. I'm not saying, like, I just think, like, oh yeah, if you have a high one, I'm not shaming you in any way, but I think definitely there's some people out there that are ashamed of their high one. But I'm not saying that's everyone, but I'm saying I think morally, or, like, just in general, like, it would definitely, I think, make an effect on how many hookups there would be in today.
Sure.
I just think that's, like, a personal conversation that, like, should happen between you and the person, like, you're looking to have a relationship with. I don't think it needs to be, like, everyone needs to know. I don't think that's necessary. I just think, like, you and the other person can have an honest conversation about it, and, like, that's all there has to be. Like, I don't think it needs to be, like, some public thing that, like, everyone knows about. Like,
okay.
I think what I will say is, in terms of hookup culture, like, if you're sleeping with someone, why does body count necessarily matter if it's just gonna happen, like, for a night? In terms of, like, a relationship, though, like, I feel like there should, like, if you're telling the person that you're gonna commit to a relationship with, you should, like, build a sense of trust. Like, if you're lying to them about your body count, like, that's a whole other issue that I feel like is just not gonna lead to a good relationship with good, like, standards.
Well, I mean, what I would just answer to your first part there is, even for a one-night stand, I think a lot of guys, even in that circumstance, even in that context, would probably still prefer to get with a girl who has a low body count, even if it's just for casual sex.
I think they don't care.
men will care far less if it's just a hookup, like it's less of a priority than for like a relationship or a marriage. But I mean, if given the option, okay, for a one-night stand, assuming both of the women are down, you have a woman who slept with 100 men versus a girl who's a virgin, the guy's probably going to pick the virgin.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. If it's just a hookup, I'm saying the man's going to choose.
No, I'm saying even for a one-night stand, even for a hookup, he's going to pick the virgin.
Maybe you know more because you're a man, but I would say they're going to choose the one with 100 versus a virgin for a hookup because
Nick,
they
what do you
want
think?
someone more
We need to
experienced.
get Nick on this more.
You want a virgin?
Oh yeah, bro. That's like
Even for a one-night stand.
Yeah, I guess maybe just the guys I'm around, they would prefer someone with more experience, especially with something like just a hookup. Then they're not trying to get a hookup and then teach her how to hook up. They're trying to get their needs met, and that's it. But for a relationship, that's completely different. I wouldn't say the same for a relationship, obviously.
I feel like a lot of guys use it as like an ego booster though. Like, oh my god, I just took this girl's virginity, or oh my god, I just got with a girl that only has like one body, and then they'll go and like be proud of that and tell their friends about that. And that's why guys usually like going for virgins and stuff like that.
Well, I think it's just psychologically more stimulating.
Okay, so virgin, yes, but okay, maybe 3 bodies versus 100. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Well,
see how
even
I can see
the
the virgin
lower the
card.
better.
The virgin card is definitely that's a thing I've heard of before, but that's also more of a high school thing I've heard of. I don't really hear of adult men being like, I took her virginity.
I don't
So
either. I think that men like view it more as like, I mean, I'm not going to speak for all men, but I do know a lot of men that get genuinely disgusted when women have incredibly high body counts.
Yeah.
But I mean, for
like even she said she's a virgin. She says that some guys be like they don't like it, but
Well,
we
yeah,
know
of
it's they
course.
want to
Yeah.
sleep with her.
Well,
Yeah.
they
And
don't
it's
like it because they're not going to get quick sex.
I agree. That's probably the majority of the reason why. The
Yeah.
majority of them think that. But
so I think given the option between like, okay, if, for the instance of a one-night stand, if a girl have a body count of 3 compared to something upwards of 100, they'd pretty much always pick the 3 girl.
I genuinely believe the guy for a hookup should pick the girl with the higher body count because she's more experienced
they? Maybe,
and
but
could give
are
them
there
a better time. So
disagree,
I don't
but disagree on that. I disagree.
But I don't get the male brain thinking fucking a virgin or a girl with a really low body count is better when, like, with more experience, they have more skill. So the physical pleasure is increased.
That's why I think the guys who actually do sleep with virgins don't usually want it anymore.
Disavow.
I feel like it's like a fantasy thing.
Disavow. Let me ask you a question, right?
Okay.
Well, you've never had sex. I don't know. So I guess to the girls who've had sex, do you need to be, maybe you don't need it, but does it elevate the sexual experience if, aside from just the man's technical skills in the bedroom, you're also psychologically stimulated by him in some way? So either he's really physically attractive, you really like his personality.
Yes.
So is there a psychological component to the enjoyment when it comes to sex, right?
Sure, but it's not because he's a virgin.
But men,
well, for
men
guys,
and women
that's
are
their
different.
Men and women view
Men and
sex
women are
differently.
different.
Okay.
That's just what I'm saying, like, for me personally.
And I feel like all this, honestly, doesn't matter regardless because I have never heard of a man who was just going for a one-night stand even ask what their body count is.
Liam Millay donated $100. Why do you guys care if they ask about your body count?
Keeko?
I don't care if they ask. I never said they did.
Okay. But I guess for like kind of responding to you, like, oh, well, wouldn't you want to get with a girl who's had 100 bodies because surely she must be more sexually experienced, ergo the sexual experience is going to be more pleasurable because she's got a certain technique, the Gluck 9000 or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, I don't think men are, first off, that's a particularly huge preoccupation. Like a woman's technical skill in the bedroom is dwarfed by, I would say, the psychological stimulation that she might provide, either through being really physically attractive or by having a low body count or by being a virgin, for example.
I'm not saying they prefer the one with the higher body count, but for physical pleasure, like the skill level, they should.
Well, if that's your only, but like I think for
But you're
both men
talking
and women-
mentally. Right.
Well, yeah, I think both men and women are psychologically stimulated. Like, let me ask, would you rather have the best sex of your life with a guy who you thought was physically unattractive and you didn't really like his personality, or would you rather have average sex with a guy who is really fucking attractive, really hot, good personality, and maybe technically he wasn't as good as this other guy, but the other things he's bringing psychologically, the psychological stimulation actually make the sex better?
The average
I mean, you haven't had
sex,
sex, I don't know.
But I care about personal connection. And also, I'm not anti-sex. I'm just anti-sex with guys who I don't have a established relationship with. So I'm not like saving myself for marriage or any of that. I simply want a meaningful connection, and guys this far or currently are not offering what I require, so it's not happening. But I'm not anti-sex.
Yeah.
I'd have sex if a guy
deserves it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like the same thing. Like, what if there was because men will view a woman who has a low body count, isn't promiscuous, or who's a virgin, they might view that as something that would make the sex better. They might be more attracted to a woman who is like that. So
is it almost like a hard to get thing?
God, Keeko. No, not really. I mean, I think there's a couple different reasons. One, I'm Nick. I don't know if you can weigh in on this,
There's
but
no connection with someone with 100 bodies, and sex that you're gonna have with that person is not like good connected sex.
Well, I think
We're talking about a hookup.
Well,
though.
yeah, but even in the hookup, but I think the other thing that you could say is that, Nick, would you, and I feel like girls probably to some degree feel this way too. Like, for me, if I was about to hook up with a girl, whether it was just a one-night stand or I wanted to pursue a relationship with her, if I found out that she hooked up with a different guy yesterday, that would be very off-putting to me.
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
off-putting,
Agree.
just because it's kind of, I think it would be kind of gross. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
did he come inside you? And then I'm by proxy, I'm kind of playing for the other side. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then
we know your theory on that.
My weird theory
Okay.
about and then the STD concern. And it's like, if a girl tells me it's been 3 years since I last was with a guy, I'm like, that's dope, cool.
But there's no correlation between body count and the last time someone hooked up with somebody. So those are two different
Well,
things.
yeah, okay, those are two different things. But
And I think that's a
it's
lot
related
more-
to promiscuity to some degree. If a girl hasn't had sex in 3 years, it's plausible.
What if she could have fucked 50 guys 3 years ago.
It's plausible that she was
But there's a girl who
promiscuous in
just
the
hadn't slept with
past.
someone last week. Which one would you prefer? The girl who slept with 50 guys 3 years ago,
Well, okay,
or the
now
girl
we're
who slept
getting
with
into
someone last
hypothetical
week?
comparison situation.
Wait, can you answer that one?
What's the two?
So would you rather sleep with a girl who slept with over 50 guys 3 years ago, or would you rather sleep with the girl who has a body count of like 5, say, but she slept with someone last week?
Can you answer that?
That's a tough one.
Chat, answer too.
Yeah, chat. You guys
Puffy.
answer.
I think
That's
that's
a tough one.
valid though, right? Like,
yes.
you're saying it, like,
No, I'm
I-
actually curious what people have
Yeah.
to say about that one.
I totally get like wanting to have a woman with a low body
They're-
count. Like that's not.
They're
a
both
problem.
undesirable. They're both undesirable scenarios. Let's say that. Which one do I prefer? I don't know.
I say 5 more.
Okay.
Wait, 5?
Yeah.
So 5.
So the one
So
that last
recently,
week. Yeah.
but she only has 5 bodies
Correct. Yeah.
versus.
The one who has 50 bodies, but hasn't
bodies.
slept with anyone in 3 years.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards she slept with, but it's not. It's still not a desirable scenario.
No.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you fucked a guy a day ago.
See, and
yeah,
you guys,
all right.
that's just not bright thinking though.
What do you mean? It's not. What do you mean?
Because like if you're trying to, you guys say that you use this knowledge to try to like show the future of how like your relationship is, how type of woman
Yeah.
she is.
Yep.
But say the woman who slept with 50 people over 3+ years ago, right? She went through the self-realization. She realized, oh no, I messed up. Like I shouldn't have been doing that. I know my self-worth now. I know I only want to give myself to like, a worthy man. Versus the woman who just slept with someone a week ago and has 5 bodies. What if she gained all those 5 bodies all last week? I never said that.
Oh, no,
so what
okay,
if
now
she's
you're
just starting her whole
another
train?
variable.
So it's like, that's all my point is, you can't use these things as end all be all. You need to talk to who you're with, and
Look, we can
that's
come
how
up
you-
with these
Sure.
hypothetical
But
scenarios.
you guys are trying to like be like, yeah, she has
Look.
over 3 bodies, she's a hoe. It's like, no, like there's many different things that go into it. So
okay, and various guys have different thresholds for what they deem to be a high body count. We can make up these hypothetical scenarios. Ultimately, though, what I would say, generally speaking, is most men would prefer women with lower body counts. The lower, the better. The closer to 0, the better.
I feel like a woman with a higher body count might make a man feel degraded, if that makes any sense at all. How so? If like a woman had slept with 50 people and then goes and sleeps with another man, makes it 51. Like, how is the, like, I don't know.
Well, it's also like kind of to your point. I think that you're just, okay, I'm number 51.
Yeah.
Why didn't it work for the previous 50 guys? Was there like what's going on there? And then also, I mean, I do think when it comes to significant others, you do want, and maybe this is going to sound corny, I think for both men and women, you do want to be special to your significant other.
Absolutely.
And if you've had 50, 100 prior sexual partners, one, I think you've kind of detached intimacy from sex. 100%. Sex is just sport fucking to you. It's just like a handshake. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, you've to some degree detached the intimacy component to sex. And again, maybe this sounds corny, but like for me, I don't really have an interest in sleeping with a girl one time. Like if I have sex with a girl, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue seeing her. To me, people who sport fuck, okay, let me just try to hook up with a bunch of girls. Frankly, I don't see the point. I don't think it's an intelligent or smart way to move as a man. So especially if you're on your purpose and you're trying to, do something with your life, just hooking up with a bunch of random girls and never talking to them again, I think that's an L. Sorry, I got tongue-tied there. I think you should try to develop relationships with women and not just use them for sex and, discard them once you've gotten what you've gotten. I think if you choose to sleep with a woman, you should try to pursue something. So
and I do think it says a lot about your morals and your values too, on an extent, like to an extreme extent. There, of course, are those outliers, like you said, the theoretical woman that had a very promiscuous past and has, either come to some sort of religion and had a change of heart or some other circumstance in their life. Of course, there are those people, but there's not like a huge amount of them compared to with that past that have come to like a huge change of heart, like a drastic change of heart. A lot of them continue with those types of habits.
Fair, but I see a lot of women, especially on social media now, they're coming forward a lot saying like, especially with this whole empowerment thing we're seeing within feminism, a lot of girls who are teens, early 20s, college, they felt empowered by sleeping with multiple men or doing things like that, and then they get to their late 20s or early 30s and they realize, oh, I was just doing those things to fill a void and actually got nothing off of it, and they do change. And I feel like if anything, it's more women who will come to that realization than men would that are promiscuous in that way.
Yeah, 100%.
But it overall breaks down to what I said in the beginning, that's why you just need to shoot in your league. If you are a girl with 100 bodies, you best be dating a man who has over 100 bodies. Like it's that is the truth. I will admit that in a relationship, for it to work, I do believe the woman has to have a smaller body count than the man. Yeah. But I don't think it has to be under 10. That's what I'm saying. Like it's relative to the man's body count.
No.
Hers has to be less, but it doesn't have to be 3% of his body count. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do agree with that, but I think that they're the way that we phrase it a lot of the times in terms of saying body count doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter.
It matters.
It absolutely does matter, but by saying and bringing up the arguments for it not mattering or trying to justify it, basically gives people an incentive to participate in it when it does not add any sort of value to your life to have a high body count or participate in hookup culture. It adds no value to your life long term. And eventually just hurts you in your personal relationships.
So it's only a very small percent of people who find, especially women who just find pleasure in just having casual sex. Yeah. I think there's more women who are trying to convince themselves that they feel that way. So I do agree that a lot of women are hurting themselves by participating in this, 100%. But I don't think that it's fair to say that all men want virgins or all men want women with only 3+ bodies, because that's just simply not true. A lot of men don't care as much as you make it seem. If it was true, then we wouldn't see all these porn stars wifed up. We wouldn't see all these strippers getting, and I'm not even saying by low men. We see billionaires taking strippers out of the strip club and putting a ring on their finger. So it's not all men that care about body count. Or Drake's baby mama wouldn't be a prostitute.
Yeah, I'm not saying all men, but I think the majority of men, even if they don't want to recognize it or don't upfront know about their conscious or it's an unconscious bias that they have against it. I told my boyfriend I was going to bring this up at some point because it was a really great argument that or conversation I had with him. He had previously dated somebody or a girl with a body count of roughly 40, and he essentially said that he didn't care about it. And then I proceeded to have a conversation with him about it, and he kind of backtracked and said, oh, well, because she told me her body count was that high, I proceeded to not take the relationship seriously.
So he did care.
Exactly. Yeah. So he did care. He didn't realize that he actually cared, but...
Is his body count under 40?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. But, a man who has a body count of, say, 60 or 80 or whatever probably doesn't care about her 40. Because I've met guys, too, it's like my friend, he said the same thing. He was dating a girl who had a body count of, around 30, and his was, in the teens, and it was on his mind all the time, in the back of his mind all the time. She had hooked up with some of his friends before. I totally get that.
See, I think even if it is a guy that has a body count of say 80, seeing a girl with a body count of something like 40, I think it still would play a part in how he viewed that relationship.
Possibly. Yeah. Also, I just think they could understand it more, maybe conceptualize it a little better, because they've laid down with as many people before, versus somebody who hasn't slept with 40 people was like, how could you even, lay down with 40 people? They can't even conceptualize it. Yeah. So
I also just would say though, I think you mentioned something about you think it's better for men to have maybe not an excessively higher body count, but you think it's better for men to have a bit more experience. Is that?
I'm saying a relationship will not work out if a woman has a higher body count than the man in the relationship. Yes.
I agree with that. Yeah. And is that just coming from the guy being less sexually experienced, basically? Is that kind of the angle?
It becomes insecure. The man cannot fathom the fact that the girl he's with has been touched by more men than he hasn't even touched them.
Not insecurity.
No, I'm not saying it's a wrong insecurity. I'm not saying it's not all insecurities are bad. It's an insecurity from the fact of that's not. He's not like that. He's not someone who's sexually promiscuous like that. So being with someone who's more sexually promiscuous as him, it's something that a lot of men cannot deal with. There's always going to be feathers ruffled.
Well, I also think when it comes to okay, hold on, I'll come back to it. Why body count matters. Condoms do not protect against genital herpes. Yep, 60 bodies equals 12 partners who are infected. 100 bodies equals you're likely infected. This is why they can't test for it in adult content. Years can go by without an outbreak, but you still spread it. Yeah, it's very true. Condoms do not necessarily, if you can get, I guess, an outbreak on your region that's not protected by condoms, so, and you don't want that. So, When it comes to a gap in experience with sex, I would definitely say that a woman who's more sexually experienced than a man probably, I think most women would not want to teach a guy, show a guy how to fuck them. A girl doesn't want to teach a dude. Women just want a guy to get it. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have open communication, and if there's certain things you like I don't think we should treat men as mind readers. They're just going to instantly get everything. But I don't if a woman is with a really inexperienced guy sexually, I think she's just going to be it's going to be, assuming she has sexual experience, it's going to be a turnoff for her. Mm-hmm. A woman doesn't want to teach a guy how to fuck. Whereas a guy who's with an inexperienced woman, if you're a guy, you know how to lead, assuming we're kind of going along, if the guy's typically a bit more dominant in the bedroom, the woman's a bit more submissive, the guy is going to be able to lead the woman, and it's not going to be oh, you're inexperienced, this is a turn off. It actually may very well be neutral or just a turn on, if anything. So I think there's that component. Also, I think coming back to what you said, or I forgot who was saying it, something about, was it you who's talking about why would a guy want to get with a woman who might not be good in bed or who's inexperienced even in a one-night stand? Was that?
I think that was me.
Oh, that was
also,
you.
side note, I was not laughing at anyone.
I
was reading the chat and they were very funny.
Oh, and actually we do have one more video that we're going to react to.
Okay.
Relax, lady. Okay. Don't worry, we're almost done here. So,
starving here.
And actually related to that though. So, what I would say, and it's another Tate video, don't worry, it's brief. So what I would say is what matters more than a girl who sucks dick really well, because we've often had girls on the show like, oh, well, a woman who's not sexually experienced, who has a low body count, she's not going to be able to give you the Gluck 9000. Like, she's not going to know how to like maneuver her I don't know, her pelvis in a certain way to please you. It's like, no, that's bullshit. First, one, if you're a guy, you know how to lead. You like, if you have any sexual experience in the bedroom, you can lead a girl and you can make her good in bed pretty simply. Also, I think it's a girl who like, you know what matters more when it comes to that? It's not how good her head game is. It's a girl who loves you to death, who's your ride or die, who's gonna have your back, who takes care of you just like you take care of her, who's gonna be there through the good time, the bad time, et cetera, et cetera. And I'd just rather have a girl who truly loves me and I truly love her, and it doesn't like, okay, she doesn't suck dick the best. Who fucking cares? That's not a huge priority. One, you can learn. Two, again, if you're a guy and you can lead in the bedroom, you can have amazing sex with a girl who's sexually inexperienced. So, yeah, I don't know. Sex is not like this complicated. Actually, the Tate article is way better than me. Oh, it's a different video.
Donated $99. For the panel 1 by 1, would you date a person who had genital herpes?
Oh, God, okay.
What it does: 1.
We'll go through.
7x more likely to contract HIV. 2. Disclose to all future partners and facing likely rejection. 3. Taking antivirals for life. 4. Having to use herpes dating sites.
Oh, God. Well, number 2, definitely. I mean, I feel like dating is hard enough for men and women as it is.
Liam LA donated $100. Adam 22 has the worst life ever.
Yeah, thank you, Liam LA. We will read your other chats here too. We'll get to them in a sec. But so number 2 in Jay Butler's previous thing, saying disclose to all future partners and facing likely rejection. Look, for men and women dating relationships, it's hard enough as it is. Do not, if you're promiscuous, like there's a higher likelihood of you getting an STD. Like don't further handicap yourself and make it more difficult to find, you know, that long-term relationship or a boyfriend or even anything. Because, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if a girl has herpes, I don't care how fucking beautiful she is. I don't care if she's way out of my league. I don't care how cool she is. Like if you have an incurable STD, that's just, you could be a great person, but I'm not going to pursue that. So going around the panel, would you date a person who has the herp?
I would consider it when dating. Okay, this is probably going to sound dumb, but I think I would be more open to it if we were getting married, because my sexual like history or like my sexual stance of having that, it wouldn't be an issue with future partners because that is my partner forever. So
Go ahead.
So if we were committed forever, I'd be okay with it. But if it was a temporary person, I would not risk it for my future people. If that makes sense.
I want to let everybody answer, but I will come back to that. What about you?
No.
And same with her. Like this could be your forever person. Let's say could be your forever person.
No.
No.
Into the mic? Yes, no?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, it's no from me. I mean, here's the thing, right? You're young, you're an attractive girl, you're waiting.
Thank you.
Not waiting till marriage or...
No, I'm just waiting
You're waiting for the right person, but you're a virgin, right? I mean, I would argue that you have like a very great degree of romantic and sexual optionality. You don't need to... No offense to anybody who's got an STD, but you don't need to settle for somebody who, I mean, I assume you don't have anything either, given your situation.
Correct.
Like, there's a lot of men out there that don't have herpes, and look, you're not going to die from it, but like, why? It is something that you can pass on to your child too. So, I mean, that might be another thought process. I mean, I would say you have a lot of options. There's plenty of fish in the sea, you know?
Yeah. If it was like the love of my life, I would be more lenient. It's not an instant no, nobody ever in the whole entire world is all I'm saying.
But to me, I just think that for most people, that would preclude. It's just, you really want like a couple times a year. I don't know how often.
Think about it before you answer. Like, how would it even play out, right? Because you aren't waiting to marriage. You're a virgin, but you're not waiting until marriage. This person's the love of your life, right? So, because they have genital herpes, are you now going to wait until marriage to sleep with them so you can solidify the fact that it's your forever? Because if you sleep with them before that happens, you could just up and leave. And you're also forgetting the fact that divorce is a possible thing. He could sleep with you, you could do that, and then he could just end up divorcing you. So it's like, is it something you want to put yourself in that predicament?
Okay, that was a very good point. I would say I wouldn't unless it was a permanent situation, but realistically nothing is permanent because of breakups, divorce. So realistically the answer is no. But if somehow it was the love of my life and we were guaranteed to be together forever, I would consider and can be convinced to look past it.
In this scenario, though, it sounds like the only way this would happen is if he lied to you or something, because it's like you.
If he never told me, then I got it, and then I'm like, we're stuck.
It's like, what? Yeah, because it's like, what are you gonna? You're saying it forever, but it's like, so that means you're going to have to wait until marriage. Then, I don't.
There's not just a one.
How do you know it's forever until you're married?
Yes, that's why I'm saying it's unrealistic.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing
is. I just wanted to make sure you.
It's a no, but love of my life forever.
Nothing is certain, but death and taxes. Okay, so look at Adam 22. Nick, if you're able to go into the video file, we'll play this last one, then we're going to wrap. It's related to the whole conversation about, is sex if the sex is bad, whatever. So.
Oh, is it a tape video?
Yeah, it's a tape video. It's in. Yes. Did I pull up?
Sex.
Oh, Liam LA, pause that really quick. Look at Adam 22. Thank you, Liam. This is Brian. You would N. I don't know what you mean by that. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Let me see. Were there any super chats? No. We have one more chat here from Liam N. I don't know if it's going to come up. We'll do it after the video. If you're able to pull up the video really quick, then we're going to wrap, guys. Put us in the corner. And then hide the other one. Thank you. All right, go for it. Oh, wait. Pause. Hold on. Sorry, someone just sent in a thing. Those are the stats if you guys want to read it. Okay, go ahead.
Sex, this position, that position. Don't you feel like you get to a point in your life where there's something more than that shit? Don't you feel like, and maybe I'm going to sound like a romantic, don't you feel like you get to a position in your life where you'd rather have a girl who you truly love and she truly loves you, and it doesn't matter what she does because you know she really loves you and she's trying her best?
Where are those hats?
I know she's shaking her head. But I'm serious. If you sleep with enough women, just like if you sleep with enough men, there's no fucking move. Sex is not a complicated operation, all right? There's no move that's going to be like, wow, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. My mind is blown.
No, like this.
If you think the way you keep a man happy is to move your pussy in a particular way on top of his dick, as opposed to behave in a way which is respectful to him out in the real world, and for him to know he has you and your loyalty regardless of what's going to come up, all the problems he's going to come into in his life, then you're wrong. So the whole point of sex is a connection between two people, and I think having a genuine connection between two people is worth more than the sex. So her question was, what can a woman do to truly blow your mind in the bedroom? You'll blow my mind outside of the bedroom, in a relationship as a whole. That's the truth. That's the truth. Wouldn't you rather have a girlfriend who truly loves you, is absolutely loyal to you, like no matter what happens, she's going to be there for you. You can catch a case 6 months, she's outside waiting for you. She can't take dick, right? Whatever. But she tries her very, very best, the poor thing. Yeah. And she wants to satisfy you, and you know she cares about you. Yeah. Wouldn't you be like, well, I don't care that she can't take dick, because that's actually a quality woman, which is rare in the world today. But I am genuinely uninterested in sleeping with a woman who I don't have a connection with. If a girl said to me, I don't love you at all, I don't feel anything for you at all, I don't want to sleep with you, but I will, I would say no. The sex act in and of itself is okay. If you had sex, we've all had sex, right? Do you really need to fuck somebody who doesn't give a shit about you at all? We live in a world now, right, where we have a lot of narratives which are being broken down and destroyed in real time. And I think it's very, very healthy for men and women to look at sex as an act that happens between people who at least like each other. The idea that I don't like them at all, but as long as they can suck dick this way, then it's okay. I don't give a fuck, right? If a girl genuinely loves me with all her heart and gives me a fucking terrible blowjob, I'm still gonna be like, well, you love me, I love you, it is what it is. Life's more important than blowjobs and fucking blowing your load.
What if it's
this
not
is the
love?
truth. And if it's not love, if it's not love, let me tell you something. Women are the gatekeepers, not men. If it's not love, you shouldn't be fucking him anyway. This is the reality of the world. Just because the modern world told you different, you shouldn't be fucking any man you don't love. That's the first fucking thing. You shouldn't be sleeping with him. No, but it's true.
You're right. Because because the intimacy, however you say it, intimacy, whatever is not there, you will feel it.
Okay, shout out Fresh and Fit. Thank you for that's a clip from their podcast. Check it out. That was kind of related to the conversation that you kind of brought up a little bit. Any reactions? Agree, disagree? I mean, wholesome Tate?
Agree.
Wholesome Andrew Tate?
It's like right message, wrong sponsor. Again, besides these we've seen tonight, the only videos I've seen of this dude is bragging about the thousands of women he slept with. So it's like...
I don't think he doesn't brag about that.
I've seen...
Okay, fine.
I was dreaming.
Do you want to actually address what he said, though, or...?
No, I get his overall message, for sure. He kind of went on a tangent, though, that the girls weren't even talking about. It's two different things.
Wait, Keeko, read this really quick.
Keeko, how is that church? What church?
I guess, I don't know. Liam L.A. asked.
Okay.
Sorry, Liam, she doesn't know what you're talking about.
I haven't been to church in a while.
Puffy Vegas, thank you, man.
Love you
Puffy
too.
Vegas, you're the best. I love you. Okay. Thank you, Puffy Vegas. You're a legend.
You are best. I love show. Yeah,
did you have a reaction to the video we just watched?
No.
Nothing? Do you agree, disagree? Thinks?
To be honest, I think it was a mild choice of a video. Like, he didn't say anything all that offensive.
Oh, I wasn't.
So,
yeah,
I've definitely seen worse of him. So,
do you think that was bad though? What he was saying, or?
That women should sleep with men they love. Like, I think that's a nice romantic thing. Sure, I agree with that. That women should sleep with men they love, but I don't think that women who don't do that should be judged for it. And that's just my caveat to it. But like, that's basically my only really thoughts on the video.
I actually agree with what he said, but I care about emotional and personal connection. So that was a good take, in my opinion, actually.
I wholeheartedly agree with every point he made.
Okay.
I agree with what he said. Again, hookup culture is like extremely prevalent, especially in this country. So it's just like, I don't think women should be judged if they partake in hookup culture. And when they're looking for relationships later on in life, I feel like they shouldn't be judged for that time in their life again. But I think when they're wanting to have like meaningful sex with like another partner, they should do it with someone that they truly love. And that should go both ways.
Yeah, I definitely think, like you were saying, that I don't think, personally, I would not just go get with someone random that I have no interest in, no connection to, anything like that. I think definitely...
Yet? Oh, who said yet earlier? Was that you?
Yeah.
I said that as a joke.
Oh, okay. Yet? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I think definitely if I am with someone or if I am, like, considering going there with them, I definitely think I need to be... like romantically like in love, or at least like it's on the way to love, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I feel like people can do whatever they want to do. Like, I don't really care. Like, it's your life, whatever.
Okay.
I think maybe not, like, I feel like love is just a really hard place for some people, like that's a hard word for them to say, so maybe not that specifically, but something on the way to it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you should have a personal connection, or at least.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said in the video.
Wow. Good times. So you're co-signing on, almost everyone here is co-signing on Tate. Andrew Tate.
Just that one video, though.
Just that singular one
Yeah.
video. Okay.
That's not
I
good.
co-signed on.
Yeah.
some-
Well, you co-signed on
quite a
some other
few
stuff.
of it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
was gonna say it's the right message, wrong sponsor.
Exactly.
So.
Okay. All right.
I'd never shame girls who do participate in hookup culture. I just personally don't find it fulfilling, and I think if they truly don't find it fulfilling, they shouldn't engage just because that's the only thing guys are offering.
Sure. Cool. Any final thoughts before we wrap up here? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Anybody? Going once, going twice. Any updates on any of the text messages from earlier? Any gentlemen? Nick, pull up Twitch really quick, then we're going to wrap. Yo, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Bill, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Trying to think. Did you have something? Were you texting a guy or no?
I texted him, he never responded.
Oh, he didn't respond? Okay. I guess maybe we can have you back and you can tell us what the update was next time. All right, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to our chat mods. Appreciate it. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to do a quick raid over on Twitch to, let me see who I'm going to raid. Actually, I'm just fucking not tonight. All right. Yeah, show's gone late. So, sorry guys that we started a little late today. It was pretty hectic before the show. Guys, we'll see you next time. I hope you guys have a good night. 07's in the chat. 07's